Hello everyone. Welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening Chapter 1, Traveling into the Future. Lin Ziyu was one of the many nerds who was unemployed after graduation. As he was in a gloomy mood that day, he played League of Heroes and abused the other party. But when he left the game, a window popped up. Are you tired of reality? Do you really want to live? Lin Ziyu was somewhat speechless. These games always relied on this sort of advertisement to attract people's attention. The person who created this pop-up must have read too many novels. Just as Lin Ziyu was about to close the window, he realized that there wasn't a close button or an option to cancel. There was only a yes button. Lin Ziyu furrowed his brows and instinctively clicked on the yes button. Right at that moment, the computer flashed. Did he get a virus? Lin Ziyu was stunned. Just as he was about to do something, there was a loud bang and his computer exploded in an instant. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Lin Ziyu opened his eyes again, his surroundings seemed to have changed. Where is this place? He held his head and sat up. Lin Ziyu shook his head and his hazy sight suddenly became clear. This was a dormitory similar to a 4-people dormitory in university. However, the place looked like it was installed with high-tech stuff, and there was a giant screen on the wall in front of him. At this moment, he felt like there were many pieces of memories appearing in his mind. Time traveled. With the information in his head, Lin Ziyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's right. He had indeed traveled in time and gone into the future. Year 2666. The sudden invasion of extraterrestrial life was a devastating blow for mankind on Earth, who were caught off guard. After hundreds of years of war, the countries on Earth formed federations and used nuclear weapons to finally wipe out those aliens. But the virus, codenamed X, brought by extraterrestrial creatures, had engulfed the globe. Infected people became zombies, while infected animals turned into terrifying monsters. However, there were some people who didn't turn into zombies. Their bodies instead evolved and became stronger and faster. This particular group of people was known as warriors. 30 years had gone by, and Earth had already become a world dominated by warriors. Powerful warriors, combined with weapons made of special metals accumulated from other planets, could kill a giant mutated monster that couldn't even be killed with a missile. However, right now, Lin Ziyu felt like weeping, but had no tears. The owner of this body he possessed was ranked at the top in school intellectually. Unfortunately, he was simply lacking in strength and talent and wasn't even as good as ordinary humans. Moreover, his parents had passed away, and if not for his parents' inheritance, he wouldn't be able to study here. What a waste of this handsome face. He's actually a good for nothing. Lin Ziyu stood in front of the mirror and pinched his face. What was more surprising was that the owner of this body was also called Lin Ziyu. Such a coincidence. There's even cockroaches here. After standing in front of the mirror for a while, Lin Ziyu had no choice but to accept the current reality. He suddenly saw a black thing near his feet, and when he took a closer look, it was actually a huge cockroach. It was way bigger than any cockroaches he had ever seen before. Lin Ziyu stepped on it instinctively and immediately squashed it. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing one mutated cockroach. You've gained 1 experience point. Congratulations, Master, on leveling up. You're currently at level 1 and have gained 1 potential point. What is it that's talking? Lin Ziyu was stunned. He then looked around, but there wasn't anything near him. Wait a minute. This voice sounded like it came from my head. Right then, everything before Lin Ziyu turned black and he felt like he was in his mind. Suddenly, there was a frame on top. Post Lin Ziyu. Level 1. Experience 0 100 experience required for the next level. Strength 35. Physique 33. Speed 32. Note: an average person scores at least 38 for each segment. Skill and analytic eye. Rage build-up to Munvnyo. Overall combat strength 250. System. Lin Ziyu's mouth was wide open. He then burst into laughter. It seemed like there was still preferential treatment for a transmigrator like him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in this world for sure. But what's with this overall combat strength of only 250? As Lin Xiu had just leveled up, he gained a potential point and added this point to his strength without hesitation. Just then, Lin Xiu felt a slight increase in strength in his arms. But this didn't make a huge difference. It seemed like he still needed to kill a few more cockroaches. But were there any more cockroaches in this dormitory? All of a sudden, there was a loud bang and the door was kicked open. A few guys stood at the door laughing. The one standing right in front was a tall and bulky guy called Ma Kang. And behind him were Zhang Dong and Chen Lai. They lived in this dormitory as well and were considered dormitory mates. But actually, the former Lin Xiu had always been bullied by them. He had to clean the floor, wash the clothes, and much more. Whenever they were in a bad mood, they would use Lin Xiu as a punching bag to vent. Hurry up, Lin Xiu, clean up the mud on my shoe. Ma Kang entered, took a sip of water, and said to Lin Xiu, what if you're not coming over? Your father, I will press your head into the toilet bowl, Ma Kang threatened when he saw Lin Xiu standing there, staring at him in anger. Yet lost Lin Xiu was no longer that weak person from before. Looking at Ma Kang and the others, a burning flame of anger rose in his heart and he yelled. Ma Kang and the others were stunned when they heard him yell. Lin Xiu would always obey them. They didn't expect that he would actually scold them this time. Courting death, Ma Kang charged forward and kicked him in the stomach directly. He moved very swiftly and Lin Xiu didn't have time to react at all. There was a loud bang, and Lin Xiu was sent flying as he slammed into the wall behind. A sharp pain shot through his heart. Analytic Eye is activated. Character Ma Kang. Beginner Warrior. Strength 55. Physique 45. Speed 47. Overall combat strength 480. Right at that moment, an ice-cold voice came from his head. While Lin Xiu was covering his sore abdomen, he suddenly recalled the skill he had seen just now, Analytic Eye. This should be the skill that allowed him to analyze these people's abilities. Damn. This Ma Kang's combat strength was about 200 more than his. Lin Xiu wasn't his match at all. How dare you scold me? Ma Kang walked over and continued kicking Lin Xiu. Tisk. How shameless. Zhang Dong and Chen Lai walked over as well and began punching and kicking Lin Xiu, who was on the ground. They were the lowest-ranking warriors in the academy, and could only bully Lin Xiu to make themselves feel relevant. Lin Xiu hugged his head and got up. His fist was balled tightly. A ray of ferocious light glinted in his eyes. Become stronger. I must become stronger. During this time, the number on the rage buildup icon in his head kept increasing. It was about to hit 100. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Draw a prize. Ding, rage buildup meter is full. Does Master want to use the power-up strike? Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu was stunned at first. Then he was elated. Use. Lin Xiu roared inside. Damn. You're still pretending. Seeing that Lin Xiu wasn't speaking, Ma Kang wanted to trample on his lower body part. And the place he wanted to trample on was his vital part. He was going to make sure Lin Xiu didn't have any offsprings. But just at this moment, before he could even react, Lin Xiu got up and punched him straight away. There was a resounding bang, and before Ma Kang could respond, he was sent flying like a broken kite. There was a loud crash and the door in front was smashed into pieces. Ma Kang crashed into the fence outside, and even that fence made from metal was deformed. Ma Kang's eyes rolled back and he went completely unconscious. Zhang Dong and Chen Lai were dumbfounded when they saw this. And they started trembling. They couldn't imagine how Lin Xiu became so strong all of a sudden. Ma Kang was a beginner warrior and they were weaker than him. If Ma Kang was sent flying, then they... You! Don't come over. Chen Lai swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Xiu fearfully. Get lost, Lin Xiu yelled angrily. Zhang Dong and Chen Lai quickly ran outside. And they didn't forget to drag the unconscious Ma Kang along. Phew! Lin Xiu sat on the floor and felt his entire body in pain. If not for this power-up strike just now, he would probably be terribly beaten up by them. Strength. He must quickly level up in strength. But he only gained 1 experience point after killing a cockroach. If he wanted to level up again, He must kill 100 cockroaches. Ding, congratulations master for using the power-up strike. You've gained a chance to draw a prize. Chance to draw a prize. Lin Xiu, who was initially sitting on the floor and panting, was suddenly energized and immediately stood up. He checked the system, and tapped on the option to draw a prize at the back of his head. A huge lottery wheel appeared all of a sudden. It was divided into 10 sections and each section had a large number of sparkling items. 3 of the sections had all sorts of saber, sword, and even spear techniques. Another 3 sections were union coins, which was the common currency used in the current world. The last 3 sections were potential pills. The final section was a grand prize that was emanating a golden glow. Lin Xiu's eyes glistened. Those sabers and other techniques were not very useful to him at this moment because he had to be at least a level 1 warrior in order to cultivate those skills. The union coins were equivalent to the former world's RMB, and it wasn't the most crucial thing he needed right now. Instead, the potential pills were what Lin Xiu needed the most currently. Although getting the grand prize might be the best, that section was simply too small and he probably wouldn't get it. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and decided to draw a prize. His mind was stirred up and that lottery wheel began moving. The needle moved quickly at the start and began to slow down after that. Lin Xiu held his breath and the needle went across the various techniques and was about to stop at the potential pills. Stop. Lin Xiu's face was red and he appeared very excited. But the needle continued to move and looked like it was about to reach the grand prize. Could it be? Ding. Congratulations master on receiving 10 union coins. But right at the end, the needle shifted slightly and pointed at the union coin section. Darn it. At this moment, a card appeared before Lin Xiu which probably contained 10 union coins. The commodity prices in this world were almost the same as the former world, so 10 union coins were equivalent to about 10 IMB. But right now, he was all injured and could use these union coins to visit the school doctor for treatment. This world was completely different from his original world. The technology here was much more advanced than before. The buildings around him were similar to the style of a sci-fi world he saw in the movies last time. And the bicycles that some people were riding around were now maglev bicycles. Power and magnetism were generated through pedaling on the bicycles and they traveled to the back wheels. Then to the gears in the center. As long as they were in the city, these maglev bicycles could move freely and would no longer be affected by stones or bumps. The school doctor's office was also a smart system. And there were several treatment cabins inside. As long as one laid in it and filled it with culture fluid, it would automatically restore one's body. Knock. It seemed like nobody was around. But out of politeness, Lin Xiu still knocked on the door. According to the information in his head, there should be a commissioner around. Nobody's around. Just as Lin Xiu was about to knock on the main door, he realized that the door wasn't locked. He thought about it and directly turned the knob and entered. There were a few faint lights inside and the entire room was decorated in white. But just at this moment, Lin Xiu heard some faint noises. He walked over carefully and through that slightly ajar door. He saw a woman with long hair and a white coat sitting there, looking at something with concentration. Who was it immediately afterward? That woman in white coat looked outside the door. Lin Xiu reacted quickly and took a few steps back. He then innocently shouted, "Is there anyone around?" That woman walked out and Lin Xiu was stunned. "Oh, so it's student Xiao Lin." That woman smiled and said, "You know me." Lin Xiu was taken aback. Then he subconsciously mumbled to himself. Chapter 3. Fighting for a place. Who wouldn't know Xiao Lin? The bottommost student in Xingyao Academy. The woman giggled. "Don't call me Xiao Lin," Lin Xiu exclaimed. At this moment, the woman asked seriously, "Go on. Which restoration fluid do you want?" "The 9,800 union coins one." Lin Xiu sighed and replied. As he spoke, Lin Xiu handed that bank card from just now over to this woman. "Isn't this Xiao Kang's office?" Lin Xiu asked, a little puzzled at the moment. "He's on leave today, so I'll help him for a day. By the way, my name is Xiao Shui." Hearing the word Shui in her name, which meant water in English, Lin Xiu immediately had a certain dirty image in his head. Well, Lie inside. Xiao Ushui said to Lin Xiu after deducting 9,800 union coins from the card. Lin Xiu was a little embarrassed as he entered the smart treatment cabin. He had to take off his clothes to enter the treatment cabin, but he could obviously leave his underwear on. You're not shy, are you? Xiao Ushui narrowed her eyes and grinned. Cough. Lin Xiu blushed, but he immediately recovered his composure. The injuries on Lin Xiu's body surprised her a little. There were all kinds of red marks on his body, and it seemed like there were quite a number of internal injuries that developed from getting beaten up over the years. After lying down in the treatment cabin, Xiao Ushui poured the green culture fluid from the other side into the cabin. The more expensive this restoration liquid was, the better the restoration power would be. But Lin Xiu's injuries were soft tissue bruising, although they were a little serious. Ordinary restoration fluid was enough. He was only left with 200 union coins now. It was really quite expensive. Soon, Lin Xiu felt the restoration fluid slowly cover his whole body. The treatment cabin is about to close. Estimated restoration time is 5 hours. 5 hours went by very quickly, and when Lin Xiu woke up, the restoration fluid had slowly reduced and disappeared. The cabin door opened and those injuries on his body were gone. Those internal injuries he got before traveling through time had recovered too, and his entire body felt like it was brimming with energy. Lin Xiu got dressed and walked out of the room. But that woman was already gone. He didn't think too much about it. He looked at the time and quickly rushed to his class. There are 20 places available to go to the A20 district for actual combat this time, and all the beginner warriors in our class can join. The teacher in charge, Ualai, stood on the podium and said to everybody, there were exactly 20 beginner warriors in class, so there was no need to fight for places. Where's Ma Qiang just then? Yuelis' gaze swept across everyone and he asked, Ma Qiang? He is undergoing a surgery at C District. Dang Dong and Chen Lai looked at one another and replied, surgery? Liu Lai was stunned. What exactly happened? He was beaten up by Lin Xiu till his ribs were fractured. There is also a crack in his vertebra. Chen Lai gritted his teeth and answered, you're kidding? A guy at the side burst out laughing. The others began to laugh as well. Lin Xiu was the bottommost student in the academy and everyone was stronger than him. How could someone so useless beat up Ma Qiang so badly? Nobody could believe it. I'm serious, Chen Lai said. He also didn't know how Lin Xiu had a burst of strength at that time and caused Ma Qiang to be in this state with just one strike. Forget it. Then Ma Qiang doesn't have to go for the A20 district's combat practice this time. Yuelai rubbed her temples before speaking. Teacher, can I go at this moment? Lin Xiu walked in and asked. Everyone's eyes turned towards Lin Xiu. Chen Lai and Jiang Dong were shocked and seemed slightly fearful. Ma Qiang was in this state with just one strike, so they were definitely terrified. Lin Xiu, the A20 district is full of zombies and mutated beasts. You haven't even reached the strength of a beginner warrior. It's simply courting death. A guy sneered disdainfully. The others also looked at Lin Xiu as though he was retarded. Lin Xiu, don't be impulsive. The A20 district is very dangerous. You should train more first. Yuolai spoke up after being silent for a while. Lin Xiu was very outstanding in terms of theoretical knowledge, but he was still too weak physically. If I defeat you, does it mean that I can go? Lin Xiu looked at that guy who sneered disdainfully just now and asked plainly. The guy was called Zhu Jun and he was very tall and well built. At this moment, he stood up and stared at Lin Xiu. Hearing Lin Xiu provoking him, he felt insulted. A weak loser was trying to challenge him. Want to try? Lin Xiu spoke with his eyes narrowed. The analytic eye had been activated. Zhu Jun, level beginner warrior, strength 52, physique 41, speed 37, overall combat strength 443. This chap was slightly weaker than Ma Qiang, and as long as Lin Xiu dodged carefully and waited for his rage meter to be full, he would be able to use the power-up strike and knock him down directly. Sure, Zhu Jun was furious and scoffed. He must beat this Lin Xiu up badly, he thought to himself. You guys. Yuolai was stunned. But Zhu Jun had already gone outside with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, don't fight with him. He's already a beginner warrior, a guy said to Lin Ziyu. This person was Yang Tan. He was quite plump and was the only one in class who didn't look down on Lin Ziyu. Don't worry. I've wanted to beat him up for a very long time already, replied Lin Ziyu with a smirk. This Zhu Jun always bullied Lin Ziyu in class as well. At this moment, Lin Ziyu balled up his fist tightly. Quick! Look! That loser Lin Ziyu is actually asking for a fight. Isn't he courting death? It was time for class. But many students were in the field having combat training, when they saw Lin Ziyu and Zhu Jun standing in the middle of the martial arts ground. A large number of them went over and crowded around. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. You can't call me trash from now on. Zhu Jun, be gentle. Luo Lai had a headache. He did not expect Lin Ziyu to be so impulsive. But he had no other choice and could only warn Zhu Jun. After all, they were his students, and if anything were to happen, he had to take responsibility as the teacher in charge. I will guide Lin Ziyu well. Zhu Jun nodded his head and sneered. He made his move at this moment. Zhu Jun was a beginner warrior with an extremely powerful physique. He charged right at Lin Ziyu and raised his enormous fist with the intention to smash onto Lin Ziyu's body. Bang! Lin Ziyu immediately reacted by blocking with both hands. But he still felt the intense pain from the attack. The restoration liquid he had just used had healed all of the internal injuries in his body. His current physique had risen from 33 to 35 points. Although it was a marginal difference of just 2 points, Lin Ziyu could feel that his body was completely different from before, and it immediately rose by another 20 points due to the anger from Zhu Jun's fist. Impressive. He only had to keep avoiding and resisting now. Where can you hide? Seeing that Lin Ziyu was avoiding him repeatedly, Zhu Jun immediately flew into a mad rage. His body flashed quickly toward Lin Ziyu. Ha ha ha. As expected of a trash. You can only avoid him. As they noticed that Lin Ziyu was constantly escaping, several people started laughing and jeering at him. This made Zhang Dong and Shen Lai feel that Lin Ziyu was a wolf in sheep's clothing. After all, they had personally witnessed the explosive power released by Lin Ziyu that had directly knocked out Ma Kang. 30 points. 40 points. Damn trash if you have the guts. Stop avoiding me. Zhu Jun was infuriated at this point. Since there were so many spectators watching the fight, he wanted to kick Lin Ziyu down to the ground. But Lin Ziyu continued to dodge and showed no intent to attack. Although Zhu Jun would occasionally strike him, all his strikes would be blocked by Lin Ziyu's arms. The Yuolis eyes would occasionally reveal surprise. As the teacher in charge, he naturally understood Lin Ziyu. Even though Lin Ziyu had trained and worked hard, his natural talent and physique were weak. This led to him feeling inferior and being the target of humiliation and bullying in school. Who would have thought that this Lin Ziyu seemed to have changed into a completely different person? Although his strength was only average, Lin Ziyu's eyes revealed unwavering determination. Something Liu Lai had never seen before. Go and die at this moment. Zhu Jun suddenly raged out and sent a powerful fist over. Can't dodge this, all the spectators remarked, as though anticipating that Lin Ziyu would fall to the ground. Ding, your rage meter is full. Do you wish to unleash the power-up strike? Yes. Right before the fist landed on him, that voice in his head finally resounded. Lin Ziyu laughed fanatically and returned a fist right at Zhu Jun, seeking death. Seeing that Lin Ziyu did not avoid his fist strike, but instead unleashed his own with the intent of competing in terms of power, Zhu Jun's eyes constricted. It's over, a girl cried out and immediately covered her eyes. Zhu Jun was a beginner warrior and the strength of his fist was enough to crush Lin Ziyu's bones. A scream came out. Not from Lin Ziyu but from Zhu Jun. The moment both fists met, Zhu Jun was the one sent flying. Furthermore, his arm was distorted and his bones were clearly broken. The entire place fell silent. No one could believe their eyes. It was too strange and bizarre. The trash, who was at the bottom in the school combat ranking, actually brought down an entrograde martial artist. Impossible, impossible. As if he had forgotten the pain in his arm, Zhu Jun roared loudly. Quickly send him to the infirmary. Although Liu Lai was shocked, he was able to arrange for students to send Zhu Jun to the infirmary to have his hand fixed. From now onwards, No one can call me trash. Lin Xiu stood in his original position, and glanced at everyone as he roared. So cool. A few girls felt their hearts beating faster when they saw Lin Xiu's tyrannical scene. Lin Xiu was already good-looking and excelled academically, but due to his frail body, he never had the opportunity to become a martial artist. In addition, he was constantly bullied by others, so no one ever fancied him. But now, Lin Xiu looked as though he had been reborn. Some of the girls had a glow in their eyes. Teacher Liuo, can I go to District A20 for the actual combat training? Lin Xiu walked over and asked Liuo Lai. Although District A20 had zombies and mutated beasts, he would be able to kill the mutated beasts and gain even more experience if he moved there. If it went according to plan, he could even deal with the zombies at that time, as long as he could raise his potential, much less being an ordinary person. Time would be the only restriction if he wanted to overtake the powerful martial artists in school. You may. Liu Lai gave a bitter smile and replied after a long silence. How did you do it? He realized that he could not see through or understand the student in front of him. The power unleashed by Lin Xiu had reached the intensity of a true martial artist, but the current Lin Xiu standing in front of him was clearly someone who had yet to even reach the intrograde martial artist level. Could he be training in some powerful fist art that granted him a great burst of power in an instant? Impossible. His physique isn't able to withstand or capable enough to cultivate in that. That's a secret. Lin Xiu gave a mysterious smile and answered. The news of Lin Xiu beating Zhu Jun spread across the campus. Although Zhu Jun was only a beginner warrior, he was not lacking and was not some unknown figure at the back of the school rankings. But the crucial thing was that Lin Xiu's combat abilities were at the bottom of the list with a trash value of 250 points. And yet he was able to defeat Zhu Jun, a beginner warrior. This had changed everything. Adding the people that went to further investigate and found out that Ma Kang was similarly beaten on the same day by Lin Xiu. The news circulated even quicker around the campus. But Lin Xiu did not care about this. While Shangdong and Chen Lai did not dare return to the dorm that night, Ma Kang's defeat could be considered a slight surprise. But for Lin Xiu to defeat Zhu Jun, the two of them who had yet to become beginner warriors did not dare return. They were afraid of being beaten to a pulp by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu applied some ointment in the dorm. Although he was constantly in the defensive position in the battle with Zhu Jun, his opponent was a beginner warrior and had left many wounds on his body. He had to prepare well. After obtaining the qualifications to enter District A20's actual combat, he had to kill zombies and mutated beasts and continue to progress. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 First Zombie Kill. District A20 was an area situated on the north side of the city. This location had been contaminated and had a virus strain going on. All the surrounding city districts were filled with zombies and a few mutated beasts. Although it was dangerous, opportunities coexisted with crises. Many parts of the mutated beasts were powerful ingredients, and a few high-grade weapons were made from these parts. Additionally, an object was found in every mutated beast's brains and had been hailed as odd crystal. These objects had crystallized bodies with peculiar energy within that could greatly improve cultivation when a martial artist absorbed it while training. Since it was their first visit to District A20 for actual combat, Liu Lai had to be cautious and brought a team out. They sat on the latest maglev train early in the morning and arrived at District A20 in less than a few hours. The train was so fast that Lin Xiu thought he was on a rocket. They were in a small-scale town with gigantic walls around that prevented ordinary mutated beasts and zombies from breaking through immediately. So it was considered safe. I'm somewhat anxious. Yang Tan was equipped in protective clothes and held a blade as he commented. What are you scared of? Lin Xiu laughed. He was instead very relaxed, but he was slightly apprehensive inside. After all, it would be his first time killing the so-called zombies and mutated beasts. You're not afraid. But I am. Yang Tan mumbled to himself. After what happened previously, he no longer understood Lin Xiu anymore. Lin Xiu's victory over Zhu Jun meant that his strength was already at the beginner warrior level. Could it be that Lin Xiu was faking all along? But that was impossible. Who could possibly endure being called a loser for so long? Gather right at this time. Liu shouted sternly at the front. Everyone gathered in perfect rows the instant his voice rang out, making him nod in satisfaction. All of you have been training in the academy for a long time. Your strength has reached the level of beginner warriors and you are even equipped with battle blades. Handling ordinary zombies and mutated beasts should not be a problem. But only by going through actual combat can you test your own capabilities. And only through actual combat can you strengthen your mentality and temperament. Last year, a few beginner warriors were bitten and killed by rank 1 zombies because they had fear in their hearts. Upon hearing this, everyone's face became solemn. A few of them even had perspiration dripping down their foreheads. We will be moving out soon. The 20 of us will be split into 4 teams. Feel free to group up. Lin Xiu. Come with us. Yang Tan spoke to Lin Xiu as he looked at the crowd. Lin Xiu nodded his head, while another 2 called Zhang Yi and Yiqiu joined his team. But they seemed to be unwilling, as though being with Lin Xiu was embarrassing. Lin Xiu did not bother about them at all. I will ask this one last time. Have all of you decided to participate once you leave these doors? The roads outside will be filled with zombies and mutated beasts. Whether you live or die will depend on yourselves. Liu Lai leaned against the wall right next to the big gates and asked as his eyes swept across the crowd. Yes, everyone agreed in unison. Liu Lai nodded his head in satisfaction, although he did not know of the result. At least there were no cowards within the group. Remember not to venture too far outside. The zombies and mutated beasts outside are very strong. Liu Li's expression became serious at this point. Even as a 3rd-rank martial artist, he had difficulties dealing with the higher-rank mutated beasts. The 20 of them were equipped with battle robes and blades supplied by Xin Yao Academy. Although the battle robes were soft, they were capable of withstanding ordinary attacks. The battle blades were manufactured using special alloys and were extremely sharp as well. Go on. And remember to bring the odd crystals back from the mutated beasts. You can exchange them for points back at District A20's supply shop. After Liu Li's introduction, everyone headed out. The instant they went out, everyone saw an endless forest ahead. It seemed as though there were many structures hidden inside as well. Lin Xiu was slightly shocked at the scene. The old city had been covered by a large forest, and the original form of the city was no longer recognizable. When they left, the 4 teams walked in different directions. Be careful. Don't be a burden to us. Dang, you walked to Lin Xiu and snorted. Although Lin Xiu defeated Zhu Jun that day, Zhang Yi thought it was nothing. He was far more powerful than Zhu Jun and his strength was almost at the level of real warriors. What are you acting for? Yang Tan spat in disdain. Lin Xiu looked around. He did not care about Zhang Yi's ridicule and concentrated his attention on his surroundings. Although he had relied on power-up strikes to defeat both Ma Kang and Zhu Jun, his actual strength was still very weak. And all the zombies and mutated beasts were fanatical that would engage in life and death battles upon encountering humans. They would never be merciful. It could be said that a minor slip in judgment would lead to death. Over there just then, a few scarlet dots appeared inside a structure that was covered with vines. Yang Tan's eyes immediately constricted when he saw that. Lin Xiu immediately activated his analytic eyes. Rank 1. Zombie traits extremely slow. Sharp teeth. Carries virus strain. Overall combat strength 380. Damn. Even a lower rank zombie had higher combat strength than him. At this moment, Lin Xiu could not help but feel aggrieved. His current overall combat strength was 291. Although it had improved from 250, it was still extremely low compared to others. The zombies seemed to have sensed their presence and started to rush towards them. As expected, the analytic eye was not wrong. The zombies moved extremely slowly and as long as one did not get caught, they were easy to deal with. Zhang Yi, Yiqiu, and Yang Tan immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It was their first time seeing real zombies and the zombies had pale and rotten faces. Their opened mouths revealed the sharp teeth and flowing blood. The 3 were actually at a loss, but Lin Xiu was rather excited experience. If he was not wrong, killing a zombie would definitely give him experience. He held the extremely thin yet sharp battle blade and charged forward. He hacked at the closest zombie and immediately sliced its body into two. Ding, congratulations! Master has successfully killed or rank 1 zombie and obtained 200 experience points. Congratulations Master for increasing your level. Currently at level 2. You have obtained 2 potential points. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Boss Zombie. 2 potential points. Lin Xiu felt elated. He initially thought he would only receive 1 potential point for every level. Who would have thought that he would gain 2 potential points after leveling up? If that was the case, would he get 3 potential points at level 3? Lin Xiu no longer hesitated and added both points into strength. At present, his strength was at 38 points and was considered average for a normal person. At this point, zombies pounced from another direction and shocked Lin Xiu, who retreated almost immediately. Yang Yi snorted and charged forward. He was a beginner warrior and was much stronger than Lin Xiu. He ran forward and exerted his strength to hack down and quickly dealt with a few zombies. Powerful! Yang Yi. EQ rushed forward anxiously and started flattering him. Who was the one that did not dare rush up initially? Yang Tan sneered. You! Yang Yi pointed at Yang Tan, and his expression became ugly. Lin Xiu did not bother about them. To them, the most important thing was to hunt and kill zombies to level up. The few zombies that were snatched by Zhang Yi caused Lin Xiu a heartache. They were all experience points. As they continued venturing in, they could see the outline of the city clearly. This caused Lin Xiu to gasp in surprise. It looked just like a forest a moment ago. The truth was that the trees were too tall and had covered all the structures. Yang Tan and the others looked around. They were cautious and afraid that something might pop up. These zombies again. Let me take care of them. EQ spotted a few lingering zombies and rejoiced as he rushed forward. Let us go too. Yang Tan spoke up as well. They were out to temper themselves. When they saw the zombies, they knew they had to take out at least 1 or 2 by themselves. Roar! But when EQ arrived before them, the closest zombie actually charged at him at a fast speed. It was so sudden that EQ could not react in time and was actually forced onto the ground. The zombie opened its bloodied mouth and bit on his body. Scram! Zhang Yu reacted quickly and kicked the zombie on its chest, causing it to flip to the side. How can the zombie be so fast? Lin Xiu's eyes constricted as he quickly activated Analytic Eye. Level 1 boss zombie trade extremely fast. Sharp claws and teeth. Able to summon a level 1 zombie. Overall combat strength 580. What the hell? A boss zombie. Yang Tan, don't go over. Lin Xiu immediately warned Yang Tan when he realized that. What's up? Yang Tan looked at Lin Xiu suspiciously. That's a boss zombie. He will be able to summon level 1 zombies over. It'll be troublesome then. Lin Xiu replied with a solemn expression. Although he wanted to kill the zombie and gain experience, his life was more important. Rubbish! What boss grade? We can just kill it. Zhang Yu was obviously unhappy with Lin Xiu, and immediately charged forward with his battle blade. The boss zombie actually knew how to dodge whenever Zhang Yi slashed forward. It dodged continuously, and used its sharp fingernails to scratch Zhang Yi on his battle robes and immediately ripped a hole in it. Scram! Zhang Yi held onto his robes and hacked at the boss zombie's arm. With a bang, the arm was chopped off cleanly. Roar! The zombie suddenly unleashed a loud wail that shook the entire forest. See that? Trash! I, Yang Yi, can deal with this zombie with ease. He turned and spoke to Lin Xiu in disdain. Yang Yi, behind you! But right at this time, EQ retreated while crawling and rolling with all of his might as he spoke up. Lin Xiu looked in the same direction and got the shock of his life. His analytic eye was right. There were zombies rushing at them. Zhang Yi had just taken a turn when a zombie pounced on him from the back. More and more zombies appeared, totaling to more than a dozen. Zhang Yi was at a loss for words. He continued to slash while retreating. The number of zombies had scared him as well. Lin Xiu, why are you running over there? Lin Xiu saw that the zombie that Zhang Yi cut down was still alive and rushed forward to land another strike. Ding! Congratulations! Master has successfully killed or rank 1 zombie. Obtaining 200 experience points. The clear sound came out again. The icy cold voice sounded pleasant to Lin Xiu's ears. But it would still take a while for him to reach level 3. He looked at the progress bar in his mind. 200, 500. 3 more. Just 3 more. Lin Xiu, let's go now. Yang Tan saw the zombies slowly moving towards them and shouted out. Yang Yi, who was taken aback previously, had a change in expression. He ran away immediately. If he were to be infected because of the number of zombies, it would be over. Although he was considered strong in the class, he was extremely afraid of death. Yang Yi, wait for me. Q was so scared that he peed in his pants while escaping with Zhang Yi. The blood in Lin Xi's body started to boil when he saw the zombies surrounding them. He was still not strong enough. As long as he could kill the zombies, leveling up multiple times was possible. Aside from the boss zombie, the other level 1 zombies were slow. He felt that it was possible, and the boss zombie was currently standing in place and holding onto its broken arm, as though it was trying to reattach it back. A chance, as the saying goes. Riches and honor in the depths of danger. He'll risk it. He held onto his battle blade and slashed onto a zombie that approached from the side. Bang! The zombie had its head sliced off immediately. As blood sprayed all over the ground. It was his first time killing zombies today, and Lin Xiu started to feel disgusted and nauseated. Lin Xiu, seeing how he continued to kill the zombies, Yang Tan thought for a moment before taking his battle blade and joining Lin Xiu to deal with the zombies. The zombies had slow reaction speed. Under Lin Xiu's constant hacking, he killed countless zombies. The notification of him gaining experience points appeared incessantly. Must we risk so much for this? Yang Tan looked at Lin Xiu, who was fanatically hacking down at the battle blades, and felt a shiver down his spine as he muttered to himself. Roar! By this time, the boss zombie had somehow reattached his broken arm to the main body. It noticed Lin Xiu massacring its zombie horde and immediately rushed forward. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Unanalyzable mutated python. Who that zombie let out a howl, and its fingers became extremely sharp. It then pounced toward Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu had just attacked and killed those zombies, his body was already soaked with fresh blood. He seemed exceptionally horrifying. Lin Xiu wanted to dodge quickly, but that boss zombie was too quick. With a bang, the zombie pounced on Lin Xiu and he fell to the ground. Then, the zombie opened its blood-filled mouth and wanted to bite Lin Xiu on the neck. Damn! Lin Xiu pulled back his legs and pressed against the zombie's abdomen area as he grabbed its wrists and refused to let it bite him. Do you know that your breath stinks? Lin Xiu yelled while gritting his teeth. Yang Tan was still killing those zombies who kept coming over and didn't have a chance to care about Lin Xiu. Oh right. He killed so many zombies just now. How many times did he level up? Lin Xiu had a sudden realization and nearly forgot about it when he was busy killing the zombies. He took a quick glance and saw that he had already reached level 5. Also, he had 12 potential points. Use them all on strength, Lin Xiu shouted. His strength immediately rose from 38 to 50 at this moment. A powerful force surged into Lin Xiu's body instantly. He had already reached the strength of a beginner warrior. What? Yang Tan heard Lin Xiu shout and instinctively turned toward him. All he saw was that as Lin Xiu yelled the words "get lost," he kicked hard and directly sent that zombie flying. Actually, with Lin Xiu's current strength, he wouldn't be able to kill that zombie so easily. But because one of that zombie's arms had been chopped off by Zhang Yi, and even though it had attached it back, its physical strength seemed to have weakened. Lin Xiu pursued and attacked, then picked up the battle blade from the ground and charged over. Go to hell. That zombie clearly didn't expect that Lin Xiu would charge over like that and stab its chest directly. It howled loudly, then tried to grab Lin Xiu with its arms. Lin Xiu quickly took a step back and dodged easily. This was indeed the boss zombie. It wasn't completely dead yet, and was still struggling on the ground. Lin Xiu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as the zombie's sharp nails nearly scratched his neck. Had that happened, there would be a risk of getting infected. Lin Xiu kicked the zombie's leg hard and caused it to fall to the ground. Then, he stepped on its chest with his right foot and quickly ended the fight by chopping off its head. The zombie finally stopped struggling after its head was chopped off. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a boss zombie. You've leveled up to level 6 and unlocked Gene Lock System. Congratulations, Master, on receiving 6 potential points. Lin Xiu panted heavily on the ground and looked at his own attributes in his mind. Host Lin Xiu. Level 6. Experience 0-100 experience is required for the next level. Strength 50. Physique 35. Speed 32. Note an average person scores at least 38 for each segment. Skill Analytic I. Rage Buildup 1. Overall combat strength 380. Combat strength is already 380. Lin Xiu was delighted. But he immediately felt that this system was simply full of malice. Previously, it was 250 and this time, it actually reached 380 in half the match. It was simply mocking him. Lin Xiu thought about it carefully. He couldn't just keep adding onto his strength. If he didn't enhance his speed and physique, it would greatly affect his combat strength. He merely fought for a while just now and was already gasping for air. After considering it for a moment, he added 3 potential points to his physique, allowing his physique to reach an ordinary person's level. Then, he added another 3 points to speed and allowed his speed to reach 35. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked down and at the bottom of the system frame. There were many icons that looked like they were locked with chains. Gene lock. Humans are the most complicated animals. In the human gene, there's a large portion that isn't in use and has great potential, but it has never been stimulated by humans. The so-called gene lock refers to the most basic potential in the human body, and it was said that when one unlocks the genes in one's body to the extreme, one would become godlike. Lin Xiu held his breath and tapped on the first gene lock icon with his mind. Warning. Have not reached level 15. Unable to unlock. Damn it, Lin Xiu cursed internally. But he just needed to continue killing these zombies to reach level 15. And it shouldn't take too long. With that thought, Lin Xiu got stirred up once again. Lin Xiu, are you alright at this moment? Yang Tan, who had already dealt with those zombies, immediately walked toward Lin Xiu. I'm fine. Lin Xiu shook his head and stood up. The smell of the blood on his body was really disgusting. Yang Tan was a little surprised that Lin Xiu actually killed that boss zombie without much difficulty. Also, he could sense that there seemed to be some changes in Lin Xiu's body. It was as though he had suddenly become much stronger. Let's go. Well, continue looking inside, said Lin Xiu. Right now, his strength was almost at the same level as a beginner warrior, and if they went in, it would be much easier to deal with those zombies. Yang Tian nodded. Both of them continued venturing deeper and very soon, they saw a sign ahead. It read beginner warriors are forbidden from entering. Seems like this is the prohibited area that teacher Luo had mentioned. Let's not go in. Lin Xiu frowned. They didn't see any zombies along the way, and there wasn't a chance of gaining experience. Should we go in and take a look? Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu was in deep thoughts, Yang Tian seemed to have seen something. He tugged at Lin Xiu's arm as he trembled and spoke. What is it? Lin Xiu was stunned. Then, he looked in the direction of Yang Tian's eyes and his eyes widened. There was a snake on the tree over there. It was a huge python. This python had red eyes and its body was as thick as a barrel. Also, it seemed to be able to change its color with the surroundings. No wonder he didn't notice it just now. This is the so-called evolved beast. Analytic I. Rank 3 color-changing python trait strength. Unanalyzable. What the hell? Lin Xiu was frightened. This was the very first time he had encountered something that couldn't be analyzed. Run, quick. Lin Xiu broke out in cold sweat and called out as he immediately escaped. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Robbery. Damn. Go and chase the fatty. Why are you chasing after me? Lin Xiu turned his head as he ran, and immediately saw that the color-changing python was chasing after him. Yang Tan kept running as well, and when he turned his head, he realized that Lin Xiu was already running in the direction toward the deeper part of the woods. He wanted to warn Lin Xiu that he was running in the wrong direction, but he had already disappeared. It's gone. Lin Xiu used his utmost effort and ran quite a distance. When he turned around, he realized that the giant python was gone. However, Lin Xiu didn't dare to be too careless. This color-changing python could camouflage into the surroundings after all. This was the scariest part. It might be hiding somewhere, waiting to mount a sneak attack on him. Just as Lin Ziyu was catching his breath for a second, he realized that there were several people ahead. These people were in battle robes, but their robes were clearly different from the one that Lin Ziyu was wearing. Also, they had all sorts of weapons in their hands. One of them was even carrying the corpse of an evolved beast. These people looked very strong and they were clearly all official warriors. Oh! From Xingyao Academy, the leader of the group looked at Lin Ziyu's battle robe and raised his brows. Lin Ziyu knew that he was at the wrong place at this moment. These people were obviously an adventure team, and they were official warriors. If they wanted to kill Lin Ziyu, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. This was really bad. Big brothers. I was just passing by, said Lin Ziyu with a smile. He's just a poor guy. Huh. A man carrying a huge blade walked over and sized Lin Ziyu up. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. And he looks terrifying. Leave your battle blade behind and you may leave. Sure. Lin Ziyu clenched his fists. Without his battle blade, it would be equivalent to losing his combat strength. Although he was unwilling, he didn't have any other choice. Bring it over, that man sneered, then reached out and snatched the battle blade from Lin Ziyu's hand. The second he grabbed the battle blade from Lin Ziyu's hand, he grinned and wanted to swing the battle blade at Lin Ziyu. Hiss! Right then, a horrifying sound was heard. Lin Ziyu immediately felt a chill down his spine, and he instinctively pounced to the side. That guy, who snatched Lin Ziyu's battle blade away, was bitten at the waist directly by a huge mouth covered in blood. Ah! That guy was clearly caught off guard and was torn up by the color-changing python. Lin Ziyu, who pounced to the side, broke out in cold sweat. This was simply too dangerous, and if he hadn't been on his guard just now, he would probably be the one getting eaten up. These people from the adventure team were startled as well. The color-changing python's body was emerald green in color, similar to the surrounding trees. Also, this evolved beast seemed to be great at hiding, and these warriors came to their senses only then. It is a rank 3 evolved beast. The color-changing python, a guy cried out when he saw the terrifying scene. Color-changing python, the guys gasped. This color-changing python wasn't the strongest type, but it was quite terrifying. Its skin that could camouflage into its surroundings allowed it to become a killer. SSSSSS. The guy, who snatched Lin Ziyu's battle blade away, was already swallowed into the color-changing python's mouth. Its head was enormous and it flicked out its blood-red tongue. It appeared extremely threatening as it stared at everyone with its red eyes. A guy with a giant sword glanced at his teammates and shouted, "Get rid of it! The odd crystal of our rank 3 evolved beast and the skin of this python could sell for millions." The few people's eyes lit up when they heard him. As the saying goes, birds die in pursuit of food and humans die in pursuit of wealth. At this moment, they were very excited. It seemed like because of the appearance of this color-changing python, that group of people had forgotten about Lin Ziyu, who was hiding at the side. Lin Ziyu crouched over there and looked at the situation through the bushes. The analytic eye was activated and he could see that those men were rank 1 warriors. Warriors were ranked 1 to 9, and rank 9 warriors were the strongest. It was said that the strength of a rank 9 warrior was equivalent to having an additional nuclear weapon in the country. The man with the giant sword had already charged over and brandished his giant sword. It was as if the surrounding air was stirred up. Then he directly aimed at the color-changing python. The color-changing python moved very swiftly in this forest, and when the man slashed his sword toward its body, it dodged it immediately. Then, it opened its big mouth and wanted to swallow that man. Just then, one of the men with a muscular body rushed over. He had steel fists over his hands that were covered with spikes, and he punched the head of that python. But that python wasn't hurt by his punch at all. Instead, it flung its tail and sent the muscular man flying. A man's eyes narrowed and several daggers flew out of his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The daggers cut through the air. They were originally targeted at the python's eyes. But in this instant, the python's body moved and it instead got stabbed at the bottom of its neck. The bottom of its neck wasn't protected by scales, so the dagger pierced through very easily. This made the python furious in an instant. With a bang, its tail flung hard. At this moment, that huge tree behind these people was snapped off directly. Damn it. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zia's eyes constricted, and he quickly rolled over to hide. That huge tree nearly fell onto him. Roared the man with the steel gloves, and the muscles on his body bulged. He charged at the color-changing python to strike wildly at its body. He was trained in melee combat, and at that moment, his rapid punch made the air crackle. Bang, bang, bang. When the color-changing python was attacking his teammate, his fist had landed on the python's head. After being hit so hard consecutively, that color-changing python seemed slightly dizzy. Good chance the man with the huge sword quickly charged over and was aiming to pierce the python's vital part. PFFF. But he didn't expect that the snake would actually spit out a large amount of green substance. He was caught off guard and got contaminated by the green substance. He howled in anguish as his body corroded very quickly. Attack its vital part quickly. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Gaining rank 3 odd crystal. Those few people's eyes reddened, and they had a fanatic look on their faces as they charged and attacked that color-changing python violently. Lin Ziu continued hiding in those bushes and held his breath. Although that rank 3 mutated evolved beast was strong, it couldn't handle the attacks of so many warriors. Moreover, the vital part of snakes was the heart. Even though it had evolved and became so huge, that gigantic body still fell to the ground gradually with a loud thud. Ha ha ha. It's dead. It's finally dead. One of the men laughed heartily. Though they had managed to kill this color-changing python, most of their teammates were dead as well. That green substance that the color-changing python spat out had corroded many people's bodies. Just as Lin Ziu was about to get up, he accidentally knocked onto the tree at the side, making a sound. Get out right now. Just then, a man with a long sword pointed toward where Lin Ziu was hiding. Lin Ziu cursed himself for making that sound. He currently had the strength of a beginner warrior, and it was quite impossible for him to deal with an official warrior. So you're the one who attracted this thing over. How that guy sneered when he saw Lin Ziu. What are you standing there for? Come here. Lin Ziu gritted his teeth and walked over obediently. Help me remove the skin of this color-changing python and dig out the odd crystal. Then carry my brothers back. If you disobey, I will kill you with my sword. He sneered and pointed the tip of his sword at Lin Ziu. Hurry up and dig. Useless thing. The guy walked over and directly kicked Lin Ziu to the ground as he yelled. As the guy had just fought with the color-changing python, he seemed slightly injured at this moment. Lin Ziu, who fell to the ground and had his back facing him, had a ferocious gleam in his eyes. Ever since he transmigrated, he solemnly swore that he would not be a good-for-nothing like the former owner of this body. He glanced at the ground and saw the battle blade. That person was already injured, and his strength must be greatly reduced. Kill. As this thought appeared in Lin Zia's head, he quickly predicted that guy's actions and picked up the battle blade from the ground. He then swung the blade at him. There was a loud bang, and the guy's arm that was holding the long sword was instantly chopped off by Lin Ziu. You! His eyes widened in complete disbelief. I forgot to tell you that I hate people calling me useless. Also, don't step on me. Scoffed Lin Ziu. The guy who lost his right arm fell to the ground and wailed. The other dead bodies on the ground were corroded by that venom secreted out by the color-changing python, and they were about to turn into just white bones. Ha ha ha. Kill me if you dare, otherwise my Zhang family wouldn't let you go for sure. The guy's face contorted in anger as he laughed sinisterly. A warrior was physically stronger than ordinary people, and even though the pain from his severed arm was intolerable, he wouldn't lose his life because of it. Zhang family. Lin Ziu knitted his brows. There were still several warrior families in this future world, and Lin Ziu seemed to have heard about the Zhang family too. That's right, you better send me to the A20 district's medical station and attach my arm back. Then, cut both your arms off. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a graveless death. The guy bellowed in anger. It was obvious that he was already slightly irrational. At this moment, Lin Zia's face darkened as well. Who do you think you are? Lin Ziu sneered as he held his battle blade and stood by his side. You want to kill me? Do you know the consequences of killing me? I will kill your entire family. The guy saw the ferocious gleam in Lin Zia's eyes and his expression changed instantly. But he still threatened viciously. Bang! Right then, Lin Ziu directly stabbed him in the chest without any hesitation. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Sorry, I don't have a family. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 1 warrior. You've gained fuzzy 500 experience points. Congratulations, Master, on leveling up to level 6. You've gained 7 potential points. Congratulations, Master, on killing a warrior for the first time. You've gained a chance to draw a prize. The icy cold voice resounded in his head. But Lin Xiu didn't have time to rejoice over it as those bodies on the ground made him feel disgusted. He held his chest and gagged a few times at the side before this uncomfortable feeling gradually faded away. Since he had gained another 7 potential points, where should he add them to? Strength, physique, and speed. These 3 should be balanced, as there was no point in just having strength alone. Lin Xiu thought about it and decided to add these 7 points to speed and physique. Right now, his physique and speed had increased to 40 points. After he was done adding, Lin Xiu felt a sense of comfort around his body. He was finally a regular person now. Right. He looked at the ground over at the other side, and everyone in that adventure team just now was dead. Also, that color-changing python wasn't making any sound either. The color-changing python's body was top-notch and worth a lot of money. But this thing was too huge and difficult to carry. Lin Xiu thought about it, and took out his battle blade and swung it at that python's head. Bang! A dreary sound resounded and a crack appeared on the snake's head. It's really hard. After chopping many times, Lin Xiu was finally able to split the python's head apart. That glow in the middle of its head was instantly visible. Odd crystals were a kind of crystalline lens that existed in evolved beasts, and a source of energy for these gigantic beasts. Warriors could cultivate and absorb the energy inside, thereby enhancing their cultivation. They could also use it as a source of power for some machines. This should fetch a good price. Lin Xiu took this odd crystal and smiled. He found another 2 odd crystals from these people's bags. It seemed like they obtained them from hunting evolved beasts. However, those 2 pieces were quite smaller and should be from a rank 1 evolved beast. After rummaging through, he didn't find any other special items that he could take. Besides, their weapons were not suitable for him either. Lin Xiu didn't think much and continued going deeper into the forest. It was most important to level up and increase in strength right now. He probably wouldn't be so lucky again if he encountered this type of adventure team that wanted to kill him. He hadn't realized that he had run in the opposite direction just now, and if he continued moving forward, he would be going deeper into the forest. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Counterattack. As he continued to walk forward, Lin Xiu became more and more surprised. There was the wreckage of buildings all around, but many were covered up by the plants. A few years ago, this place was still a thriving and prosperous city, but it had become a forest now. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Bang! Dang! Lin Xiu stepped on a pull-top can, and it looked like it was Coca-Cola. Lin Xiu was curious. The design on this pull-top can looked exactly like the one in his era. Lin Xiu took a closer look and there was even a manufacturing date on it. It was actually produced in 2016. Seeing this product that was from the same era as him, Lin Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Strange. Why didn't he see any of his classmates yet also? Where did that fatty young Tang go? There was a sign in front that said Danger Zone. But suddenly, there was a slight tremor on the ground and the sign fell to the ground. Lin Xiu didn't notice it. Following this tremor, some gigantic birds on the huge trees also dispersed. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire forest. Lin Xiu covered his ears. That beast's roar nearly made his legs go numb. What is that? Lin Xiu looked deeper into the forest and saw a huge figure rushing over. Not good. Crackle rattle bolts of lightning kept shooting out, and those thick trunks around him immediately charred before they broke and split. Lin Xiu swallowed his saliva and quickly leaped on top of a tree, holding his breath. At this moment, he carefully looked ahead and saw a huge evolved beast in the middle. Its body was the size of a cow, but it resembled a leopard. It opened its mouth and revealed a set of sharp and long fangs. What was even more shocking was that there were several lightning bolts revolving around its body, and with a wave of its claw, the surrounding trees were all burnt by the lightning. Rank 4 Evolved Beast. Lightning leopard. Lin Xiu gasped. Although the physical attribute of the former Lin Xiu was lousy, he was extremely knowledgeable. He could remember the images of many evolved beasts. That rank 3 color-changing python nearly killed Lin Xiu, so he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat this rank 4 lightning leopard. Flee quick! Flee! But just then, he saw a woman over there. She was dressed in a battle robe and held a long sword that emitted a cold white light. Her exquisite face was as calm as water, and she didn't have any expression on her face at all. She struck with her sword, and a white beam that was like a half-moon appeared, chopping off the trees at the side instantly. Roar! The lightning leopard flew into a violent rage. As it roared, a large amount of lightning exploded from its body. There were crackling sounds like the sound of lightning and air colliding with one another. Although Lin Xiu was still quite a distance from that side, he could still feel his body trembling. Strong. Too strong. Analytic eye. Lin Xiu looked at the woman fighting against that lightning leopard and became curious. Unanalyzable. Lin Xiu was stunned. Why was she unanalyzable even when he couldn't analyze that color-changing python's combat strength? He was at least able to find out its rank. Wait a minute. Could it be that this analytic eye wouldn't analyze anyone stronger than himself? Lin Xiu tried using the analytic eye on the lightning leopard, and it showed that it was unanalyzable too. The battle in front continued, with the lightning leopard and woman in the middle. The surrounding trees were all destroyed, probably because they could sense the terrifying air over there. Many low-ranking evolved beasts were trying to escape at this moment. The woman's long sword, which was as white as snow, pierced toward that direction again. However, the purplish-blue lightning that revolved around the lightning leopard's body was like a natural shield, and formed a defense for it. Roar! It let out a loud roar once again and smacked down with its claw. But the woman managed to dodge it with a mystical pose. Swish! Her sword struck again. Deep cracks appeared on the ground because of the impact, and it looked exceptionally terrifying. This was the power of a high-ranking warrior witnessing this. Lin Xiu couldn't help but get stirred up. As long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to do it someday and even become stronger. The battle went on as Lin Xiu kept staring at the scene over there. The duel between an expert and a high-ranking evolved beast was definitely beneficial for him. Not long after, the lightning around the lightning leopard's body appeared to have weakened. That woman took this chance and struck with her long sword again. The lightning leopard was sent flying in the air and the lightning around its body dissipated at once. Done. The woman knitted her brows and held tightly onto the long sword in her hand. She then slowly walked toward the lightning leopard. That lightning leopard had suffered fatal blows from the sword, and a lot of fresh blood was flowing out of its body. It looked like it was about to die or lose consciousness. The woman's knitted brows had relaxed at this moment, and she was about to pierce her long sword toward its head, giving it another fatal blow. But just then, the lightning leopard that was lying on the ground motionlessly flipped its body and stood up all of a sudden. Several gigantic lightning bolts were released, and they turned into a huge lightning ball as they charged at the woman. How crafty. It actually pretended to be dead. Lin Xiu received a huge shock at this moment. This thing already had some IQ. Zizzy. Even Lin Xiu could hear the lightning sounds very clearly. That woman clearly didn't expect that this lightning leopard's counterattack would be so horrifying. She used her long sword and blocked her front, then released the energy in her body and immediately formed a protective shield. But that lightning ball was too scary. It even caused a stir in the air around them. Thump! There was a loud thud and that woman's body was sent flying. As the trees were destroyed, Lin Xiu could see everything clearly. Over at that side was a steep cliff and that woman was sent flying down directly. Dead. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Mysterious Girl. The lightning leopard stood in its original position and the lightning around its body started to disappear. Its large body suddenly dropped to the ground with a bang. Its last counterattack before dying. Lin Xiu's eyes constricted as his body started trembling from excitement. He was unsure whether the lightning leopard was completely dead or not. If it was not and he dealt the final blow, would it be considered in killing a big boss? Upon thinking about this, Lin Xiu clenched his jaws and held his battle blade as he climbed down the tree slowly. He held his breath and advanced carefully. He observed from a distance, for a moment, and only continued his way when he was sure that the lightning leopard had stopped moving. "Seems like I got a windfall," Lin Xiu mumbled to himself. It was yet another time of him reaping free rewards, causing Lin Xiu to be extremely happy. When he extended his battle blade, his body froze as if he felt something staring at him. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He turned his head forcefully and saw a pair of eyes in the nearby forest. The eyes were curved and were somewhat fearsome. Lin Xiu subconsciously activated the analytic eye, but was unable to analyze anything. If that was the case, the eyes must belong to evolved beasts that were rank 3 and above. Damn. Didn't the teacher say that there were only low-rank zombies and evolved beasts here? Why are the monsters getting more and more terrifying? Although he was unresigned, the thing was already approaching him at an extreme speed. If he did not leave, he would be in trouble. Run, he had to run. Roar! He went all out to run, and found himself at a precipice not long after, and immediately stopped. He turned and was finally able to see who those pair of eyes belonged to. Lightning leopard, another one. Right. Lin Xiu's memories started to surface. Lightning leopards tend to live in pairs. It meant that the one that died was its partner. Damn. Did it think that I was the one who killed the other lightning leopard? Lin Xiu immediately felt remorseful. Don't come here, or I will hack you to pieces, Lin Xiu spoke after spitting out saliva. Roar! The lightning leopard roared out loud as lightning surged out from its body. Its sharp and long fangs made Lin Xiu's entire body break out in cold sweat. Damn it, Lin Xiu cursed, looked below him, and clenched his jaws. He had to choose whether to be bitten to death or jump down. Roar! Right when the lightning leopard pounced, Lin Xiu had already jumped down the precipice. Pain, extreme pain, as if he was being hit by sports cars multiple times, was felt throughout his body. This is where Lin Xiu struggled to open his eyes. He shook his head and his vision became slightly clearer. He felt a slight chill on his body, and after looking around, he realized he was in some sort of lake. There was a small cascading waterfall nearby where the flow splashed down and produced a constant sound. This formed a small river. There were various strange and bizarre vegetations around, and the sky was slightly darker, as though the sun had set. He remembered that it was still morning when he had taken the jump. Who would have thought that he had fainted for so long? It was fortunate that he had added the points to his physique. Although he was in immense pain, the injuries were not too serious. He stood up slowly and looked above. The precipice was extremely high, and his fall might have been cushioned by smashing onto a few trees. Otherwise, he would have easily died. But how could he return up? Lin Xiu was stumped. Right at this time, Lin Xiu noticed a figure floating on the water surface beneath the waterfall. He approached and noticed that it was the woman who was struck down. Her skirt had many cuts and some parts were even charred. As female warriors were extremely strong in this world as well, people specially designed battle skirts. As the majority of these battle skirts were made using special materials, their protection was even stronger than ordinary battle robes. This time, Lin Xiu was able to see her appearance properly. The short distance revealed her breathtaking appearance. Her cheeks were fair and did not have a spot on it. It seemed as though God had paid particular attention to perfecting every feature of hers. How could such a beautiful woman exist? No, she was more of a young lady. By the looks of her, she seemed to only be 17 or 18 years old. There was blood seeping from the corners of her lips, and Lin Xiu reckoned that she had sustained several injuries from the lightning leopard's final attack. If he left her here, any mutated or evolved beast might pass by and eat her up. Just like how warriors hunted evolved beasts, they desired to eat warriors to improve their own strength. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu carried her body out from the waterfall. Her body was cold to the touch, and when the skin on her arm touched his, Lin Xiu could feel the tenderness of her skin. But why does she feel so heavy? He brought her to lean against a big tree. She remained comatose, and he did not know when she would wake up. Her right hand continued to hold on to a bone-chilling sword. Lin Xiu was neither a doctor nor did he have any medicine on him, so he could not do anything. Growl! Lin Xiu's stomach let out a growl. He had not eaten anything since morning and was famished. He did not see any fruit trees and only saw beasts. Lin Xiu spotted a few fish swimming in the water and became overjoyed. The fish were mutated beasts as well and were double the size of ordinary fish. But they were not as ferocious and were classified as gentle evolved beasts. Evolved beasts were different from zombies. The virus in their body seemed to have mutated and did not infect the meat, but instead made their protein content extremely high. So they were perfect for dishes. Without further ado, Lin Xiu grabbed a long and solid branch and broke the edge to make it sharp. He held onto the makeshift fish spear and jumped into the water. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Luoyu. Lin Xiu became cool and comfortable the moment he jumped into the water. Although the fish swam extremely fast in the water, Lin Xiu's current reaction speed was quick enough to spear through a few fish. He took the fish onshore and found a wooden stick, as well as a thick dried-up tree bark and tinder. He placed the wooden stick on the tree bark and used both hands to clasp onto the stick and spun it quickly. As a warrior, the difficult task of producing a fire was quickly accomplished. The tinder was soon ignited. Lin Xiu swiftly threw the surrounding dried branches into the fire and created a blazing flame. He picked up the stick that had the fishes and started cooking them. If only there was salt. But Lin Xiu was too famished to think further and quickly ate up a cooked fish. Lin Xiu was surprised by the taste of the fish. Although there was no seasoning added, it was far more delicious than any fish he had eaten back in his world. Right at this moment, the sleeping lady frowned and gradually opened her eyes. When she saw the half-naked boy, her eyes constricted and she immediately thrust her sword at him. Lin Xiu turned his head in the nick of time and saw the sword. Damn it. With a curse, Lin Xiu subconsciously dodged to the back. What are you doing? He heaved a sigh of relief after dodging the sword. If not for her injury, he would not have avoided her sword that easily. Damn. If I didn't save you, you would have become fish food. Lin Xiu fumed in anger. He was speaking the truth. Although the fish in the water looked gentle, they were still evolved beasts. As long as they realized that she was unconscious, they might nibble her to death. You saved me. The girl frowned and realized that although her clothes were wet, there were no traces of it being touched. While Lin Xiu's battle robe was taken off and left to the side to dry, she heaved a sigh of relief and the frown on her brows dissipated. She thought of moving, but the immense pain stopped her from doing so. Lin Xiu saw the coldness in her eyes dissipate and heaved a sigh of relief. He then wore the almost dry battle robe. Relax. I won't make you give your heart to me. The girl was startled, then retorted indifferently. Shameless. The way you say shameless sounds really nice. Lin Xiu chuckled and replied. He knew that the girl was injured and could not move much, so he became relaxed. Right. Do you want to eat? Lin Xiu sat by the fire and cooked the fish while asking her, but she remained silent and looked around, as though trying to think about something, causing Lin Xiu to be bored. Give me one. Not long after, her lips trembled as she spoke lightly. Although she did not eat such food, she was heavily injured and without sufficient energy to recover her exhaustion. It would become very dangerous. Lin Xiu smirked as he thought to himself. I just asked if you wanted one and you ignored me. But he still gave her a cooked fish. The girl held onto the stick that was stabbed into the fish and brought the fish to her mouth. She took a whiff before taking a small bite. It tasted not too bad. What's your name? Lin Xiu asked as he cooked. Luoyu. The girl remained impassive and replied indifferently. Luoyu, what a nice name. But she's too cold and seems to have a poker face. Lin Xiu. It seems that we're both of the same age. Are you an official warrior? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. The title of an official warrior was not easily achievable. The majority of the people only became official warriors after entering college. Only a small minority had the talent to become official warriors while still in high school. And for this young lady, who seemed to be able to stand against a rank 5 lightning leopard, she would most probably be a rank 4 official warrior. Upon thinking about this, Lin Xiu took in a deep breath. It was too terrifying. What do you want? Luoyu did not reply to Lin Xiu. She instead stared at him with her beautiful eyes and returned with the question. What do you mean? What do I want? Lin Xiu was startled and did not understand her. I don't like owing people. She looked at him and continued, "Tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. So we will be even. Or else I'll kill you." Her eyes emitted a ferocious glare that caused Lin Zia's heart to tremble at the last sentence. "Damn. Crazy woman. Alright. I want to be as powerful as you. Is that fine?" Lin Ziu waved his hand helplessly. Liu Yu sized him up and replied slightly hesitantly, "Your aptitude is too bad." Lin Ziu almost fell to the ground. He opened his eyes wide in shock. What did that mean? The sky had gradually darkened and the blazing fire attracted many mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were larger than the average mosquitoes, and every sting caused him to wince in pain. Expel the mosquitoes. Liu Yu's hand was free to move as she grabbed a few strange stalks of grass and threw them into the fire. A strange scent emanated from the flames and the mosquitoes disappeared. Liu Yu closed her eyes to rest. But Lin Ziu still felt energetic. While thinking to himself, he recalled receiving a reward when he killed the warrior. He entered the system interface, and there was indeed a bright icon. He moved his thoughts to it and quickly found a familiar lottery interface. The lottery interface was the same as previously, but there was a small change. The lottery wheel was now divided into 10 sections. 3 of them were categorized as secret techniques. 3 were union coins. 3 potential pills. The original 3 potential pills had changed to 2 and 1 became a weapon, while the last section was an extremely small grand prize. It seemed that the lottery wheel had different random opportunities every time. There might be some things one time and others at another draw. He did not need any union coins or secret techniques now, but only required a weapon. It better be a weapon. Lin Ziu held his breath. And with a thought, the lottery wheel started spinning. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Grand Prize Awe of the Phoenix. Weapons as the lottery wheel spun. Lin Ziu became excited. Soon, the needle began to slow down. Tisk. Union coins again. The needle seemed to be slowing down near the union coins. It made Lin Ziu very disappointed. Is this rigged, he thought. He always got union coins. However, just as Lin Ziu was feeling indignant, that needle moved a little and landed on the grand prize. Whoa, Lin Ziu received a shock. Congratulations, master, on getting the grand prize of the Phoenix. The system's cold voice rang out, but it sounded exceptionally melodious in Lin Ziu's ears. Awe of the Phoenix, what's this? Lin Ziu was stunned. Then, a card was suspended in the air right in front of him. Skill card. Lin Ziu's pupils were constricted at this moment. Only rank 6 warriors and above could create skill cards. These cards contained the cultivation tips and the entire cultivation process of various skills. In the present era, cultivation methods obviously wouldn't be like the past where they read secret manuals. Also, the levels of the skill cards were divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond. Theoretically speaking, the higher the level of the skill card was, the greater would be its power. Why is it a bronze card? Lin Ziu took the card and it had an icy touch. The card was very thin, but it was made of special metal. Lin Ziu was slightly disappointed. This skill card was for spear techniques and it was only a bronze level card. This grand prize was a little pathetic. However, just at this moment, Lin Ziu realized that there was the number 1 indicated at the back of the bronze card. His eyes narrowed. This is a skill card that could grow. Lin Ziu was shocked. This type of card was even more precious than the diamond card. It would change as the user cultivated. This meant that as long as he cultivated this skill to bronze level, the card would advance to silver level, and so on. This is a gem. Lin Ziu quickly placed the card into his pocket and kept it properly. You could choose your future weapon before becoming an official warrior and could cultivate skills compatible with your weapon. When the time came, you would be much stronger. At first, Lin Ziu was still considering what weapon to choose, but after obtaining this card, Lin Ziu decided that he would use spears. As the saying goes, it takes a month to learn how to use a staff, a year to learn how to use a saber, and a lifetime to learn how to use the spear. A spear was the king of 100 soldiers. It was the hardest to learn. If not for this skill card, Lin Ziu wouldn't have picked this weapon. Why are you giggling foolishly there? A cold voice resounded. Liu Yu had opened her eyes and was staring at Lin Ziu, as though he was an idiot. Cough, cough. Nothing. Did you hear that sound? Liu Yu looked afar as she asked softly. Sound? Lin Ziu was taken aback and his ears immediately perked up. There was only silence around them in the darkness initially. But when Lin Ziu listened carefully, he could hear some faint noises. It sounded as though someone was walking across the grass. Someone's approaching. Liu Yu nodded and said, it should be an adventure team. Some evolved beasts only appeared at night, so warriors who specialized in hunting these beasts would also come out at night. Lin Ziu encountered these so-called adventure teams before, and they were just like bandits. At this moment, his expression changed. What do we do now? Liu Yu knitted her brows and whispered. She was badly injured and had not recovered yet. If they didn't leave right now and encountered warriors with bad intentions, they would be in huge trouble. Lin Ziu nodded, just as he was about to get up and leave. He realized that Liu Yu was still lying next to the tree branch and looking at him. You still can't move. Liu Yu didn't reply and her gaze was still cold. However, after spending a day together, Lin Ziu roughly knew what she was like and directly carried her up. Did I ask you to carry me? Liu Yu didn't look too happy at this moment. It was the first time she was so close to a guy, and she felt a little strange as though she was shy. Well, you didn't. I did it on my own accord. Alright. Lin Ziu didn't care about her words and quickly ran forward. At this time, he could hear the sounds getting closer. It seemed like those people would be reaching them soon. There was someone here just now. Not long after they headed off, a group found the bonfire where Lin Ziu had been. Seeing that the fire was still burning, they could easily figure out that those people just now must have heard their footsteps and left. Seems like there are other warriors around here. If we encounter them later, just kill them straight away. The leader smiled sinisterly and announced. In this forest, killing people for treasures was not a rare sight. Phew! You're so heavy. After covering some distance, Lin Ziu couldn't help but remark. Liu Yu gritted her teeth when she heard him. If she didn't care about her identity, she would have bitten him. She might appear quite cold, but she was still a girl after all. Which girl could tolerate being called heavy? Huh. It's the sword. Liu Yu sneered. Sword? What did she mean? SSSS. As they continued ahead, they saw a pair of tiny red eyes staring at them. Under the moonlight, they could vaguely tell that it was a snake. Tisk. Why did he encounter this sort of thing again at a time like this? When it rains it pours, disasters piling up on one another. Lin Ziu instinctively activated the analytic I rank 2 red-winged snake characteristics, snake type. More active at night. Contains venom in its fangs. Overall combat strength 670. Combat strength of 670. Fortunately, it wasn't considered too high, and Lin Ziu's current combat strength was already 462. However, the troublesome part was that he didn't have any weapons right now. If he fought with this red-winged snake with bare hands and got bitten, he would be in trouble. Hold this. Just then, Liu Yu handed the long sword to him. Lin Ziu didn't hesitate and took it immediately. Then, there was a loud thud. The second he held that long sword, he realized that it was extremely heavy and dropped it on the ground. The sharp blade actually pierced deeply into the ground. I already told you it's the sword. Liu Yu's voice sounded. Lin Ziu finally understood what she meant. She was refuting the fact that he said she was heavy. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Poisoned. What material is this made of? Lin Ziu clicked his tongue. It might be made up of a special metal from another planet. Otherwise, it was impossible for it to be so sharp. Stop talking nonsense. Lay me down and deal with it, said Liu Yu coldly. Lin Ziu quickly lay Liu Yu down next to a huge tree, then pulled that long sword out of the ground, and held it tightly with both hands. It was really too heavy, judging by the way she previously brandished the sword. Just how strong were those 2 small arms of hers? On your left, Liu Yu hurriedly called out. Left. At this moment, the red-winged snake had already charged over at a fast speed. The snake kept spitting and its red eyes were staring straight at Lin Ziu, as though it saw something delicious. Swish. Lin Ziu waved the sword with force, but that red-winged snake was simply too quick and managed to dodge. Turn and pierce downwards. Liu Yu knitted her brows and said plainly. For an evolved beast of this rank, She could deal with it easily if she wasn't injured. Hearing Liu Yu's instructions, Lin Xiu was taken aback at first, but quickly reacted to it. He held the sword with both hands and did accordingly. That red-winged snake was instantly stabbed in the middle and nailed to the ground. SSSS. It let out a few noises and desperately struggled to bite Lin Xiu. Since its body was stuck to the ground by the longsword, it couldn't move at all. It's that simple. Tisk. You are really mad. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and said to that snake, "Come on. Bite me. Bite me." Ah. Just at this moment, that red-winged snake's head actually broke apart and it flew straight to Lin Xiu, biting his arm. Liu Yu couldn't help but smile when she saw the scene, but she quickly returned to her usual self. Darn it, Lin Xiu pulled its head from his arm, then tossed it on the ground and trampled on it hard, turning it into mud. Ding! Congratulations, master, on killing a rank 2 red-winged snake. You've gained 500 experience points. When Lin Xiu heard the icy cold voice in his head, he heaved a sigh of relief. You didn't warn me. Lin Xiu looked at Liu Yu and said angrily. She definitely knew that this red-winged snake's head could be separated from its body. You didn't ask. Liu Yu glanced askance at Lin Xiu and replied indifferently. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. Then he retrieved the odd crystal from the snake's head that he had trampled on. Rank 2 odd crystal, it was worth quite a bit. However, Lin Xiu froze all of a sudden. He suddenly felt a sharp pain where he was bitten. Subsequently, his entire body became scorching hot. Oh no! The analytic eye had mentioned that the snake's fangs were venomous. There's cold water over there. Liu Yu's eyes glanced at the side as she spoke. Cold water can detoxify. Lin Xiu returned to his senses when he heard her. Did she mean that cold water could get rid of the snake's venom? He didn't think much about it and quickly walked to the side, then jumped into that river directly. The river water was very clear and the bottom could be seen under the moonlight. As the cold river water soaked his whole body, Lin Xiu immediately felt the burning sensation being suppressed. Phew! He felt relieved. Such a type of venom would cause one's body to be burning hot, but with the help of cold water, it shouldn't affect him much. Oh, it's you. The leader of the group laughed and said. Not long after, a group of people walked over and saw Liu Yu sitting against the tree. Go away or be killed by me. Liu Yu frowned and shouted coldly at them. Dang Liang looked at Liu Yu leaning against the tree and the longsword that was a distance away. He could roughly guess that she was injured, and he was delighted. He saw this woman previously and she managed to kill a rank 3 evolved beast with her sword. He was quite surprised by her terrifying strength. More importantly, she was quite young. Boss, it looks like she's severely injured and can't move. One of the men whispered into Zhang Liang's ear. Zhang Liang nodded. He thought so too. Gang. Just at this moment, Liu Yu's eyes constricted as she extended her right arm and that long sword flew toward her hand. She stared at those people and said coldly, Get lost. Don't try to scare me. You can't use any force now, can you? Zhang Liang was frightened, but he still said with a smirk. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Give you guys 5 seconds. With that thought, Zhang Liang continued walking toward Liu Yu. Seeing such a stunning beauty, his heart started to flutter the moment he laid eyes on her. Liu Yu bit her lips gently. It took a lot of effort to just pick up her long sword and there was no way she could fight. What was she going to do? She was at her wits' end when Lin Xiu was already walking over sneakily. After soaking in cold water, his body had recovered quite a bit, at least the burning sensation was gone. However, when he saw those people walking over, Lin Xiu turned pale with fright. These people are too fast. There were about 5 to 6 people and they were all warriors. Hee. Don't worry. He'll treat you well. Zhang Liang walked over and saw that Liu Yu was merely pointing her sword at him. But she could neither move nor attack. This had confirmed his guess. Are you courting death? Just then, a cold voice came from behind. Liu Yu was surprised when she heard this familiar voice. This chap actually dared to come out. Doesn't he know that with his strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with these people at all? Who's that? Zhang Liang got a fright when he heard this voice and turned around. Immediately, He saw a soaking wet guy walking toward them. The others were on their guard too as they looked at Lin Xiu. Zhang Liang. Rank 2 warrior. Good with knives. Overall combat strength is around 540. Lai Hong. Rank 1 warrior. Good with swords. Lin Xiu slowly spoke as his gaze swept across these people. Zhang Liang and the others were dumbfounded when they heard Lin Xiu's words. Lin Xiu was wearing a combat strength computation apparatus. Yet he managed to accurately measure his combat strength and even knew their ranks. This made them tremble inside. He'll give you guys 5 seconds to leave. If not, all of you will remain here. Lin Xiu continued speaking without any expression. He looked at these people as though he was looking at ants. At this moment, Zhang Liang's face changed. He sized Lin Xiu up, but couldn't tell how strong he was at all. From the way Lin Xiu spoke, he must be an expert. He knew that some high-ranking warriors could hide their information and appear just like an ordinary person. With that thought, he was even more frightened. Senior, well, leave right now. Zhang Liang glanced at his lackeys and quickly retreated. They didn't want to lose their little lives here. Lin Xiu stared at them till they finally left before he heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. You acted pretty well. Yu looked at him and said plainly. But she was also somewhat curious. How did Lin Xiu know the ranks of these people? He was clearly a beginner warrior, and even a rank 1 warrior would be able to defeat him easily. Lin Xiu rested for a while and said, let's get going now. We'll be in trouble if they come to their senses and return again. Yu nodded. Lin Xiu didn't think much of it as he carried Yu up and ran toward the other side. Yu was still holding onto that long sword, so it was still quite tiring for Lin Xiu. Boss, I feel like something isn't right. As Zhang Liang and the others were leaving, one of the guys frowned and spoke up. Isn't right. Zhang Liang stopped in his tracks and thought about it carefully. Then his face turned sinister. Great chap, he dares to fool me. Huh. Chase and kill them. Lin Xiu was panting as he carried Yu and ran to the other side. That dumbass was actually so easily fooled. Thankfully, he had the analytic eye. Seemed like the analytic eye could analyze the strength of evolved beasts and warriors that were 2 ranks above him, but as for those that were 3 ranks and above, it wouldn't work. After running without stopping in the other direction for some time, Lin Xiu's body was exhausted and he actually fell asleep instantly. Not sure how long had passed, but by the time Lin Xiu woke up, he realized that the sky was starting to get brighter. He was surrounded by huge trees, and there were many vines hanging down above them. Also, Lin Xiu realized that there was a soft body lying next to him at this moment. He was taken aback at first, then came to his senses after a split second. Lin Xiu took a closer look and wasn't sure when he began hugging Liu. Liu was asleep at the moment as well, and the eyes on her tender and fair face were tightly shut. Lin Xiu could see those long eyelashes very clearly. She also had a faint fragrance on her body, and Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Oh right. He kept running yesterday and didn't expect that he actually fell asleep on the way. At this moment, Liu knitted her brows slightly and her eyelashes moved like she was about to wake up. Lin Xiu quickly let her go when he saw that, then placed her against the giant tree at the side. If she found out that he hugged her to sleep, according to this woman's character, she would probably kill him. Getting a little hungry, but there wasn't any water source nearby, and he didn't see any animal either. This made Lin Xiu sigh. He was really unlucky. Meanwhile, Liu had already opened her eyes and her pupils contracted when she saw Lin Xiu. The long sword in her hand pointed at Lin Xiu instinctively. It's me. Lin Xiu saw this the second he turned around and broke out in cold sweat instantly. The tip of the sword was already at his throat and was so close to piercing through. Swish! When she saw Lin Xiu, she appeared somewhat surprised. She then withdrew her long sword and stuck it to the ground. You've recovered. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and asked. Liu's knitted brows relaxed slightly and she shook her head. I'd probably need another 2 days. That lightning leopard's counterattack was simply too powerful. The electric current had some sort of energy that could paralyze nerves and it ran through every part of her body. If she wanted to fully recover, she would probably need 2 more days. SSSS. Not long after, they heard a sound nearby. Lin Xiu was shocked. Could it be those warriors again? Evolved Beast Liu glanced in that direction and said indifferently. The moment she spoke, the long sword that was initially stuck in the ground immediately flew in Lin Xiu's direction with a swish. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. I'll kill you the next time I see you. Time passed quickly, and during these 2 days, Lin Xiu used Liu's long sword and kept killing those evolved beasts under her instructions. This woman was terrifying. She was young, but she had an exceptional understanding of the habits of all kinds of evolved beasts and the ways in which they attacked. Lin Xiu couldn't even remember how many evolved beasts he had killed in total. 2 days later, in the early morning, Lin Xiu had reached level 9. He instinctively pulled out the attributes board in his head. Host Lin Xiu. Level 9. Experience 11,280. 1008 experience required for the next level. Strength 67. Physique 40. Speed 40. Note: an average person scores at least 38 for each segment. Skill Analytic I. Rage buildup in 1. Overall combat strength 588. Do you want these odd crystals? Lin Xiu held a small sack with many odd crystals inside. Yu shook her head. At this moment, she was almost fully recovered and was even more indifferent. Where are you going? Seeing that she was walking in another direction with her long sword, Lin Xiu asked. After spending a few days together, Lin Xiu knew that she was only cold on the surface. Lightning leopard. Yu paused before answering. You're still going to kill that thing? Lin Xiu had a headache just thinking about that lightning leopard. I won't fail, said Yu indifferently. After recovering her strength, she appeared very terrifying. Also, I'll kill you the next time I see you. Yu spoke as she walked in the other direction. What do you mean? Lin Xiu was stunned and his eyes widened. This woman was biting the hand that fed her. Yu didn't speak. She knew that because of what happened that night, Lin Xiu had left a shadow in her heart, but she had to cultivate quickly and stay focused. When are we meeting next? Lin Xiu shouted in her direction, but there wasn't any reply. However, after a minute of silence, there was a faint sound coming from the distance. Sacred region. Sacred region. Where is that place? When Lin Xiu returned to his senses, she had already disappeared. Lin Xiu shook his head and hung that small sack around him, then headed in the other direction. After these few days of fighting, there were slight changes to him. He had become more determined, and his agility had improved. It was also easier to deal with ordinary evolved beasts, but he still had to be wary. There weren't many high-ranking evolved beasts around here, but there were still some. With a slightly rusty battle blade in his hand, Lin Xiu went deeper into the forest. According to his current strength, he could climb up the vines from the cliffs and should be able to return to the place just now. Lin Xiu continued walking in that direction carefully, and soon he reached the area with a river. At this moment, Lin Xiu became more and more cautious. While killing evolved beasts these 2 days, he was also on his guard against those people from that night. After all, that adventure team had 5 to 6 people, and they were all rank 1 warriors, and their leader was even a rank 2 warrior. By noon, he realized that he was about to reach the place where he cooked a fish, and there seemed to be some noises. Lin Xiu knitted his brows. Is it an evolved beast? Or a human? He thought about it and still made his way over carefully. Just then, a cold light flashed by. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he quickly bent over and dodged. Swish! A tuft of hair was chopped off. Hey! You sent yourself here, Lai Hong sneered. He was one of the warriors from that night. Upon thinking about how he got frightened by a beginner warrior like Lin Xiu, he was enraged. Lin Xiu's eyes glanced around and he realized that Lai Hong was alone. He became relaxed in an instant. As long as he wasn't a rank 2 warrior, Lin Xiu might have a chance. The long sword in Lai Hong's hand was like a snake as it swung at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu used his battle blade to block directly. Dang! There was a loud sound as the metals collided, and the rust on the battle blade fell off quite a bit. The long sword continued brandishing toward Lin Xiu like a snake, and its sharp tip kept swaying. If one's hand got pierced, the flesh on their hand would probably fall off. It was ruthless. Bronze skill spitting white snake. Lai Hong laughed sinisterly as he looked at his long sword wrapping around Lin Zia's blade like a snake and kept stabbing Lin Zia's hand. At this moment, unless Lin Ziu threw his own weapon away, his hand would be chopped off. Lin Ziu also sensed the danger and raised his brows, then lifted his leg and kicked Lai Hong in the stomach. Minor accomplishment. Lai Hong scoffed and his left hand blocked his abdomen immediately. As a rank 1 warrior, his physical attribute was pretty good, so it was impossible for Lin Zia's kick to cause any injury to him. However, something unexpected happened. A cracking sound rang out from that left hand that blocked Lin Zia's kick. It was fractured. The sharp pain made Lai Hong's face ashen, and that long sword, which was wrapped around Lin Zia's blade, was immediately withdrawn. How could it be a beginner warrior who didn't even know any skill actually fractured his left hand with a kick? How strong was he? Lai Hong had a hint of menace in his eyes. He underestimated his opponent and got his hand fractured. He wouldn't make the same mistake again this time. After all, Lin Ziu was a beginner warrior, and even if Lai Hong's left hand was fractured, Lin Ziu wouldn't be able to kill him. Lai Hong held the long sword with his right hand, and just as Lin Ziu was about to take this chance to attack, Lai Hong slashed his long sword at him. He moved very quickly and managed to stab Lin Ziu's chest. Sila. Lin Ziu had a tear on his battle robe and fresh blood seeped out. Hitting his target with just one move, Lai Hong regained his confidence. Lin Ziu was just a beginner warrior and wasn't a match for him at all. However, Lin Ziu's reaction was quite swift, and each time his long sword was about to strike his vital part, Lin Ziu would dodge. He merely got attacked at insignificant areas, which made Lai Hong feel like Lin Ziu was intentionally letting him strike him. Go to hell. After missing his target so many times, Lai Hong was enraged. But all of a sudden, Lin Ziu, who had been dodging the attacks, directly swung his battle blade at Lai Hong. Hey, you think you can chop me to death with that rusty blade? Huh? Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Slaughter. The battle blade moved very swiftly and made a crisp sound as it sliced through the air. Dang. Lai Hong wanted to use his long sword and wrap it around the battle blade, but he didn't expect that the tremendous force would make him let go of his long sword. A dreary bang resounded, and the battle blade fell onto his shoulder directly and chopped his arm off. Who said that a rusty blade can't kill? Lin Ziu sneered under Lai Hong's gaze of disbelief. There was still quite a gap between a beginner warrior and rank 1 warrior. The most obvious difference was that a rank 1 warrior could cultivate skills. Lin Ziu kept dodging just now and was even hurt by Lai Hong from time to time because he wanted to fill up his rage meter. With his power-up strike, Lai Hong didn't have time to react at all. You will be killed by them. Lai Hong spoke with a trembling voice. In the next second, his body was split into two. Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 1 warrior. You've gained 3,100 experience. Congratulations, Master, on leveling up to level 10. You've gained 10 potential points. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 10. You've unlocked the skill Fury. Hearing the system's pleasing voice, Lin Ziu got excited. Level 10. He was finally level 10. Most importantly, he actually unlocked a skill. Lin Ziu tapped it open. Fury active skill. A great increase in strength, speed, and physique for 10 minutes after activation. Note: after the use of Fury, you will be in a state of exhaustion in 5 minutes. Great increase. Just how much is the increase? Lin Ziu wasn't sure. But at this moment, he quickly added these 10 potential points to his speed. His speed climbed from the original 40 points to 50 points. Then, before Lin Ziu could take a break, a number of Kai energies appeared. Hapapa. A strong Kai charged over and the surrounding trees were destroyed. Lin Ziu's pupils constricted and he moved in a flash. Right now, he was glad that he just added 10 points to his speed. Otherwise, he might not be able to dodge this attack. Lai Hong, a man, ran over and immediately saw the corpse that was chopped into two. The scene was gruesome. Boss, it's that chap. That man looked up and saw Lin Ziu's figure a short distance away. Zhang Liang jumped down from the tree nearby. That silver skill of his, Blade of the Wind, actually didn't hit Lin Ziu, and he couldn't help but frown. How could that brat be so fast? Also, observing from a distance, Lin Ziyu was clearly different from that night. Seeing Lai Hong's body, Yang Liang had a murderous look in his eyes. He wasn't going to let this guy live. Let's attack together and kill him. Zhang Liang's pupils constricted and he rushed toward Lin Ziyu. Fast, his speed was extremely fast. The gap in strength between a rank 1 warrior and a rank 2 warrior was too apparent. Lin Ziyu held his battle blade and wanted to use it to defend, but Zhang Liang had already used his saber and chopped Lin Ziyu's battle blade into two. Silver skill violent shadow saber. Zhang Liang did not hesitate at all and yelled, directly using his strongest skill. The chopper in his hand transformed into innumerable shadows. It was impossible to tell which was an illusion and which was real. Lin Ziyu cursed in his heart. The difference in their levels was too big and he couldn't fight him off at all. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyu directly activated the skill he recently acquired, Fury. Go to hell, Zhang Liang bellowed. At the same time, Lin Ziyu felt a surge of strength in his body. The muscles in his arms bulged and his senses became exceptionally sharp. He rolled backward and hid. There were too many shadows of saber, but as long as they didn't touch him, he would be fine. At this moment, Lin Ziyu fled to the top of a tree at the side and hid. Where did he go? Zhang Liang's eyes widened. With Lin Ziyu's speed just now, it was impossible for him to react. But how? How did Lin Ziyu suddenly have an explosive increase in speed that was comparable to the speed of a rank 2 warrior like him? The other 4 people looked around, but the trees were lush and the leaves above the trees dense. If one hid inside, they couldn't see them at all. Lin Ziyu appeared to be holding his breath, and at this moment, they had no idea where he went. Find him, be careful. Zhang Liang's face darkened. Never mind that he got fooled once by a beginner warrior. He didn't expect to actually be fooled again. Lin Ziyu was still on top of the tree, holding his breath. The effect of fury was simply a surprise to Lin Ziyu. He felt that his attributes in every aspect had almost doubled. His strength was already at the level of a rank 1 warrior, but it was still a little challenging to kill 4 rank 1 warriors and a rank 2 warrior. There was only one way to kill them. Looking over from the tree, he immediately saw that among those 4 rank 1 warriors, there was one who used a spear. Split up. Zhang Liang's eyes were sinister. He knew that Lin Ziyu must be hiding on top of the trees around here, and once there was a single movement, Zhang Liang would sense it instantly. Hearing what Zhang Liang said, they split up and carefully headed in 5 different directions. Great. The man holding the long spear was walking in Lin Ziyu's direction. Through the gaps in the leaves, Lin Ziyu used force on his body and charged down directly. Over there. Zhang Liang spun around in that direction when he heard this noise. Bang! Lin Ziyu took this chance before the rank 1 warrior had time to react, and jumped onto this man. He locked his legs around the man's neck, then forcefully pushed him to the ground. Crack! Lin Ziyu used force again, and the man's neck broke at a 90 degrees angle. That man's eyes widened and he looked as though he died with a grudge. Without hesitation, Lin Ziyu immediately took the long spear from the man. This was a silver spear and he wasn't sure what metal it was made of. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp and even emitted a cold glint. Although he had never used a spear before, the spear techniques appeared in his head instantaneously. That's right. The skill card that Lin Ziyu had used previously, of the Phoenix. Bastard go to hell. A warrior was enraged when he saw that Lin Ziyu was successful in his sneak attack. He gripped his battle blade tightly and charged at Lin Ziyu. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Who says I'm dead? In this world, the mainly used weapons were either blades or swords. Spears were uncommon. Clang! When the man with the battle blade slashed down, Lin Ziyu used the spear shaft to block. The sudden burst of strength forced his battle blade to be flung away. At this moment, his eyes glistened with light as he thrust the spear forward. Skill of the Phoenix. In that instant, all the power in Lin Ziyu's body was transferred into the shaft. He immediately felt drained, but the spear tip seemed to have unleashed a flame. Bang! A cold gleam of light followed the movement of his spear, and a charred smell wafted through the air. The flames transformed into a blazing bird that struck right at the man's body. Violent gale. Stirring clouds. The man turned pale with fright. What sort of skill was that? He did not have the time to think and unleashed his own skill. It was a blade-slashing skill that was accompanied by large gales of wind. Although it was not a very practical skill, he thought that it should be able to blow the fire away. Bang! The blazing bird was unaffected and covered his entire body. The immense pain caused him to wail. It was impossible to rely on all of the phoenix to kill him. But with the time given by the flames, Lin Xiu quickly caught up and thrust his spear. With a splat, the spear penetrated through his enemy's chest. Rank 1 warrior. Successfully killed. Kill Shang Liang and the others were shocked. The skill was too bizarre, and he got the feeling that Lin Xiu could not be left alive. Of the phoenix, Lin Xiu was fearless even when he saw them rushing at him. One man, one spear. It was as though he could hold out against 10,000 men. As expected of the skill of the phoenix, it was capable of growing into diamond grade. Lin Xiu felt boundless power spewing from his spear dip. Zang zang, the entire spear seemed to release a cry. Just as Lin Xiu waved the spear, it felt as though every move and stance had appeared in his mind and his execution became natural. Bang! The flames enveloped the spear and transformed into a gigantic flaming bird. Be careful! Shang Liang and his team were all stunned by the scene. Such a display only appeared in gold skills. They immediately retreated, afraid of being caught in the damage. But strangely, the flaming bird only expanded its wings and disappeared. Damn it, we let him run away. Shang Liang smashed his fist into the tree right beside him and fumed through his teeth. At this moment, Lin Xiu was running for his dear life. After an unknown period of time, he hid behind a broken tree at the bottom of the precipice and heaved a sigh of relief. Tired. So tired. He leaned against the tree and gasped for breath. When he used all of the phoenix for the first time, he felt as though all the energy in his body had been drawn. The second time was only fake, but he did not expect them to get fooled. For a moment, none of them dared to rush forward, and the repercussion of fury had set in. He could not even move his finger at all. He closed his eyes and started to rest. Time passed slowly. When it came to the afternoon, Lin Xiu felt his energy coming back. The silver spear had cracks on it. As Lin Xiu tried to lift it up again, it crumbled into pieces. This skill is too godlike. It can even turn a steel spear like that. Lin Xiu clicked his tongue when he witnessed the after effects of the spear. After recovering, Lin Xiu naturally thought of returning to the town at District A20. They had come here for actual combat practice and it was about time to return. It had already been 3 days. He grabbed onto the large branches of the tree and pulled onto the vines as he started climbing upwards. Lin Xiu did not dare relax. He knew that if he were to fall again, it would be troubling. Zhu Jun, 3 rank 1 odd crystals. Lai Yan, 1 rank 2 odd crystal. 4 rank 1 odd crystals. At this moment, Liu Lai was standing at the city gate and saw students returning and could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. After 3 days of actual combat training, the majority of students had returned differently. They had become stronger and determined. A person can only be tempered through actual combat. As time went on, more and more people came back. Liu Lai heaved a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be anyone dead this time. Right. Yang Tan's eyes looked toward the city gates, seemingly out of sorts. Yang Tan, did you see Lin Xiu right at this time? Liu Lai had finished counting the head count and was frowning. They were lacking a person. He was someone that did not have any fighting prowess in the past, but had recently erupted with powerful strength. Lin Xiu. I haven't seen him. The expression on Yang Tan's face changed as he shook his head and recalled everything that had happened that day. You said he ran further into the forest. Liu Lai was shocked when he heard Yang Tan's story. Extremely high-rank evolved beasts thrived further into the region, and even he himself did not dare tread too deep in. If Lin Xiu truly ran in that direction, he most probably suffered a mishap. HMPH. Trash is trash. He would have been eaten by zombies or killed by evolved beasts. Gang Yi snorted as he eavesdropped on them. He was extremely unhappy when he heard Yang Tan recalling about him running away. At that time, he was only afraid for a moment, and actually dealing with the rank 1 zombies was nothing to him. The others all revealed strange looks. While some looked as though they were enjoying a show, rejoicing in the supposed calamity of Lin Ziyu. We will wait for a bit more. Maybe he is on the way back. Liu Lai stood at the entrance and said. The sun was setting and the sky was about to turn dark. Forget it. He must be dead. He was still salty about losing to Lin Ziyu. Although the broken arm could be healed, the shame from being defeated by the trash was not something that could be washed away so quickly. But as long as Lin Ziyu was dead, this matter would be forgotten. Right. Who says I'm dead right at this moment? A voice came out from afar. A young figure appeared in the distance. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Plenty odd crystals. Lin Ziyu. Yang Tan was elated when he saw Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu walked over. While returning, he had already realized that he had escaped in the wrong direction. Thus, he encountered the high-rank evolved beasts. HMPH. Your luck must be good since you didn't die. Zhang Yi sneered when he saw Lin Ziyu. But what he felt strange was that the current Lin Ziyu seemed to have a pressuring aura around him, making him feel uneasy. Could it be that he had grown stronger again? Zhu Jun's face became uglier. He hid behind the others and did not walk forward. Lin Ziyu, are you alright? Liu Lai saw Lin Ziyu's tattered clothes and he did not even have his battle blade. He looked like he had gone through a lot. I'm fine. Lin Ziyu, did you not kill even one evolved beast? Zhang Yi's lackey, Yi Qiu, sized Lin Ziyu up and seeing that he had returned empty-handed, he decided to mock him. The others also looked at Lin Ziyu. The actual combat test actually had a hidden competition. Those who hunted the most number of evolved beasts and gained the most number of odd crystals were said to be able to earn a prize. This was the known profit for the actual combat training every year. But if no one had more odd crystals than Zhang Yi, he would be in the first place of the actual combat training. Who said I didn't? Lin Ziyu raised an eyebrow and refuted. He took the sack he was carrying on his back down, causing everyone to be surprised. Could it be that everything inside was odd crystals? Impossible. Even the class number 1 in terms of combat strength. The one said to be closest to becoming an official warrior, Yang Yi, only killed 8 rank 1 evolved beasts and obtained 8 odd crystals. Lin Ziyu sneered and opened the sack, which contained odd crystals of all sorts of colors. 16 rank 1 odd crystals. 5 rank 2 odd crystals. Everyone's face changed when they heard Lin Ziyu holding onto 5 rank 2 odd crystals. Rank 2 odd crystals could only be obtained by killing rank 2 evolved beasts. And more importantly, rank 2 evolved beasts had strength equivalent to rank 1 warriors. How could a beginner warrior kill so many of them? Right when they were in shock, Yang Tan rubbed his eyes as he exclaimed, rank 3 odd crystal. The completely dark green odd crystal made Yang Tan recall something. Could it be that the rank 3 color-changing python was killed by Lin Ziyu? That's too much. It was a rank 3 evolved beast. Impossible. That's impossible. Zhang Yi roared in shock. Lin Ziyu's odd crystals were far more than what he had obtained, especially for the rank 3 odd crystal. This had stabbed into his ego. Teacher Liuo, Lin Ziyu must have cheated. That's impossible. Yi Qiu roared as well. Everyone cast suspicious glances at him as well. Cheated? Why don't you cheat for me to see? Lin Ziyu squinted his eyes and glanced at everyone. Everyone immediately became silent when they heard him. The value of a rank 3 odd crystal was something none of them could afford. And no one would be stupid to buy an odd crystal in the actual combat training and competition to cheat. Alright. Everyone's results this time exceeded my expectations. Let us all return to the pub, said Liu Lai. District A20's pub was not an actual pub but a location to freely deal and accept missions. The pub was extremely huge with many computers around. Through the computers, people could access the Warrior Union website where they could buy information and purchase weapons, crystals, etc. But all of these could only be accessed after passing the test. It was a service only for official warriors. Students, all of your odd crystals can be sold to the pub boss. Or you can also wait until you've become official warriors and absorb the energy within using cultivation techniques to increase your strength. Liu Lai stood in the center and introduced the system to the students. But most of the students chose to sell them. One rank 1 odd crystal was roughly 1,000 union coins. It was very valuable. By selling a few crystals and obtaining a few thousand union coins was sufficient for them to live for a month. You actually have a rank 3 odd crystal. The pub boss was surprised when he saw Lin Zia's rank 3 odd crystal. He knew that Xin Yao Academy students would come annually to train, but he had never encountered a student that was capable of obtaining a rank 3 odd crystal. It was out of his expectations. How much for this? Lin Ziu asked. An odd crystal from a rank 3 color-changing python. And this is rarely seen. How about 500,000? The boss thought for a bit before asking. 500,000. All the students had their mouths wide open when they heard the astronomical amount. 500,000. That was an astronomical amount. Sure. After selling all the odd crystals, Lin Ziu obtained 600,000 more union coins. Although it seemed a lot, Lin Ziu knew that it was far from enough. In the future, when purchasing skills, equipment, and whatnot, he would exhaust far more union coins than that. This few 100,000 was a drop in the ocean for warriors. Aren't they? Students from class 29 right at this time. Another group of people entered the pub. They were dressed in battle robes that had the same logo of Xin Yao Academy. They were obviously from the same school and out for actual combat training. Class 1 Yang Tan saw and raised his eyebrow. Class 1, hailed as the cream of the crop, had peak standards of beginner warriors. It was said that there were a few gifted ones that were already at the standard of official warriors. Just a bunch of trash. Why bother about them? As the class monitor, Zhang Yi naturally felt unhappy when he heard their words and clenched his fists. What, Zhang Yi? Just based on your strength, you wish to beat me? A boy saw his actions and sneered immediately. He was called Sun Chen and was already in the ranks of official warriors. He was ranked 108 in Xin Yao Academy's combat strength ranking. This ranking was already extremely powerful amongst the tens of thousands of students in Xin Yao Academy. Zhang Yi's expression turned ugly. He was ranked in the thousands and could not fight him at all, so he did not dare say anything. Scram! Don't be a hindrance right at this time. Another disdainful voice rang out from the other side. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. I am Lin Ziu. What are you doing? Young Tan asked indignantly. He was still looking at the missions on the display screen and wanted to see if he could complete some missions to earn rewards when he realized he was being pushed away. What, you want to fight? Seeing how angry Yang Tian was, the boy who pushed him away sneered and replied coldly. You. Yang Tan clenched his fists as his heart was filled with rage. But he was not strong enough. The person in front of him was a quasi-warrior and he was no match for him based on his strength. You guys from class 29 are the bottom of the list. You'll be the same no matter how hard you train. Oh, right. I heard that the trash Lin Ziu is in your class. As expected of a trash class, Lai Yuan sneered and remarked. Excuse me? Right at this moment, a voice sounded beside him. Lai Yuan turned and saw Lin Ziu, who had appeared out of nowhere. After 3 days of training, Lin Ziu's temperament was different. If no one recognized who he was, they would never connect him to the trash from Xin Yao Academy. Excuse your mother. Lai Yuan coldly glanced at him and replied. Lin Ziu's gaze changed as he extended his hand and launched an attack at him. Beginner warrior seeking death. Lai Yuan laughed and casually clenched his right fist in retaliation. His fist immediately collided with Lin Ziu's fist head-on. A loud bang was produced from the impact. Logically, he believed that his fist was enough to smash Lin Ziu's fist into smithereens. Reality struck as he discovered in surprise that not only was Lin Ziu's fist fine, but also his fist was the one in pain. Lai Yuan did not hesitate and released his right leg with the intention to kick Lin Ziu in the chest. But Lin Ziu seemed to have anticipated it. His figure immediately flickered as he avoided the kick. He performed a reverse kick to the leg and pushed Lai Yuan a distance away. How was that possible? Lai Yuan was overwhelmed with surprise as his face revealed shock. Lin Ziu squinted his eyes. He was able to discern from the analytic eye that although Lai Yuan's strength was higher than his, he was faster than Lai Yuan. Seems like you have some capability. Lai Yuan became serious as he activated all of his strength. He immediately charged at Lin Ziu. Explosive punch. Bronze skill explosive punch. As the name suggested, Training in the skill would result in being able to produce explosions from every punch. Victims of explosive punch would have their bones broken and suffer internal injuries that often led to death. Lin Xiu frowned. He knew that learning skills were difficult and only official warriors had the ability to grasp them. But Lai Yuan had unleashed explosive punch and had done so with proficiency. Bang! 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 Successive vacuum explosions were produced and Lin Xiu had no choice but to dodge them. How strong did he become? Zhang Yi's expression grew ugly as he witnessed the battle. In all fairness, even he might not have successfully dodged Lai Yuan's fast and powerful explosive punches. But Lin Xiu was able to anticipate Lai Yuan's attacks and avoid every strike. Damn it, Fury has a 3-day cooldown time. Otherwise I would be able to defeat him now. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and avoided a few more strikes. Lai Yuan smiled happily. A student of class 29 actually wanted to compete with him. But at the next moment, Lin Xiu had grasped the opportunity and stopped Lai Yuan's right arm as he punched out before twisting his arm forcefully. A loud cracking sound was heard as Lai Yuan's arm was twisted at a 90 degrees angle. The momentum from his own strength was not for nothing. Lai Yuan opened his eyes wide as he let out a wail. You dared to beat Class 1 people. Beat him. Upon seeing the result of the battle, Class 1 erupted in anger and roared. What are all of you doing? Yang Tan and the other student walked over. Although they did not dare to speak up previously, they were all youths. After being bullied, they no longer cared. While the students of both classes faced off against each other, Yu Lai and the teacher in charge of Class 1, Jiang Zhao, walked in. What are all of you doing? Jiang Zhao frowned and questioned sternly. Teacher Jiang. Someone from Class 29 broke Lai Yuan's arm. A boy reported the deed to the teacher. He then glared at Lin Xiu. He was the one to instigate this. He called our class trash and even pushed me. Yang Tan refuted. Liu Lai frowned and waved his hand. He turned to Yang Tan and said, "Tell me what transpired in detail." Yang Tan nodded his head and did not exaggerate anything. He recounted everything factually to the teachers. Liu Lai was already angry when he heard that Lai Yuan had mocked his class as trash. He even felt appeased upon hearing how Lin Xiu had broken the boy's arm, but he could not show it on his face. How can you beat up your schoolmate? Liu Lai stood in front of Lin Xiu and feigned anger. That's right. What kind of people do you have in your class? Someone from Class 1 spoke up angrily. Lin Xiu quickly apologized to him. Liu Lai added. He asked him to apologize. But he deliberately stressed on Lin Xiu's name. Didn't you say that Lin Xiu is trash at the bottom to be beaten up by trash? Who is the real trash? Student Lai. Apologies. I should not have hit so heavily just now. Lin Xiu apologized to Lai Yuan, who was still wailing in pain. All of their faces turned ugly when they heard Lin Xiu's words. What, not hit so heavily? That's clearly mocking them. What is your name? Jiang Xiu frowned and asked Lin Xiu. You don't know? Then let me introduce myself. Lin Xiu frowned and said, I am the one he called trash. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. When they heard his name, they could not help but be surprised. The one that received the most attention in Xin Yao Academy as the best student, but simultaneously the worst one. Everyone in the academy knew about the number 1 from the bottom. Lin Xiu. At this moment, many of the students from Class 1 felt heat on their faces. Especially Lai Yuan. He even forgot the pain in his arm as the humiliation and shame were too great. What was he then, if he was beaten by the trash? Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Combat Strength Test. You're really Lin Xiu? Sun Chen looked at Lin Xiu viciously. He had heard of the name of this lowest-ranking student in the academy, but he had never expected to actually meet Lin Xiu under these circumstances. Moreover, he even broke Lai Yuan's arm. Even though Lai Yuan had underestimated his enemy and there was the element of luck, Sun Chen had to admit that Lin Xiu's strength was definitely not at the bottom. That's right. Lin Xiu nodded, then said to Lai Yuan, Sorry, I went a little too hard. I'll pay for your medical treatment. You. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Lai Yuan was so furious that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Courting death. When a guy heard Lin Xiu's arrogant tone, he couldn't tolerate it and was about to take action. Stopped. Yang Zhao knitted his brows and yelled. That guy stopped what he was doing when he heard Yang Zhao. Don't embarrass our Xing Yao Academy here. Both parties are at fault and Lin Zhu had already apologized. Jiang Zhao didn't want matters to reach a deadlock and Lin Zhu was a loser anyway, so Jiang Zhao would be tarnishing his own class reputation by fighting with him. Lin Zhu, do you dare to come for the final battle test with support from everyone? Lai Yuan stared at Lin Zhu and asked. At the end of every term, there would be a battle of strength before a new round of ranking was conducted. The top 100 students would receive the Academy's cultivation resources. Why not? Lin Zhu raised his brows and replied. Sure, I'll be waiting, Lai Yuan said with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Not long after, the students from Class 1 dispersed. The remaining people looked at Lin Zhu in surprise. Never mind that he defeated Zhu Jun previously. They didn't expect that even Lai Yuan from Class 1 was also in Lin Zhu's control. Lin Zhu. Amazing. Oh. You broke this fella's hand. Yang Tian patted Lin Zhu's shoulder and said. At this moment, Luo Lai was also looking at Lin Zhu with eyes of admiration. Luo Lai didn't expect that Lin Zhu would actually improve so much within such a short period of time. Oh right. Everyone, please measure your combat strength. I would like to see if there is an increase after the combat training. Luo Lai said to everyone. The combat strength test apparatus was the Federation's latest development. It could reveal the strength of a person's muscles, the power of a person's explosive force as well as various attributes, and give a combat strength score. Although it was reasonable to say that the higher the combat strength score was, the stronger one's physique would be. But in actual combat, combat strength was not everything. People with a lower combat strength could also defeat someone with a slightly higher combat strength. The pub was well equipped, and this combat strength test apparatus was also found here. Luo Lai watched as everyone went on the apparatus and recorded the results in a booklet. Yiqiu. Beginner Warrior. Overall combat strength 450. Neimu. Beginner Warrior. Overall combat strength 389. Yang Ten. Beginner Warrior. Overall combat strength 469. Sai. My combat strength only increased by over 20 points. Yang Tian said, slightly upset. As long as there is an improvement. Luo Lai nodded towards him as he recorded it down. After the actual combat training, everyone's body coordination had improved and some even became stronger. Their combat strength had also increased by over 20 points, which Luo Lai was quite satisfied with. Yang Yi, go on up. Luo Lai said to Zhang Yu when he saw that almost everybody was done. As the class monitor of Class 29, Zhang Yu was quite gifted in the aspect of cultivation despite his character. Luo Lai was still quite eager to see whether Zhang Yi's current strength had improved. Zhang Yi nodded, then slowly walked to that combat strength test apparatus as everybody watched. As the apparatus was activated, Zhang Yi's data was being calculated. Everyone from Class 29 crowded around and the students looked like they were holding their breaths. Very soon, a line of words appeared on the display. Quasi-Warrior. Overall combat strength 675. Quasi-Warrior. Zhang Yi has already become a Quasi-Warrior. The students gasped in surprise. Usually, people with a combat strength of 300,600 were beginner warriors. 600 were quasi-warriors and 800 were rank 1 warriors. It seemed like Zhang Yi was close to becoming an official warrior. Those who became an official warrior before college, which was around the age of 18 years old, were considered good seedlings. Luo Lai nodded and appeared quite pleased. Zhang Yi's progress was obvious to all, which made him very happy. Zhang Yi, since you're now a quasi-warrior, you can try learning cultivation technique tomorrow in school, Luo Lai said to Zhang Yi. Sure. Zhang Yi was delighted and quickly nodded. Official warriors were so strong because of this cultivation technique. There were many beneficial energies in the universe and mankind called them sources. By absorbing the source energy in the air, which strengthens their cells' energy, the muscles in their body and even bones were constantly strengthened. Next up, Lin Zhu. After Luo Lai recorded Zhang Yi's combat strength, he looked at the next name and paused before calling out. At this moment, When everyone heard Lin Zia's name, the students all turned and looked at him. This loser who was once at the bottom had an explosive energy in just a short period of time which shocked everyone. HNG. Even when a loser has a little bit of strength, he is still a loser. Yi Qiu stood next to Zhang Yi and scoffed. Hearing what Yi Qiu said, Zhang Yi's face lit up slightly. He thought so too. And even if Lin Ziu had become slightly stronger, he was still at most a beginner warrior and wasn't a threat to him at all. HNG. Why don't you break Class 1 Lai Yuan's arm as well if you're so great? Yang Tan couldn't help but speak up when he heard Yi Qiu's ridicule. Yi Qiu's expression changed and he pointed at Yang Tan with a trembling finger. He's just lucky. Yi Qiu retorted. You'll find out the combat strength of this loser very soon. Just watch. Lin Ziu didn't care about the discussions around him and took a deep breath, then stood on top of the apparatus. The apparatus was running, and a few lasers shone on Lin Zia's body. Very soon, the machine began to analyze his results. Everyone's eyes were on the display of the apparatus. How would the former number 1 loser of the academy perform this time? Soon, the machine's smart analysis was completed and a line of words appeared on the display. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 10 years with swords. 100 years with spears. Ding. As the sound rang out, a line of words appeared on the display. Quasi-warrior. Overall combat strength 676. Damn, Yang Tan initially guessed that Lin Zia's combat strength wouldn't be too low, but he didn't expect that it would be so high. Also, Lin Zia's combat strength just happened to be 1 point higher than Zhang Yi. Impossible. Impossible. Zhang Yi mumbled to himself. The others were dumbfounded. This was unbelievable. How could he improve so quickly in just a few short days? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all this while? The students looked at Lin Ziu differently now, and the look of disdain faded away from their faces. Lin Ziu stood in the center at this moment with his fists clenched tightly. He was merely the top in class right now, and that wasn't enough. He wanted to be the top warrior. Liu Lai was shocked too. Lin Ziu had simply brought him too many surprises. Great, we finally have 2 quasi-warriors in our class now. The next morning, everybody took the maglev train back. Due to the exhaustion from the past 3 days, everyone was much more active when they returned. Lin Ziu, Yang Yi, come over. After a half-day journey, everyone arrived at Xingyao Academy. After the other students left, Liu Lai asked Lin Ziu and Zhang Yi to stay behind. Since both of you have reached the quasi-warrior level, you may try choosing the direction of your future development. Liu Lai brought Zhang Yi and Lin Ziu to the martial arts hall and said to them. Direction. Zhang Yi was stunned like he was overwhelmed. You guys should know. Right, the skins of evolved beasts that are rank 3 and above had changed. Right now, even lasers are unable to penetrate their skin. Not to mention the bullet technology in the past. But with mankind's efforts, we have finally gathered some special metals from other planets, and the weapons created with these special metals could break through their armor and cause damage to them. You're saying that we can choose our weapons? Lin Ziu interrupted Liu Lai and asked. The former Lin Ziu's combat strength was very weak, but he was the top student for his knowledge of mankind's history and other topics. That's right. Liu Lai nodded. Pick the right weapon, then fit it with its corresponding skill, and this would display the strength of a true warrior. Swords, great at piercing, could hurt people in every direction, able to use for attack and defend. Knives, great at chopping, could cause large-scale damage when used with a skill. It's the weapon with the strongest killing power. Teacher Liu, what is the weapon you use? Zhang Yi thought about it and asked. Staff. I use a staff. Liu Lai reached out and brought his staff over without hesitation. Even though staves only cause blunt injuries and weren't as bloody as compared to sabers and swords, it could still cause a great deal of damage when used with a skill. Liu Lai held his staff, then stood in the middle of the martial arts hall. He yelled, Silver skill sweep of heaven and earth. The second he waved his staff, a huge shadow appeared in a flash. Bang! The staff hit the ground and the entire ground began shaking as if there was an earthquake. Amazing! Lin Ziu clicked his tongue when he saw this scene. He had heard that Liu Lai was a rank 3 warrior, But he didn't expect that the same silver skill would be so much stronger when performed by a rank 3 warrior compared to that rank 2 warrior in the A20 district forest he met previously. If that staff hit a person, he or she would probably be smashed into a pulp. This is just a silver skill. There is still gold skill and diamond skill. Those are more powerful but are also harder to cultivate. Luo Lai placed his staff back to its original place and said, "I've decided that I want to use a saber." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "During the A20 district real combat training, he found the battle blade that the academy distributed to everyone was quite easy to use. And I also think that the saber is quite suited for you." Luo Lai nodded, then walked to the computer and began to record the information with a card. Very soon, he handed Zhang Yi the card with Xing Yao Academy's logo printed on it. "Your information is inside the card already. Take this card and go to the second floor of the library. You can get the secret saber techniques card and the cultivation technique." "Thank you." Teacher Zhang Yi was brimming with joy when he received the card. After thanking the teacher, he began walking towards the library. "Lin Xiu, even though I don't know how your strength has skyrocketed, everyone has their own secrets and I wouldn't probe. But what weapon have you decided to use?" Luo Lai spoke to Lin Xiu with a complex gaze. In terms of knowledge, Lin Xiu is definitely considered a genius. But in terms of cultivation, he had very poor aptitude. Luo Lai didn't think that he could actually reach the level of a quasi-warrior in such a short period of time, and this was simply shocking. "Spear," Lin Xiu replied directly without hesitation. Spear. Luo Lai was taken aback. He thought that with Lin Xiu's character, he would choose swords or sabers, but never expected that he would choose spears. A spear was considered the king of 100 soldiers, and its killing power was extraordinarily strong. But as the saying goes, it takes a year to be good with sabers, 10 years with swords and 100 years with spears. Spears could be said to be one of the most challenging weapons to train. Once trained well, it would be formidable. Just like Xiao Zilong from the famous scene in the Romance of Three Kingdoms. He was using a spear. "Could you tell me why you chose this weapon?" Luo Lai asked out of curiosity. He felt that he couldn't understand the current Lin Xiu. If not for the fact that Lin Xiu looked exactly the same, Luo Lai would have thought that he was a different person. "Teacher Luo, do you know who is the top warrior in the world?" Lin Xiu didn't answer his question and looked at him with a squint as he spoke. Before Luo Lai could answer, Lin Xiu continued, "Dong Fanghua. He uses a sword and his famous skill drowning sword method was said to be able to slash an entire town. The second in the world is an American, Shuo Ersi, and he uses a giant sword." "Teacher Luo, don't you think that the list of top 10 warriors in the world is lacking a warrior who uses a spear?" Luo Lai's mouth opened wide, and when he looked at Lin Xiu, he saw something called ambition. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Silver Immortal Soul. Luo Lai was in a state of shock as he watched Lin Xiu's back view as he left with his card. He had a premonition that Lin Xiu might truly become the #1 spear warrior in the world ranking. Xin Yao Academy's library was not the ordinary library of the past. The majority of libraries no longer used the old paper books of the past. The majority had turned to electronic books, and most of the libraries all had supercomputers that were capable of downloading information through the web. Aside from keeping historical items on the other floors, most were used to contain ancient weapons. The second floor was where skills cards were kept. Aside from basic weapon and cultivation techniques, the other skills required union coins or were rewarded by the academy. Lin Xiu noticed many students walking in and out upon arriving at the library. The gigantic library not only looked like it came out of a science fiction movie, but it was also filled with many installations. It was truly something that he could only see in the movies in his previous world. Upon arriving on the second floor, Lin Xiu saw many glass displays with various bronze skill cards and felt dazzled by them. Many students relied on part-time work to earn union coins and purchase skill cards. In theory, only quasi-warriors had the ability to fully unleash the power of bronze skill cards, while official warriors and above could train in silver cards. There were extremely few gold and above skills. Even if it was on the market, it would be extremely expensive. Without overthinking it, Lin Ziyu walked to the installation in the center and swiped the card provided by Liu Lai. 2 cards slowly floated from the bottom of the screen. Both cards had various engravings on them with bold golden words in the center. Fundamental spear arts. Cultivation technique. Lin Ziyu, I won't lose to you. Right at this time, Zhang Yi appeared from the side and spoke earnestly to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu had become much stronger in a short period of time. The pressure on Zhang Yi was immense, but correspondingly, it had incited an unprecedented fighting spirit. Let's wait and see, Lin Ziyu replied indifferently. With both spear and cultivation technique at hand, he was only lacking in a weapon, but he had yet to become an official warrior and could not enter the warrior union web to purchase weapons, so he could only head to the academy's spirit weapon establishment. There was a specialized weapon craftsman that forged weapons. Kid, what weapon do you want? Just as Lin Ziyu walked in, a bearded middle-aged man spoke to him. A spear. Lin Ziyu nodded his head and replied. Spear. The middle-aged man was startled before chuckling. I've just made a spear here. Take a look. Lin Ziyu followed him over and saw a silver spear. It was glistening with a cold aura and looked extremely sharp. How is it? Want to have a go with it? This was made from Xingyu ores from Moonstar. No need to talk about its sharpness. It is capable to even break through the skin of rank 3 evolved beasts. The middle-aged man took a sword out and slashed onto a gigantic beast armor. Sparks were produced from the attack and left behind a deep scar. Lin Ziyu took a similar style sword and tried it out for a bit. He then used his finger to touch the spear tip lightly, which instantly led to blood. It was sharp. Extremely sharp. See? It's good. Special price for it now. 50,000 for one. The middle-aged man laughed and said. But, it's a bit too light. Lin Ziyu felt something was wrong with it, and after pondering about it, he felt that it was the weight. The unique point about Xingyu ores is its lightweight. But it is sharp enough, the middle-aged man added. But seeing Lin Ziyu's dissatisfied look, he had to shake his head. There is a heavy one, but I'm afraid you can't pick it up. Let's try it. Lin Ziyu's eyes lit up upon hearing that. Give me a moment. The middle-aged man nodded his head and walked into the back room. Lin Ziyu took a look around and the middle-aged man returned soon with a large wooden box. The wooden box was covered in dust, as though not having touched for a long time. The middle-aged man blew on it with a woo, and the dust scattered away. Cough. Cough. Lin Ziyu covered his mouth. Haha, we haven't sold these heavy spears in a long time. Not because there aren't people who use spears, but very few can utilize such heavy spears. The middle-aged man laughed as he opened the box. A silver spear was inside, causing Lin Ziyu's eyes to sparkle. This silver spear was different from the one before. It was not as bright, but had a reserved beauty. This spear was relatively larger than the others, and even though it had a weak glow to it, he was able to see the cold glint of the spear tip. Can I give it a go? Lin Ziyu asked happily. Yes. You may. The middle-aged man nodded his head in approval. As soon as he took the spear, Lin Ziyu almost dropped it. Do you know how heavy this spear is? The middle-aged man leaned against the table and asked rather excitedly. How heavy is it? After exerting his utmost strength to carry it, Lin Ziyu finally held it tight. 65 kg. Damn it. Lin Ziyu cursed. It was as heavy as a grown man. Ordinary people would not even be able to brandish it. It is called Silver Immortal Soul. It's made from Xingyu ore, but it uses the mother stone of the Xingyu ore, which is much heavier. Not only is it heavier, but its sharpness and durability are twice better than weapons made out of ordinary Xingyu ores. The middle-aged man wanted to laugh at Lin Ziyu, but his mouth quickly gaped open, because right at this moment, it looked as though Lin Ziyu was actually dancing and getting used to the spear. Lin Ziyu adored it more and more. Although it was heavier, he would get used to it through practice. Taking it. This spear cost Lin Ziyu 35,000 union coins. Lin Ziyu had changed his dorm to a standalone dorm. After all, it was no longer suitable on the other side since Ma Kang and the others did not dare stay with him. When he returned to his dorm, Lin Ziyu lay in bed comfortably. Carrying the spear back took a toll on him. It was definitely different with money. He was able to switch to a dorm just for himself. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Gift Pack. Lin Zia's dorm was on the top floor, which also had a large training ground that students could use after class or during holidays. He took his spear and headed to the training ground. As it was class time, there was no one there. Lin Ziu did not waste any time as the end of term was round the corner. He had to improve himself as fast as possible. He held onto the fundamental spear arts card and placed it on his forehead. The card immediately lit up and information flowed into his brain. Even more spear movements and techniques surged in as though he was an experienced spear user for a long time. Lin Ziu knew that although the card could bring in plenty of information into his own brain, it was only an external help and such state would dissipate slowly. He had to grasp this time to familiarize himself with the fundamentals of the spear. The spear was heavy as Lin Ziu tightened his grip on it and suddenly drew an arc upwards. Bang! The spear left his hands and dropped onto the ground. Lin Ziu chuckled bitterly. It seemed that he was overly ambitious. The spear was truly too heavy and even waving it was difficult. After resting for a moment, Lin Ziu clenched his teeth and raised the silver spear once again. He exerted his utmost strength and brandished it forward. He could not waste any time. He gave himself 3 days to familiarize with the fundamental spear arts before training it and grasping his own spear dao. Although the spear was heavy, Lin Ziu still swung it out as his body got drenched with perspiration. The first few swings were the most difficult, and he could only swing it twice in the end before taking a break. An unknown period of time had passed. Lin Ziu laid on the ground gasping for breath. Tired. He was too tired. After a few hours of practice, he felt as though all his energy had been drained. Lin Ziu placed the cultivation technique card on his forehead while resting. All sorts of energy existed on the planet at any moment of them, but ordinary people were unable to sense them. But for warriors, they were able to absorb the energy and use them to temper the body. All of these energies were termed as source. Ordinary cultivation techniques required official warriors to gain enlightenment, and very few quasi-warriors were able to do so. Of course, that was excluding geniuses. The card lit up and plenty of words emerged in Lin Zia's mind. All sorts of cultivation content formed in his brain. He took a deep breath and started meditating according to the cultivation contents. An hour passed and Lin Ziu recovered greatly. He slowly crawled back up. Why does it feel like nothing happened? According to the cultivation technique, after successfully absorbing the source energy, the body should have a warm and comfortable feeling. No. Continue training? Lin Ziu clenched his jaws and trained like a devil. He tormented himself for the entire afternoon and night quickly arrived. But the feeling never came. I think that the cultivation techniques used by official warriors have a higher probability of being successful. Lin Ziu muttered to himself. Right at this time, Lin Ziu subconsciously looked at his own stats board. Host Lin Ziu. Level 10. Experience 8,565 to 8,508 experience required for the next level. Strength 69. Physique 42. Speed 32. Note: ordinary person's value is 38 and above. Skill analytic I. Fury. Rage build-up Vimunvnyo. Overall combat strength 689. What's going on? Why did my strength and physique increase when I didn't add any potential points? It was clearly 67 in strength and 40 in physique previously. The experience seemed to have grown as well. Wait a minute. Could it be that while training and strengthening my body, the experience, strength, etc., will increase correspondingly? It seems to be that way. Lin Ziu was joyous upon having this revelation. It seemed that he could grow faster than anybody else. It quickly reached wee hours, and just as Lin Ziu was prepared to return to his dorm, he heard an announcement in the system. Ding! August month lottery update. For master to take note and receive. Lin Ziu was startled and became ecstatic. So it had such a thing. Aside from the system providing rewards periodically, there would be a lottery opportunity every month. Once midnight passed, it was just nice 1st August. Without hesitation, Lin Ziu immediately moved into the lottery page. It was the same as last time with 10 sections. But the things inside had changed. The first to capture his attention were 3 sections that revealed skill cards, differentiated by 2 with bronze skill cards and 1 silver skill card. The other 3 were weapons. According to the icons, the weapons were random as well. There was an extremely small section that wrote the grand prize, while the other 3 were gift packs icons. What's this? It was Lin Zi's first time seeing the gift pack icon and became interested. He could still train in awe of the phoenix, so he was not in a need for skill cards. He also had his own weapon, so the best would be the grand prize. But he had struck the grand prize once and Lin Zi felt that he was not so lucky. He did not bother considering it. He took a deep breath and spun the lottery wheel. The lottery wheel turned and quickly became slower. Please don't let it be a weapon. Please no weapons. Lin Zi clenched his fists and muttered. There were too many weapons and even if he got one, he might not be able to utilize it. Lin Zi wanted a gift pack as he was curious as to what it entailed. Stop, quickly stop. He watched the needle move towards the weapon section and became anxious. It was too fraudulent. He had squandered a lot of money for the silver immortal soul, so he did not want any other weapons. Very quickly, the needle swayed around the weapons section before stopping. Damn, Lin Zi cursed at the thought that the needle had stopped at what he did not want. Lin Zi was dispirited, but after checking it carefully, the needle had yet to stop. It moved and arrived at the gift pack section. Congratulations, master. You have earned a rapid growth gift pack. As Lin Zi thought to receive the prize, a gigantic red gift pack appeared before him that scared him to the point of jumping. Rapid growth gift pack, what is this? He curiously opened the gift pack and discovered a pair of bracers, leg guards, sleeveless garments, etc. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Yishu Anger. Does Master wish to activate rapid growth now? Just as Lin Zi was looking at the defensive equipment curiously, another notification popped up. Lin Zi was still suspicious, but he decided to go ahead with it. Master, please equip the training gear. Training gear, these things under his curious impulse. Lin Zi donned on the bracers, sleeveless garment, and leg guards. Equipped. Rapid growth system activated. Progress in 1 Note 25 potential points to be gained upon completion. 25 potential points. Lin Zi was startled, but became ecstatic. That was 25 potential points, almost equivalent to him gaining 12 levels. But Lin Zi was curious. How could he increase the progress? While thinking about it, bang! His entire body fell to the ground. Damn it! Lin Zi exploded with curse words because he discovered that the original light equipment had suddenly become extremely heavy. The bracers are almost 20 kg. The sleeveless garment is about 40 kg, while the leg guards are around 20 kg each. This is killing me. After his training, Lin Zi was almost out of energy. This made him so angry that he wanted to take out the equipment. Warning: prohibited from unequipping before completion. Right at this time, a cold notification appeared in the system. Following the notification, a burst of electricity shot out from the equipment and jolted him. Damn the system. It wants to kill me. He knew that it would not be that easy to gain 25 potential points just like that. Right. There were other things inside the gift pack. Lin Zi struggled to search the gift pack and took out a card as well as an eccentric herbal medicine. Rapid Growth Enlightenment card. Lin Zi looked at the introduction at the back. Utilizing it will increase enlightenment ability. Effective duration 1 day. What did that mean? The other medicine was used to treat wounds. Lin Zi was stunned but placed both things into his bag, as he had exhausted himself with training prior. Taking a step now was extremely difficult for him. Without a choice, Lin Zi crawled and rolled before being able to drag him and the spear back to the dorm. What Lin Zi was unaware of was that after that night, an inconceivable rumor had spread throughout the dorm. A crawling zombie had appeared at midnight inside Xinyao Academy's North Campus training ground. The majority of students were sprinting at high speed while others stood in the center to train themselves or spar. The entire field was extremely rowdy. Round 19. Lin Zi felt giddy but persevered. There was a total weight of approximately 140 kg on him. Under such a weight, the burden on his physical body was too huge and Lin Zi clenched his teeth to run. For every round, he saw the progress increase by roughly 10 points with the occasional 20 points. It was uncertain. The current progress was 32,110,000. He was still far from success. Big brother Lin Xiu right at this time. A voice came out from behind as Lin Xiu felt a smack on his shoulder. Bang! Lin Xiu immediately fell to the ground. What are you doing? Lin Xiu turned and glared behind him, under the heavy stress. The sudden smack on the shoulder had forced him down to the ground. He turned and saw a beautiful girl who had red eyes seemingly from being shouted at. It looked as though she was about to cry. Xuanzhi, it's you. Lin Xiu was startled when he saw her. Sorry. Big brother Lin Xiu's mood isn't that good. Lin Xiu immediately crawled up and consoled her. Yi Xuanzhi, the daughter of a weapons craftsman that stayed beside Lin Xiu. Due to their proximity, they were familiar with one another. The young girl in his memory had grown into a slender and elegant woman. Yi Xuanzhi glared at him before breaking out into a smile. Why are you here? Lin Xiu asked. He recalled that she was a sophomore. It's almost midterms and our teacher wants to bring us to a few academies to see which one we like. Yi Xuanzhi replied. Aren't you in second year now? Lin Xiu asked. Hey, I skipped grades. Yi Xuanzhi raised her head and replied proudly. So powerful. But of course. What about it? Are you prepared to come to Zane Yao Academy to play with me? Lin Xiu smiled and revealed his white teeth. So narcissistic. Who wants to find you? Yi Xuanzhi punctured his dreams and glared at him as her cheeks turned slightly red. Ever since Lin Xiu entered senior high, they had not met for a long time. He had inherited Lin Xiu's memories and treated Yi Xuanzhi as the little sister of his neighbor. They sat side by side on the grass and chatted. Are there so many evolved beasts in a 20 district? Hearing Lin Xiu's account of a 20 district, Yi Xuanzhi's eyes revealed excitement and fear. I want to go for actual combat training as well. Are you a beginner warrior now? Lin Xiu laughed and asked. Isn't that Lin Xiu? The one who stayed beside you before? Yi Xuanzhi could reply. An untimely voice came out. Tang looked at Lin Xiu with an ugly expression and said he was Yi Xuanzhi's peer that had come over to take a look at the academy. Yi Xuanzhi was pretty and adorable and naturally had many suitors after her. Tang had previously heard of Yi Xuanzhi having a very good older brother. After seeing how Lin Xiu and her were seated so intimately, he became extremely unhappy. I heard that Zane Yao Academy's strongest last place is a person called Lin Xiu. Another person by Tang Ping's side spoke up as well. Tang Ping, what is the meaning of this? Before Lin Xiu could speak, Yi Xuanzhi fumed with anger as she turned and screamed at Tang Ping and his clique. Nothing much. We juniors saw our senior Lin Xiu and felt like having a sparring session. Tang Ping waved his hand and chuckled. He had long heard that Lin Xiu was not even comparable to a beginner warrior and was considered trash. Despite being 2 years ahead, Tang Ping believed he could defeat him easily. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Tang Tian. I'll spar with you. When Yi Xuanzhi heard Tang Ping's words, she stood up and clenched her fists as she spoke to him. She obviously knew that Lin Xiu wasn't good at martial arts, and Tang Ping and the others were clearly bullying him. Xuanzhi, how could I fight with you? Huh? Tang Ping laughed. My name is Yi Xuanzhi. Yi Xuanzhi knitted her brows and scoffed. What's the matter? Don't tell me that senior Lin Xiu is afraid. Tang Ping didn't care about what Yi Xuanzhi said and continued laughing at Lin Xiu. His words were extremely vicious. If Lin Xiu didn't agree to it, it meant that he couldn't even defeat a junior high student. When this news circulated, Lin Xiu's reputation would be tarnished. Sure, I will spar with you. Lin Xiu raised his brows and stood up. Tang Ping was elated when he heard that. Great. He would have a chance of teaching Lin Xiu a lesson openly. Then, brother Lin Xiu. Yi Xuanzhi tugged Lin Xiu's arm anxiously. Tang Ping's expression turned nasty when he saw the scene. It'll be fine. Lin Xiu rubbed her little head and smiled, which made Yi Xuanzhi blush. She pouted. I'm not a little kid anymore. Come on. With everyone crowding around, the two people stood in the middle of the training ground. Tisk tisk. Brother Tang Ping is a genius who is close to being a quasi-warrior, and that loser actually dares to spar with him. One of the students chuckled loudly. H&G. Brother Lin Xiu wouldn't lose. Yi Xuanzhi clenched her little fists and said angrily. That was what she said. But Yi Xuanzhi was still quite worried in her heart. Begin. Lin Xiu took a deep breath then said to Tang Ping. Genius. That young lady he met was the real genius. Lin Xiu just ran 90 rounds, and his body was still laden with a weight of over 100 kilograms. So it was still quite strenuous for Lin Xiu. But dealing with Tang Ping shouldn't be an issue. Tang Ping charged over instantly after Lin Xiu spoke, and he was very fast. He waved his fist directly and came towards Lin Xiu. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Yi Xuanzhi's expression changed, and Lin Xiu seemed like he was just standing at the same spot and hadn't come to his senses yet. Tang Ping laughed sinisterly, and just as his fist was about to hit Lin Xiu suddenly waved his fist out. A loud bang resounded and Tang Ping's expression became ugly. He was shocked by the force that came from Lin Xiu's fist and took a few steps back. Senior Lin Xiu. Not bad. Try this move of mine. Tang Ping's expression changed slightly as he sneered. Then, he put out his palms and continued attacking Lin Xiu. Tang Ping's flying ash palm may be a bronze skill, but he is very good at it. Lin Xiu is doomed. One of the students burst out in laughter when he saw this scene. Flying ash palm was quick and every move cut through the air as the surrounding air made resounding swishing sounds. Lin Xiu frowned and his body wanted to dodge. But with the heavy weight, his speed was reduced tremendously. Lin Xiu managed to dodge the first two attacks, but when Tang Ping's next palm came, Lin Xiu got hit with a bang and took a few steps back. He nearly fell to the ground. Tang Ping didn't stop at all. At this moment, he continued his victorious pursuit and charged towards Lin Xiu. Tang Ping continued using the flying ash palm and kept attacking Lin Xiu's body one palm after another. Good, well done. Tang Ping saw that he was making Lin Xiu retreat backwards. But Lin Xiu still didn't fall, which made him frustrated. With his next attack, he must strike at the top of Lin Xiu's skull. Even if Lin Xiu didn't die, there was a good chance of brain hemorrhage and he might even become a vegetable. Be careful. Yi Xuanzhi's face turned pale when she saw the scene. She wanted to run inside to block. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw this incoming attack. Just as the palm was about to strike his crown, Lin Xiu used all his might and used his arm to block. Tang Ping's palm landed directly on Lin Xiu's arm. Before he withdrew his palm, Lin Xiu grabbed him by the wrist with both hands and twisted it without holding back at all. Crack, and Lin Xiu had twisted Tang Ping's wrist at a 90 degrees angle. Feeling the intense pain, Tang Ping's eyes widened and he howled in agony. At this moment, Lin Xiu landed a kick directly on Tang Ping's abdomen and sent him flying. This unexpected scene scared everyone and nobody expected that Lin Xiu, who had been getting attacked, would actually launch a counterattack all of a sudden. And this counterattack was actually so powerful. Lin Xiu, I want to kill you, I want to kill you. Tang Ping got up with the help of those people who were with him just now. His eyes were full of resentment and his originally handsome face turned vicious. Since he was little, when was he ever hurt so badly? He was the young master of the Tang family and this chap actually broke his wrist. This was unforgivable. Unforgivable. Brother Lin Xiu, are you alright? Yi Xuanzhi stood in front of Lin Xiu at this moment and looked worriedly at Lin Xiu's body. Don't worry. I'm fine. Lin Xiu shook his head. Those vests, wrist guards, and leg guards were very burdensome, but they provided a certain level of protection too. Also, with his quasi-warrior physique, Tang Ping's flying ash palm just now was formidable, but it didn't cause a great deal of damage to him. Just then, Lin Xiu sensed a figure flashed by next to him and his pupils constricted. Be careful. Lin Xiu pushed Yi Xuanzhi away quickly. At this moment, he didn't have time to dodge anymore and a sharp pain came from his chest as he was sent flying. His back rammed against a wooden pile and with a loud bang, the wooden pile collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother, break all four of his limbs, Tang Ping yelled when he saw that man walking over. The intense pain was making him go crazy. Lin Xiu looked over and a man who looked quite similar to Tang Ping was staring at him coldly. Lin Xiu thought about it and knew who this person was. Quasi-warrior Tang Tian. His photo appeared on the Academy's bulletin board before he was at the 100th place on the combat strength list. The vice president of the Academy's Fist Technique Society. You broke his wrist. I want all four of your limbs. Tang Tian strode towards Lin Xiu and said. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Martial Arts Battle. All four of my limbs. When Lin Xiu heard what he said, his eyes narrowed. The analytic eye was activated and he could see Tang Tan's information. Character Tang Tian, Quasi-Warrior. Strength 102. Physique 75. Speed 46. Overall combat strength 752. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. This chap was about to become an official warrior, and other than his speed, his other attributes were much stronger than Lin Xiu's. Damn it. Bang. Just then, Tang Tan had already charged over and he was about to punch Lin Xiu. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu could still dodge. But at this moment, Lin Xiu had a weight of over 100 kilograms on him. A punch landed heavily on Lin Xiu's chest, and he felt his kai and blood surging inside him as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stop it! Shuinger ran over and stood in front of Lin Xiu to block. Get lost. Otherwise, you'll end up like him, Tang Tian said icily. Don't you dare! Lin Xiu stood up suddenly and his hands were balled up into fists as he yelled fiercely. Before Tang Tian could attack again, Lin Xiu launched an attack over. You've overestimated your own capabilities. Tang Tian sneered. Lin Xiu's actions were simply too slow in his eyes. When Lin Xiu attacked, Tang Tian didn't move or dodge at all and simply threw a punch over. Taking a closer look, his fist appeared to have an unusual kai wrapped around it. Source strength. Lin Xiu was stunned. This chap was only a quasi-warrior and had already learned cultivation technique. He could already absorb source energy into his body. His fist was about to pound onto Lin Xiu's fist in no time. But just as Tang Tian and Lin Xiu's fists were about to collide, he opened his fist and grabbed Lin Xiu's arm. At this moment, he used a lot of force and there was a resounding bone-cracking sound. Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and the sharp pain caused his eyes to open wide. After that, Tang Tan swept his right leg horizontally and Lin Xiu fell to the ground. Smash his legs! Those people who were with Tang Ping just now yelled while Tang Ping was already sent to the medical room. Tang Tan saw that Yi Shuinger wanted to run over to stop him, so he waved his arm out in that direction, and the wind from his palm made Yi Shuinger fall to the ground instantly. I want you not only to become a useless person, I want you to be crippled. Tang Tan revealed a sinister smile, then lifted his right leg, and was about to step onto Lin Xiu's leg. Even in today's world, if the bones were completely broken, there was no way of getting it back to the same way it was before, and he might need to replace them with prosthetics next time. This was fatal for a warrior. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted and he broke out in cold sweat. Right now, he couldn't retaliate anymore. Weak. He was still too weak. Stop. Just as Tang Tian was about to step on Lin Xiu's right leg, a voice rang out. Tang Tian turned in the direction where the voice came from and didn't care. He did not stop. Bang. His leg was about to step down, but Tang Tian suddenly felt a force and was so shocked that he took several steps back. Tang Tian, what are you doing? Liu Lai stared at Tang Tan, and when he saw that Lin Xiu was fine, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu had improved drastically and according to his current growth rate. If he continued this way, he could possibly become very powerful. It would be a real pity if his legs were destroyed by Tang Tan just like that. Oh, so it's Teacher Liu, Tang Tian said indifferently. He didn't seem to care just because Liu Lai was a teacher at the academy. A senior is bullying a sophomore student. Liu Lai furrowed his brows and asked sternly. Liu Lai was very upset with Tang Tan's attitude, but Tang Tan was from the Tang family and the Tang family was quite influential in this area. Also, they sponsored the building of this academy. He broke my younger brother Tang Ping's wrist first, Tang Tian said coldly. He looked at Lin Xiu like he was looking at a dead person. Once he decided on something, nobody could stop him. Even if he couldn't break Lin Xiu's limbs right now, he could do it after school or during the holidays. Would Liu Lai always be there? Huh. Exactly. Lin Xiu bullied us first. Those lackeys of Tang Ping spoke up at this moment too. Tang Ping said he wanted to spar, and he almost used his palm to attack brother Lin Xiu's crown while they were sparring like he wanted Lin Xiu's life. Yi Shuinger was sent flying by Tang Tan's palm, but she wasn't hurt. The academy will decide who's right and who's wrong. the Yuo Lai said coldly. There were cameras around this place, and they would find out what exactly happened later on. Tang Tian frowned, then turned around and wanted to leave. Tang Tian, I want to have a martial arts battle with you. At this moment, Lin Xiu stood up and said to Tang Tian. Tang Tian stopped in his tracks, then turned his head and sneered. You sure? Lin Xiu. Don't be foolish. When Yuo Lai heard what Lin Xiu said, he quickly pulled Lin Xiu's arm. Martial arts battle had another name. The battle of life and death. Two people could attack at will until the other party conceded defeat, and nobody had to take any responsibility for death. You don't dare. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said, What a joke. You think I wouldn't dare? Tang Tian laughed. 3 days later, Martial Arts Hall. Brother Lin Xiu, what is a martial arts battle? When Xuenger saw that Tang Tian had left, she asked Lin Xiu nervously. Just a normal sparring. Lin Xiu smiled and gave Yuo Lai a look. You must be careful. Then, Yi Xuenger said. Not long after, Yi Xuenger left after the teacher called out. You're really going to fight with him? Yuo Lai asked. You have great potential and improve so much within such a short span of time. But Tang Tian is about to become an official warrior soon. If you want to fight with him, the chances of winning are close to zero. I've made up my mind. Lin Xiu nodded and said. It wasn't his style to tolerate it when others stepped on him. Also, the former Lin Xiu had already suffered enough. Back at the dorm, Lin Xiu took out that bottle of medicine from his bag and applied it to his broken hand. At first, he just wanted to try the effects of it. But to Lin Xiu's surprise, the medicine was so good that his broken hand began to heal and there was a numbing sensation. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Rupturing Fist. As for Lin Xiu's decision to fight with Tang Tian in the martial arts battle, Lin Xiu thought about it carefully and it wasn't a rash decision. His fury skill would have cooled down, and with the completion of his rapid growth progress, it was very likely that Lin Xiu could defeat Tang Tian. Although that medicine was amazing and allowed his broken bones to heal very quickly, Lin Xiu still decided not to cultivate the spear techniques today and took out the Rapid Growth Enlightenment card instead. Are you sure you want to use the Rapid Growth Enlightenment card? After taking this card out, Lin Xiu received a system notification in his head. Yes. Remaining time 235:59. The system began the countdown immediately. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt that his mind was clear and felt as if he could figure out many things that he couldn't before. Lin Xiu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to use the cultivation technique. Source energy. Source energy. Although Lin Xiu carried out each step in accordance with the instruction, he still could not feel the so-called source energy. Lin Xiu frowned. The difficulty level was really for official warriors. Was it really so difficult to cultivate? Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and thought about how even Tang Tian, a quasi-warrior, had cultivated the source energy. It was impossible that Lin Xiu couldn't. With that thought, Lin Xiu continued. He relaxed his body and used his heart to feel it. Very soon, as Lin Xiu put aside all other thoughts and focused on the cultivation technique, he began to feel like there was something being absorbed into his pores. There was a warm sensation that made Lin Xiu feel so comfortable that his knitted brows relaxed. Success! Lin Xiu stood up and punched the air excitedly. With the first success, when Lin Xiu tried to use the cultivation technique again, the source energy began to be continuously absorbed into every muscle, bone, and cell in his body. The source energy may be very little now, but with continuous practice, his body would become stronger and be able to absorb more source energy. Other than allowing his body to be stronger, the source energy could also be stored in his body, and through the release of source energy when he used high-level skills, it would allow the skills to be even more powerful. Lin Xiu felt that it was very likely that his success in using the cultivation technique was due to the use of the Rapid Growth Enlightenment card. Also, Lin Xiu realized that with his continuous absorption of the source energy, his experience seemed to be slowly increasing. Although it was very slow and it merely increased by over 100 per hour, but after cultivating for one night, it would be over 1,000. Big news. Big news! Loser Lin Xiu is going to the martial arts battle against Tang Tian. this news appeared on the 3D projection television in class. Lin Xiu. He would be beaten to death. Haha. I would like to see how Tang Tan beats him to death during the duel. Useless Lin Xiu. What a joke. Other than class 29, the students from other classes also found this piece of news hilarious. Many people saw how Lin Xiu defeated Zhu Jun, but most of them still felt that it was just an accident, as it wasn't the end of the term yet. The combat strength ranking wasn't refreshed, so Lin Xiu was still at the bottom. Why would Lin Xiu fight with Tang Tan? Yang Tan mumbled as he looks towards Lin Xiu's seat. As Lin Xiu requested a leave of absence, he wasn't in class. However, his theory results were great, so the teacher didn't make things hard for him. Big brother, you must kill him. No. Don't kill him. Break all his limbs, Tang Ping said to Tang Tian. Although his right arm had gone through treatment immediately, it would still need over 10 days for it to fully recover. Don't worry. I will help you take revenge. He's simply courting death for provoking our Tang family. Tang Tian nodded and said. He took a sip of his tea, and not long after, a man walked in. Young master, Lin Xiu has been running in the training ground from morning till night these 2 days, and didn't do anything else. The man said respectfully to Tang Tian. Running Tang Tian furrowed his brows. Ever since the fight that day, he knew that Lin Xiu was not really useless and even had a bit of combat strength. Otherwise, Lin Xiu wouldn't be able to break Tang Ping's wrist. Initially, Tang Tan thought that Lin Xiu had a way of defeating him, but it seemed like he was just thinking too much. Bronze skill Rupturing fist. As its name implies, it could cause an explosion in the air, and it was said to be the most ferocious punch in close combat. Lin Xiu waved his fist to practice while mumbling to himself. This Rupturing fist might be a bronze skill, but its destructive power was comparable to that of a silver skill. Lin Xiu found this skill card in the library, and it was placed at the corner, covered in dust. At first, Lin Xiu thought it was quite strange. Why didn't anyone want to cultivate such a powerful skill? After careful questioning, he found out that this Rupturing fist had a name called hurt self before hurting others. The explosion caused by this Rupturing fist would also shock the user's body. If the user wasn't strong enough, they would become disabled before successfully cultivating this skill. There were quite a number of students who tried cultivating this skill before. After all, for quasi-warriors or rank 1 warriors, it was great to possess a bronze skill with the strength of a silver skill. However, after these students cultivated the skill, they suffered from light internal bleeding and their bones broke. Lin Xiu wasn't rash when he chose to cultivate the skill, but he realized that the bottle of ointment in the growth gift pack was simply too amazing. Other than healing external injuries, it could be taken orally, which would treat internal injuries. Also, the effects were fast and almost immediate. The danger of the Rupturing fist was at the beginning stage, and once the user was proficient with the skill, the explosion would no longer cause any harm to the user. Lin Xiu would run in the day and continuously wave his fist against a giant rock on the mountain behind the academy. Under the moonlight, Lin Xiu was covered in sweat. Also, Lin Xiu realized that other than the increase in running speed, the rapid growth had also improved the practice and use of skills. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding went on continuously, and many loose stones kept falling off the surface of that rock. But Lin Xiu knew that this wasn't enough. It was said that the true Rupturing fist would cause damage to the enemy from inside out, and just a single punch would damage the enemy's internal organs. Lin Xiu's current state was still only causing damage externally and not internally. At midnight, Lin Xiu would practice his spear art and the Awe of the Phoenix skill. He must say that the Rapid Growth Enlightenment card was really helpful. He was already skilled at spear art, which actually required quite a long time to practice, and the Awe of the Phoenix card had already turned into a silver skill. Near the early hours of the morning, Lin Xiu continued to sit cross-legged and absorb the source energy. A warm sensation came to his originally tired body. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on leveling up. You're currently at level 11. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Battling Tang Tian. I actually leveled up. Lin Xiu was startled, but felt that it was right after thinking about it. As he absorbed source energy continuously, the experience he had gained was more and more. From the original 100 experience points per hour, it swelled up to a few hundred per hour. It far exceeded Lin Zia's expectations. Lin Ziu quickly brought up his stats board. Host Lin Ziu. Level 11. Experience 65 220,018 experience required for the next level. Strength 78. Physique 50. Speed 52. Note ordinary individuals have values above 38. Skill Analytic I. Fury. Rage buildup pneumonia. Overall combat strength 699. Remaining potential points 11. 11 potential points. Where do I add them to upon thinking about it? Lin Ziu added 10 points into physique and the last point into strength. Very quickly, Lin Ziu felt his body loosen up. The burden on his body was no longer as intense. He continued down the board. Progress 950 410,000. Still not enough. Seeing the numbers made Lin Ziu want to cry. Although he was getting used to the burden, Lin Ziu felt terrible under the stress. It seemed that he had to fight with less than 70 of his original strength. But he had no other choice. The martial arts battle was in the night and he could no longer continue his high-intensity training. He had to rest. He returned to the dorm and applied the remaining medicine to his body. Lin Ziu felt all the wounds from training Rupturing fist recover at an astonishing rate. He sat down cross-legged and began absorbing source energy. After being proficient in the cultivation technique, he was capable of activating and absorbing source energy in his sleep. But the effectiveness was much slower. Martial arts battle. The martial arts battle is about to begin. The night was bound to be rowdy and filled with excitement. A large number of students had gathered at the martial arts hall with all the seats filled up. Many were excited about the upcoming battle. Trash vs Genius. When was the last martial arts battle? A year ago. An old man with a long white beard sat at the front table and smiled. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yuelai nodded and replied from the side. They were seated at the judges' panel. Aside from the man called Mr. Yi in the center, the other two were the respective teachers in charge. Yuelai. I will get Tang Tian to be merciful and not threaten Lin Zia's life. Tang Tian's teacher, also class 2 teacher in charge, Liu Bai, smiled and said, a trash challenging his excellent student to a martial arts battle. Wasn't that seeking death? Winner and loser haven't been decided. Yuelai snorted. Yuelai, you are still as stubborn as ever. Liu Bai smiled and shook his head. In his eyes, the battle had been determined. The battle is about to begin. May both competitors go up? The stage speakers in the middle called out the announcement that reached every corner of the hall. Two figures standing at opposite ends moved towards the center stage. Lin Ziu was dressed in loose white robes with a silver spear in hand, matched with his handsome face. He gave off a suave aura. That is your big brother Lin Ziu. He is so handsome. Yi Xuenger had found a good spot with two bosom friends at her side that complimented Lin Ziu. Of course Yi Xuenger replied happily when she heard their compliments. But upon thinking about Lin Zia's martial arts battle, her heart tensed up again. She only found out that the martial arts battle was extremely dangerous after that day. You cannot get hurt. Yi Xuenger clenched both fists and muttered under her breath as she looked at the figure on stage. Tang Tian stood at the other hand with a long sword and a cold glint in his eyes. He could clearly sense that Lin Ziu had gotten stronger. What exactly happened? Was it from all that foolish running from day to night? Do your best. Lin Ziu Yongtan stood from his seat and shouted. Although Lin Ziu could not hear anything from his position, the majority of class 29 students were there, and they clenched their fists as they looked at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu, you cannot lose. Zhang Yi muttered with a dark expression as he gazed at Lin Zia's figure on stage. Although he was at odds against Lin Ziu initially, Lin Zia's battle would reflect on the class honor. Xin Yao Academy's class was ranked based on results. In theory, Class 1 overall strength was the strongest while Class 29 was the weakest. Alright, students. The very first martial arts battle for the year is about to begin. On the one hand, we have Lin Ziu from Class 29. And on the other hand, we have Tang Tan from Class 2. Right at this time, Mr. Yi, who was seated at the judges' panel, shouted into the microphone which reverberated throughout the entire hall. Tang Tan following Mr. Yes announcement. The majority of spectators cried out for Tang Tan's name. Although Tang Tan was ranked in the 100s, every one of them was hailed as a genius and was extremely popular in school. On the contrary, Lin Xiu received many ridicules from the crowd. Lin Xiu Yishuenger and her friend screamed loudly, but their support was quickly overwhelmed by the others. The clock struck 8 and Mr. Yu waved his hands before speaking. The time is on the dot. Both parties get ready. The first to admit defeat will end the competition. Are you ready to kneel and admit defeat? Or be killed by me? Tang Tan spoke to Lin Xiu coldly. Even when you are admitting defeat later, I won't stop. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. Seeking death, Tang Tan's face changed as he charged straight for Lin Xiu. The sword was unleashed with a cold glint as it thrust toward Lin Xiu's neck. Bronze skill bloodthirst. Throat sealing. Who would have thought that Tang Tan was the first to strike, and with a killing technique a few students cried out in shock. Bloodthirst. Throat sealing was extremely fast and was capable of killing even before the opponent could react. Yishuenger gasped when she saw the move and her heart moved to her throat. Clang. Right in that instant, Lin Xiu's eyes constricted as the silver immortal soul in his hand moved. The sharp tip blocked the sharp end of the sword and produced a metallic sound as sparks were ignited from the collision. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. The beginning of the real battle. He blocked it. Lin Xiu actually blocked it. Although it was a bronze skill, the speed of the sword was not something any ordinary warrior could react to. But who would have thought that Lin Xiu seemed to know Tang Tan's attack and used his spear to stop the attack? The crowd was in an uproar. If they didn't know who he was, no one would have believed that he was the real Lin Xiu. The last place trash actually blocked Tang Tan's move. Phew! Lucky he is alright. Yishuenger patted her own chest and heaved a sigh of relief. But she watched on with anxiety in her heart. At this moment, Lin Xiu had a frown on his face. Although he had blocked the attack, he still felt the prick on his neck. There was a faint line of blood on his neck. Sword aura. The skill actually contained sword aura. HMPH. Tang Tan snorted. Although he was surprised by the fact that Lin Xiu had blocked his attack, it did not cause him to falter. He continued to move forward and thrust with his sword again. Clang! 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 Tang Tan moved extremely quickly, preventing Lin Xiu from counterattacking as he retreated continuously while swinging his spear. Lin Xiu's robes had tears and holes in them with traces of blood on his arm. You want to compete with me with that speed? Tang Tan taunted while moving even faster. The sword was imbued with source strength and unleashed sword auras. Lin Xiu's defensive stance could prevent the physical attacks, but he felt the stabs of pain from the sword aura. Powerful. Too powerful as expected from the top 100. A few students became excited as they watched the spectacular battle. Yuo Lai frowned. Tang Tan was too strong and had even gone through a few actual combat training, while Lin Xiu had only gone to a 20 district once and his strength was lower than Tang Tan's. How could he? The worry on Yishuenger's face became denser. After all, Lin Xiu was faced against a quasi-warrior who was about to reach the realm of official warriors. Slow. Too slow, Tang Tan commented while increasing his fanatic attacks as swords spewed out like a torrential storm. But at this moment, his jaws were clenched tightly as his eyes revealed disbelief. Although Lin Xiu was on the passive, regardless of how he attacked, he had no way of dealing a fatal strike. And as time passed, his attacks were being seen through and the success of being deflected by Lin Xiu became higher and higher. HMPH. This brat still dares to challenge Tang Tian. I see that he is about to die. Lai Yuan sat at another location with a sinister look on his face as he commented, both eyes spewing venom. Although the arm that Lin Xiu had broken was fixed, he could not forget the humiliation. No, it won't be that easy. Sun Chen, who stood by Lai Yuan's side, shook his head and commented. Although Tang Tan's attacks looked to be increasingly threatening, he had no way of killing Lin Xiu. At the most, he was only able to inflict small wounds. This was not normal at all. Go and die as his repeated attacks were blocked by Lin Xiu successfully. Tang Tan was infuriated. He roared and summoned a large quantity of source strength from his body into his sword. Bronze skill Raging Flame Strike. His sword was immediately enveloped with flames as he slashed towards Lin Ziyu. "Let's see how you block this." Tang Tan's eyes revealed a sinister glare. Lin Ziyu's pupils constricted. He had exhausted a lot of strength. But if he attempted to block this strike, he would be devoured by the flames. He was originally waiting for a power-up strike which was already at 91 points. But it was still lacking 9 points. But he could not defend against this strike. What should he do? Of the phoenix in that imminent peril. Lin Ziyu clenched his jaws and finally took his first strike. He imbued source strength from his body into the silver immortal soul and swung his spear upwards. Following a loud and clear swoosh, a gigantic flame that took the form of a blazing bird erupted outwards. What skill is that? Liu Lai stood up in shock when he saw the scene. He had never seen such a skill before, and the flame seemed to contain an immense and powerful source strength. Wait a minute. Lin Ziyu actually gained enlightenment on the cultivation technique already. Lin Ziyu's eyes were wide open as blood spots seemed to appear on his body. With source strength in the skill, it had become exponentially stronger. Both flames collided and immediately produced a powerful gale that turned into a gigantic flaming tornado. Tang Tan and Lin Ziyu crossed swords fanatically inside the flames. Sounds of metal colliding came out incessantly. Tang Tian's sword desired to pierce Lin Ziyu's chest, but Lin Ziyu's spear would counter and strike his sword away. The spear suddenly charged at Tang Tian like a dragon. "You really think you can defeat me?" Tang Tan roared as his sword parried Lin Ziyu's spear. Clang, sword and spear collided once again. Lin Ziyu's hand became numb and his grip on the spear unstable. As expected of a top 100 ranker, Tang Tian's strength was simply too great. Tang Tian's sword suddenly thrust forward like a phantom. Caught off guard, Lin Ziyu's shoulder was pierced and blood was drawn as it stained his entire sleeve. Bang! The flames dissipated and Lin Ziyu flew out like a kite. Everyone was in an uproar after they saw him. Though Lin Ziyu was able to block most of Tang Tan's attacks, he was actually flung away this time. "To actually hurt me. You can die happy." As the flames dissipated, Tang Tian's charred face appeared. His clothes were burnt as well and he looks to be in a terrible situation. Humiliated, shamed, he was actually forced to such a position by a trash. Big brother Lin Ziyu Xuenger stood up as her face turned pale. "Xuenger? It's fine. I think your big brother Lin Ziyu is getting up again." Her friend seated beside her pulled on her arm and consoled her. Getting up again? Everyone thought that Lin Ziyu had fallen, but who would have thought that he was slowly standing up again? But the current Lin Ziyu looks to be even worse than before. His shirt had been burnt completely and his face was charred on one side. With a rip, Lin Ziyu tore the remnants of the clothes on his upper body. "I was just warming up. This is the true beginning of the real battle." Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Consuming forbidden medicine. What is he wearing? Seeing Lin Ziyu's ripped clothes, many observant people noticed the black sleeveless vest on his body. "Are you being serious?" Wearing weights to a battle, the majority of students immediately flew into an uproar. If that was the case, wasn't it too exaggerating? At this point, Lin Ziyu felt all the blood in his body boiling. He used all of his strength and took off the sleeveless vest, braces, and leg guards. As he took them off and threw them on the ground, they produced loud bang sounds. He was finally free of them. After using the skills during battle, the progress bar kept on changing and had just reached 125 potential points. Lin Ziyu directly pumps 21 points into strength, allowing his strength attribute to reach a 100 while the remaining 4 into physique. What is this? Could it be that Lin Ziyu was wearing training weights to battle? Liu Lai was closer to Lin Ziyu and noticed the items that were thrown on the ground and the heavy sounds that were produced. His pupils immediately constricted. "Interesting. Very interesting, Mr." Yi caressed his beard and chuckled. On the other hand, Tang Tian's teacher in charge, Liu Bai, frowned. Tang Tian's face darkened a great shade. He unleashed his source strength once again and imbued them onto his sword. He made his move immediately. Perfect timing. Lin Ziyu was filled with battle intent at this moment. With the silver spear in hand, he charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The two crossed weapons quickly as sparks ignited everywhere. Lin Ziyu's spear moved lightning fast and stabbed at Tang Tian continuously. Fast. Extremely fast. The current Lin Xiu looked completely different from the previous Lin Xiu. Be it strength or speed, everything had been raised a notch. Tang Tan's pupils constricted as he saw the cold spear tip stabbing at him, and he used his sword to block. He then exerted his strength again with the intent of hitting the spear away. But Lin Xiu suddenly borrowed this momentum and leaped into the air. With both hands on Silver Immortal Soul, he slashed down at Tang Tan. Of the Phoenix. Rage buildup had reached 100,100. Lin Xiu imbued all of the soar strength in his body into the Silver Immortal Soul for this attack. With a flick of his wrists in the air, the spear tip brought a cold aura and drew a fiery arc in the air. Swoosh! A large blaze suddenly blossomed out of the spear tip. The blaze formed into a giant flaming bird and soared together with Lin Xiu towards Tang Tan. Deng zhang! At this point, the spear trembled and unleashed a high-frequency sound. That's too terrifying. All the spectators stood up at this scene. The flaming bird was filled with immense power and the air around it seemed to have distorted from the high temperature. Using this skill with a power-up strike was actually so terrifying. It's over. Tang Tan's done for. Impossible. That's impossible. How did he learn such a powerful skill? Tang Tan raised his head and saw the incoming attack. He opened his eyes wide with disbelief on his face. Die for me! Tang Tan's expression turned sinister as he summoned flames on his sword and slashed out. The giant flaming bird directly absorbed all the flames from his sword and continued to attack him. With a clank, the spear tip pierced Tang Tan's sword body and broke it into pieces. The giant flaming bird surrounded Tang Tan's body and transformed into a gigantic flaming tornado and spun at an extremely fast rate. Tang Tan screamed as the flames burned all of his clothes. The immense pain and heat forced his eyes wide open. He immediately took out a small bottle and consumed the liquid inside. Lin Xiu frowned. Although he did not know what Tang Tan drank, Lin Xiu did not hesitate and thrust the spear at his chest. Stop seeing this. Liu Bai's pupils constricted as he roared out loud. But Tang Tan's face became ugly in an instant. All the muscles on his body expanded at a rate visible to the naked eye and veins started to pop on the surface. The spear tip glistened with a cold aura and pierced Tang Tan's chest like a silver snake. But it suddenly stopped in place. What's going on? Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed. Before he could even react, he felt a gigantic force pull onto the spear and threw it to the side. Clang! The spear stabbed right into a wall at the side. What's going on? The entire crowd became excited. They had witnessed Lin Xiu stabbing Tang Tan. How did it turn out that way? You consumed a forbidden medicine. Lin Xiu retreated and glared at Tang Tan. Forbidden medicine. Liu Lai gazed to the side and saw a small bottle with remnants of blue liquid. No way. Tang Tan actually consumed Alps. A few discovered Tang Tan's strange state and exclaimed in shock. This was a medicine that greatly amplified a human's strength for a short period of time. In the past, the Federation soldiers manufactured this medicine to resist the powerful zombies and evolved beasts. But its flaws were obvious. People that consumed this medicine would become crippled in the future and no longer be able to be warriors in the future. I want you to die. The flames of the Phoenix had burned Tang Tan's clothes into crisp as well as left scars on his face. His hatred for Lin Xiu ran bone deep, and so he used all of his strength and speed to charge at Lin Xiu. Rupturing fist. Not only was he proficient with his sword, but even more so with his fists. Rupturing fist could be said to be the strongest fist skill of the bronze category. It's over. Lin Xiu is proficient with the spear, but to fight barehanded, he cannot possibly win against Tang Tan, the president of the Fist Technique Association. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Victory. Lin Xiu neither dodged nor avoided the punch, but instead, he erupted with immense power from both legs. He shot forward like a bullet and launched a fist on his own against Tang Tan. In that instant, Lin Xiu activated his skill Fury. Power, speed, physique, all of them increased exponentially when Fury was activated. He doesn't have a spear and still dares to collide head-on. Lai Yuan's eyes were spewing with venom as he questioned in slight envy. He did not expect Lin Xiu to be so strong and actually force Tang Tan, a top 100 ranker, to the point of consuming forbidden medicine. Tang Tan consumed forbidden medicine. I think that this match needs to stop. Yuo Lai spoke to Mr. Yi. He was more and more shocked by Lin Zia's performance. Over the past few days, this last-place student had brought about too much surprise. According to the talent and aptitude he had displayed, he was bound to be a powerful being. It would be a great pity if he was to be beaten to death by Tang there and then. Does the martial arts battle forbid the use of Alps? Liu Bai glanced at Luo Lai in diametrical opposition to each other. Tang Tan's usage of the forbidden medicine had surprised him as well. He initially believed that Tang Tan could get rid of Lin Ziu right away. Who would have thought that the situation would develop into such a situation? But it did not matter. The improved Alps was unlike the old version. Although the damage on the body would be severe, it was no longer as severe and serious to the point of being crippled and no longer being able to become a warrior. Let's watch on. Mr. Yi chuckled. Then he moved his eyes back onto the battle. He squinted his eyes. The awe of the phoenix unleashed by Lin Ziu had surprised him too. He had never seen such a skill before. Bang! Lin Ziu and Tang Tian's fists collided and produced a powerful sound. The two clenched their teeth and exerted all their strength. What is going on? The spectators were dumbstruck by the scene. Tang Tian's rupturing fist was actually matched with Lin Ziu's punch. Rupturing fist was considered one of the strongest bronze fist skills. How was Lin Ziu able to withstand it? Without waiting for their shock to subside, Lin Ziu and Tang Tian clashed once again. Collision after collision. Every punch landed on the opponent's body and produced loud sounds from the impact of fist and flesh. Lin Ziu's eyes lit up like a torch, and he clenched his fists tightly as he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Tang Tan's body. Due to the effects of the forbidden medicine, Tang Tan's body had swelled to an immense size and was extremely sturdy. Go and die. Tang Tan was already crazy. How could he be forced into such a state by trash? And under the eyes of thousands of peers, he was already in a crazy state. If he did not kill Lin Ziu, it would be a lifetime of humiliation. He unleashed even faster attacks like a torrential storm on Lin Ziu. Rupturing fist was indeed a powerful fist technique, and even when guarded against, the victim would feel immense pain as though the muscles were about to rip apart. But under the state of fury, Lin Ziu's physique had improved substantially, which meant that he could withstand the attacks. After withstanding Tang Tan's fist, Lin Ziu punched Tang Tan's chest. An intense sound came out again. Fury's duration was short, and if it disappeared, it was over for him. Lin Ziu increased his offense and unleashed even more punches. My fist skill is the strongest. Seeing that Lin Ziu was attacking him, Tang Tan roared and poured all of his source energy into his fists, rupturing fists with source strength. When he unleashed his fists, everyone could hear the friction between his fists and the air. Have a taste of my rupturing fist. Lin Ziu did not dodge and roared out loud as he unleashed his right fist as well. Rupturing fist. No way. A few students were jolted by Lin Ziu's roar. Legend has it that there was a fist skill that was in the bronze category, but the power it contained was equivalent to a silver skill. That was rupturing fist. Impossible. If it truly is rupturing fist, he would already be dead. A student cried out. The reason why no one practiced the skill was that it could self-harm even before inflicting damage on the opponent. Almost anyone who practiced this skill suffered shaking damage to their internal organs. There was even a student that died while practicing this, so no one was willing to do so. On the stage, Lin Ziu turned his body the moment Tang Tan's fist came towards him and avoided the strike. He unleashed his own punch that landed squarely on Tang Tan's shoulder. You think your punch can break through my defense? Tang Tian laughed sinisterly. After consuming Alps, his muscles had grown to a terrifying extent, much less a fist. Even a spear would not harm him that easily. Who says it won't kill you if it doesn't break through your defense? Lin Ziu sneered. What? Tang Tian's eyes constricted as he suddenly felt pain all over his body. When he crossed fists with Lin Ziu, there was initially no pain whatsoever, but after the impact, he felt pain all over his body. Bang! 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 Countless loud bumps could be heard. All of his internal organs and flesh had ruptured. This was the characteristic of rupturing fist. It overlooked the defense on the exterior and caused internal injuries directly. You! Tang Tian opened his eyes wide and blood spilled out from his mouth. Tang Tian's body dropped to the ground with a loud thud. His eyes remained wide open, but he seemed to have already died. Sorry, I won. The entire hall had become silent, and even a drop of a needle could be heard. Yuan Yishuinger looked at the silent and shocked crowd and squealed out loud. The surrounding was quiet, and Yishuinger's scream woke a few of them up. This isn't a dream. The trash Lin Ziyu won. Damn, am I still sleeping? The majority of the crowd looked on in disbelief. But Class 29 was in immeasurable joy as they screamed for Lin Ziya's name. Go and die. Because there was no notification from the system. It meant that Tang Tian was still alive. Lin Ziyu looked at Tang Tian on the ground and raised his right leg up with the intention of trampling on his head. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 The Decision of Punishment. You dare. Right as Lin Ziyu was about to stomp down, a loud bellow came out from the other side. A figure swept down to the stage. Lin Ziya's pupils narrowed and he subconsciously placed both hands in front of him. He felt an immense pressure as he was struck and sent flying. Bang! Lin Ziyu felt a thick and sweet taste in his mouth upon smashing onto the ground and spat out blood. He raised his head and saw a middle-aged man carrying Tang Tian up. Tang family patriarch. Tang Mubai a few looked and recognized the man in shock. He is a rank 3 warrior about to break through to rank 4, to students that had yet to even become quasi-warriors. A rank 3 warrior was simply unfathomable. He. Tang family members even have to rely on others in a martial arts battle for help. Although Lin Ziya's chest was heavy, he stood up and wiped the blood off his lips and revealed a sneer. Tang Mubai stared at Lin Ziyu with a dark expression. If not for the thousands of students around, he would have charged straight up and killed Lin Ziyu right on the spot. Lin Ziyu, you have gone too far. How can you attempt to kill your own schoolmate? Liu Bai slammed the table and shouted while standing up. This is a martial arts battle. Mr. Yi glanced at him and spoke indifferently. When he heard Mr. Yes words, Liu Bai's face turned red and white. But he did not dare refute anything. Tang Mubai also knew he could not stay long. He carried Tang Tian with a dark expression and left. Lin Ziyu Yang Tian ran over and shouted out with joy. Following him were Class 29 students. Not only was the battle spectacular, but also Lin Ziyu actually won. This was the first time in Xin Yao Academy's history that a Class 29 student had won against a student from the top class. Not to mention the worst student winning against a top 100 ranker. Lin Ziyu was flung into the air as many of the students in the martial arts hall started to shout Lin Ziya's name. I knew that my big brother Lin Ziyu would win. Yishuinger clenched her fists tightly in excitement. The match that became the attention of all the students in Xin Yao Academy finally closed its curtains with Lin Ziyu as the victor. From that day on, no one in Xin Yao Academy could call Lin Ziyu trash. Has anyone ever seen a trash beat a top 100 ranker? On the second day after the martial arts battle, Lin Ziyu fell into a deep sleep. After all, he had trained extremely hard up to the day of the battle. Bang! 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 Lin Ziyu heard an anxious knocking on the door while dreaming. He rubbed his eyes and crawled up slowly. The time on the clock showed that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. I actually slept for so long. Teacher Luo. He opened the door and saw Luo Lai standing outside. What, you just woke up? Luo Lai smiled at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu stretched his back. His entire body was still aching and the battle with Tang Tian had exhausted him greatly. I'm here to give you good as well as bad news. What do you want to hear first? Luo Lai looked at Lin Ziyu and sighed helplessly. Lin Ziyu frowned. What could have happened again? Bad news first. Luo Lai nodded his head, then spoke after a little hesitation. The academy has decided to punish you. Punish? Why should they punish me? Lin Ziyu bellowed upon hearing Luo Lai's words. Lin Ziyu, calm down first. Luo Lai was truly helpless. The Tang family was a longtime sponsor of Xin Yao Academy. Tang Ping had his arm broken and Tang Tian was almost killed. All in the hands of a famous trash. This sort of humiliation was something they could not endure. But as the martial arts combat was held under the eyes of everyone and Tang Tian even consumed a forbidden medicine, they had no way of changing the narrative. But they used Tang Ping's broken arm as an excuse that Lin Ziyu had bullied a junior. They pressured the academy to execute a punishment on him. Originally, The Tang family intended to kick Lin Xiu out of the academy, but with Mr. Ian Luo Li's powerful refutes, Lin Xiu was able to continue staying in school. Damn it, Lin Xiu's eyes were red as he clenched his fists to the extent that even his veins were bulging. Regardless of what era he was in, people with money had influence and always thought to bully ordinary folks. Lin Xiu, don't get angry just yet. The matter is already at this point and we have no other choice. Luo Li patted Lin Xiu's shoulder. What's the punishment? Lin Xiu took a deep breath and asked. To accompany Xinyao City's soldiers to head to Guangming Fort and engage in the annual Operation Annihilation. Luo Li explained. Guangming Fort. Lin Xiu was stunned, then recalled the knowledge he had gained from reading. Guangming Fort was situated on the north of Xinyao City and was built by the military as a means to defend against the zombies. But an extremely critical nuclear accident there led to the deaths of soldiers and people. Due to the nuclear contamination, the monsters and zombies mutated to a terrifying degree. Every third quarter of the year, soldiers from Xinyao City as well as other cities would form an expedition to clear the zombies and monsters there. It was extremely dangerous and many soldiers had turned into zombies and stayed there permanently. Ilgo, Lin Xiu was indifferent to the situation. To others, it was definitely a nightmare, but it was heaven for Lin Xiu. There were many zombies there, so long as he killed them and gained countless experience. Matched with his cultivation technique, his level would definitely rise. Rank 3 Warrior Tang Mubai, Lin Xiu sneered. By relying on his level upgrade system and cultivation technique, he believed that he would trample on the entire Tang family soon enough. Lin Xiu, this is no joke. We can still continue to fight against this. Luo Li quickly replied upon hearing Lin Xiu's immediate answer. Afraid that he was agreeing due to anger. I'm not joking. Lin Xiu waved his hand and replied. Right, what's the good news? Luo Li was startled, then took out an exquisite box from his pocket. The box surface had an exquisite flowery pattern and was aesthetically pleasing. As Luo Li opened it, a silver card appeared. I forgot to tell you. Lin Xiu, congratulations on promoting to the top 100 rankers. This is your reward. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Last Skill Card Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Reward. Lin Xiu was stunned, but he quickly regained himself. He was aware that students that were promoted to the top 100 were awarded a silver skill card. The victory in the martial arts battle meant that Lin Qiu had successfully replaced Tang Tian and become a top 100 in the academy. He looked at the skill card in the box and subconsciously picked it up. The skill card was as thin as a poker card, but felt extremely tough. It was made out of an extremely unique material. The entire card was silver with engravings on the surface. Silver Skill Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Lin Xiu saw the card and exclaimed in surprise. This was an extremely precious spear skill card and was classified as an uncommon skill card. That's right. This is Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Luo Li nodded his head. Very few people in the academy took the spear, adding that Tang Mubai had broken the rules and saved Tang Tan from the martial arts battle. Luo Li fought and won this silver skill card for Lin Xiu. Of course, Luo Li knew that Mr. Yi had helped from the shadows. For some reason, Mr. Yi seemed to favor Lin Xiu. This caused Luo Li to be baffled. One had to know that Mr. Yi was a special existence in the academy. Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers was created by the renowned spear grandmaster Bai Luo. He is able to unleash a 100 spear strikes in a second, and this made the skill famous. Although it is a silver rank skill, it will not lose to any other skills if you are able to unleash all of its strength. Luo Li added, a 100 spear strikes in a second. This made cold perspiration trickle down Lin Xiu's back. Such an attack left no time for enemies to react, and their bodies would be pierced with holes already. Right. Lin Xiu rejoiced when he looked at the silver skill card. He considered this a blessing hidden in the midst of calamity. This is the last Torrential Storm of Rose Flower skill cards. After learning this, the world will no longer have this card anymore. Luo Li sighed. Spear Grandmaster Bai Luo had left behind many Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers cards, but very few were successful in learning it. and aside from the condition of being a rank 6 warrior, one had to be a great success with the skill in order to create a skill card. Every card creation would exhaust the warrior's mental power and thus the limited number of high-rank skill cards. So this is the last skill card. Lin Xiu looked at the figure holding onto a spear on the silver card. Although he was unable to make out the face, he was able to sense a powerful aura from the man. Rest easy, Teacher Liuo. I will definitely learn this. Lin Xiu clenched his fist and replied. A silver skill card required the rank of an official warrior before one could attempt to learn. Before that, he had to keep this card well. According to Luo Lai, the Xinyao city soldiers would board a plane and fly to Guanming Fort in the north in 2 days and engage in the annual extermination of mutated monsters that arose from the contamination. At the same time in the Tang family, Dad, you have to take revenge for us. Tang Ping roared with a sinister expression on his face. Somehow, the news of him provoking Lin Xiu and getting his arm broken had spread throughout his school. He was a genius in junior third that was about to become a quasi-warrior, but he actually lost to the trash of Xin Yao Academy. But the more terrifying fact was that his own brother Tang Tian, who was a top 100 ranker in Xin Yao Academy, had lost to him as well and was in a vegetative state. Unable to move one bit, he opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling without any energy or life in them. Shut up. Tang Mubai glared at Tang Ping with an ashen expression. Tang Ping, you wanted to kill him but got your hand broken. Your brother wanted to kill him but got beaten to this extent. Why aren't you reflecting on it? Our Tang family's face has been completely ruined by the two of you. All of Tang Mubai's suppressed rage and anger erupted at this moment. Tang Ping trembled from Tang Mubai's roar and fear appeared in his eyes. Alright, Mubai, you need to give the kids the chance to grow. A woman from the side glanced at Tang Mubai and spoke up. Your motherly love brought up failures. Tang Mubai snorted. He had already gone against the rules when he saved Tang Tan during the martial arts battle. If he made a move and killed Lin Xiu, the Tang family's name would be thoroughly finished. But don't worry. I already found the higher-ups of the academy. In the name of punishment, he is arranged to go to Guanming Fort to help with the cleanup there. Tang Mubai said coldly. The number of people who returned alive could be counted on the fingers of one hand, much less any ordinary student. Upon thinking about this, Tang Mubai's gaze became extremely cold. Really? Tang Ping became happy. If that was the truth, Lin Xiu was done for. Tang Mubai nodded his head. Both of his sons were in such a state because of Lin Xiu, and everyone outside were gossiping about how the Tang family's sons had lost to a trash. It was simply a slap in the face. I want to kill him personally. Tang Tian suddenly spoke up while laying in bed. Your physique is much worse than before after consuming the forbidden medicine. You think you can beat him? Tang Mubai was not surprised when he heard his son speak, but retorted coldly. He had high expectations for Tang Tian, but who would have thought that he would actually consume the forbidden medicine? Even if his aptitude was extremely good, he could no longer become a rank 6 or above warrior. Upon thinking about this, Tang Mubai sighed. I want to go to the path of death. Tang Tian said slowly while staring at the ceiling. Path of death. Tang Ping was stunned. He seemed to have heard of that name before. Tianer, don't be foolish. You'll die if you go there. Tang Tian's mother, Zheng Kai, immediately warned. Shut up. Tang Tian roared and scared her. That darned bastard actually dared to turn my son like this. Zheng Kai muttered to herself as she clenched her teeth. In her eyes, her son had always been obedient, and it was because of Lin Xiu that he turned out this way. You really want to go? Tang Mubai revealed a hint of joy. Warriors that returned from tempering themselves in the path of death all grew exponentially. The dangers within the path of death forced all their strength out and could not be overlooked. That was if one could return alive. I'm sure. Tang Tian's eyes were cold as he nodded his head. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 Ambush. After resting for a day, Lin Xiu left the academy early the next morning and headed to the city center to buy some battle robes and other items that he needed. The fog was thick and visibility was very low this morning. He couldn't even see other passers-by around him. Lin Xiu continued walking, and suddenly, his pupils restricted as he lifted his leg and kicked towards the back. Bang! A figure was instantly sent flying. Who's that? Lin Xiu was taken aback. The early morning fog caused visibility to be very low, but through the analytic eye, Lin Xiu immediately knew that there were about 5 to 6 rank 1 warriors around him. Well, I can't believe you're not an official warrior yet with this quick reaction of yours. The man, who had just been sent flying by Lin Xiu, walked slowly over and said with a cold smile. These 5 or 6 people strolled towards Lin Xiu and surrounded him. Who are you guys? Lin Xiu looked coldly at them and said, it doesn't matter who we are. More importantly, you're going to die here today. The men sneered, then punched Lin Xiu in the face. This was the city, and the future world still had institutions like the police. If warriors dared to kill in the city, they would be dead. But due to the thick fog and low visibility this morning, who would know if someone died in this weather? Lin Xiu raised his brows and didn't dodge. He directly threw a punch over. Confront the tough with toughness. That warrior's face turned sinister. He actually dared to punch a warrior's fist. Didn't he know that a warrior's fist was covered with source energy? Bang! The two fists collided, and a cracking sound suddenly rang out. The man thought that he could break Lin Xiu's fist easily, but instead of Lin Xiu's fist, his own bones and muscles were broken, as if there was an explosion inside his body. That punch was savage. Too savage. Lin Xiu didn't give him any chance to react. He raised his fist and hit him on the body. You actually know how to cultivate the arts. The man felt the intense pain as he grimaced in agony. His body reacted quickly and he wanted to dodge. But Lin Xiu was simply too fast. At this moment, Lin Xiu's fist had already hit his body several times. One punch after another. Bang! 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 Previously, he thought that Lin Xiu was only a quasi-warrior and was careless, which gave Lin Xiu an opportunity. This time, he could only defend passively. But even if he blocked Lin Xiu's fists, the rupturing fist was simply too terrifying. It was simply a form of punch that disregarded defense. He continued throwing punches over. The man's body made a violent noise from the inside. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open like he died with injustice unredressed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The remaining few warriors were appalled. According to the information they had, even if Lin Xiu had defeated Tang, he was just a quasi-warrior at most. But how could this quasi-warrior kill a rank 1 warrior within seconds? Kill! Ding! Congratulations, master, on killing a rank 1 warrior. You've gained 2,500 experience points. Lin Xiu took a glance behind. These rank 1 warriors were no longer humans in his eyes, but experience points. They were all experience points. Kill others and others would want to kill you too. The reason why warriors were so strong was that a warrior could use a skill. But these people were clearly good at using weapons and weren't good at close combat. So to Lin Xiu, these warriors were almost the same level as him. I'll let all of you try my rupturing fist. Lin Xiu looked at those warriors that wanted to kill him and sneered. The rupturing fist was comparable to a silver skill and it was simply terrifying. These people didn't dare to fight against Lin Xiu at all. At this moment, a warrior was attacked on the chest by Lin Xiu and immediately felt a sharp pain in his heart. There was a loud thud and his heart exploded. Get lost! Get lost! Lin Xiu killed 3 warriors in succession and the remaining 2 warriors were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They had to flee. These are experience points. Lin Xiu chased after them. This situation was simply too strange. A quasi-warrior was actually chasing after the official warriors to fight. After chasing these 2 warriors from the city to the suburbs, Lin Xiu still couldn't manage to catch them. But who exactly sent these people? Lin Xiu thought about it carefully. Among everyone who had a feud with him, only the Tang family was most likely to do this. With this thought, Lin Xiu had a ferocious glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Tang residence, useless. All of you are useless. Zhang Kai looked at the 2 warriors who were on their knees and trembled in fury. Her chest kept undulating. She was already in her 40s, but took very good care of herself and still looked stunning. However, her expression was exceptionally sinister at this moment, which made her look ugly. 5 rank 1 warriors against a quasi-warrior. 3 of you guys are dead and you 2 still have the cheek to return. That's right. Her 2 sons were pampered since they were little and she couldn't even bear to beat them. She didn't expect that Lin Xiu would actually do this to them. She simply hated him to the core. She secretly arranged for 5 rank 1 warriors to ambush Lin Xiu, but didn't expect this to happen. We didn't expect that chap would be so strong. Those 2 warriors said fearfully. The fist technique that Lin Xiu cultivated was too terrifying, and he managed to kill 3 warriors in an instant. It simply scared them. If we could bring some weapons along, we would be able to kill him. You guys still want to kill at the city center? Are you trying to ruin our Tang family's reputation completely just at this moment? The door opened and a tall figure walked in. Mu! Mubai Zhang Kai got a shock when she saw Tang Mubai walking in. Both of you get out. Tang Mubai looked at these 2 warriors and said. It was as if they received amnesty when they heard Tang Mubai's words and quickly left. You think that nobody would find out about this? How shallow. I'm just taking revenge for our sons. Zhang Kai felt wronged and looked like she was going to cry. H&G, you don't have to worry about this. I've already made arrangements. Tang Mubai sneered. If I didn't clear the dead bodies of those people, once the federal investigators checked, they would know that those few people were people from our Tang family. Right now, Lin Xiu's matter had spread everywhere and everyone would suspect that the Tang family was behind it. If they had to do something, they must make sure that they leave no trace. For example, if he died at Guangming Fort, who would hold the Tang family responsible? Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Get ready to set off. When Lin Xiu returned to the city center once again, those dead bodies were gone. Someone had already cleared them up. After buying whatever he needed, Lin Xiu returned to the dorm. Not long after he returned, the computer made a sound. Lin Xiu was stunned, then instinctively pressed on it. Connecting. Brother Lin Xiu. Very soon, when the top of the screen indicated that the connection was successful, a young girl's voice was projected instantly before him. So it's Xuanzhi. Lin Xiu was startled and came to his senses at this moment. The future world had long replaced video chats with holographic projection. It seemed like Xuanzhi was standing right in front of him and Lin Xiu couldn't help but exclaim at the power of technology. What's up? Lin Xiu smiled and asked. Xuanzhi appeared a little shy and was hesitant to speak. I'll do it. Xuanzhi wants to ask if you're free this weekend. She wants to ask you out at this moment. Another cute young girl's projection appeared and she smiled. Nonsense. Xuanzhi's face turned red. Then she pinched the other girl's slightly chubby cheeks. The 2 girls began fighting. Hey! Be careful of exposing yourself. The 2 girls appeared to be in their dorms and were dressed in very thin pajamas. Ah, that girl with chubby cheeks exclaimed when she heard Lin Xiu. She couldn't help but blush. Very soon, her holographic projection was gone. Don't listen to her nonsense. I merely wanted to ask if Yao'll be free this weekend to tutor me. Xuanzhi asked. Warriors were respected ones in the future world, but other knowledge was still required to get into the academy. Also, the content of learning was more complex. However, I might need to leave Xingyao City for a period of time and won't be free, Lin Xiu said. He didn't say that he was going to Guangming Fort. Otherwise, this girl was going to be worried again. Oh, where are you going? Xuanzhi was stunned and asked. I'll be going to an academy in other provinces for an exchange program. Lin Xiu lied. Oh, alright then. Xuanzhi was slightly disappointed, but still smiled sweetly. Time flew by. Early in the next morning, Lin Xiu took the maglev train to the airport with Liu Lai. After they arrived at the airport and passed through the security, they could see many soldiers in battle robes over at that side. Lin Xiu, be careful. You must return safely. Liu Lai looked at Lin Xiu, who had already changed into his battle robe, and said seriously. Actually, when the academy announced this punishment, Liu Lai was enraged. Letting a student take part in the cleanup operation at the Guangming Fort was basically pushing him to his death. Right. However, he calmed down after that. He couldn't do anything about it unless Lin Xiu dared to drop out of school. But if he did, his future would really be ruined. Don't worry. I'll come back for sure. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, I will come back within a month. In this world, power was everything. If you became a rank 5 warrior, you would get a special status recognized even by the federal government. You're Lin Xiu just then. A tall and muscular man dressed in camouflage battle robe walked over and spoke to Lin Xiu with knitted brows. Yes. Lin Xiu nodded and instinctively activated the analytic eye. However, he realized that he couldn't analyze this man. He should be a warrior rank 3 and above. Oh right. This is Captain Qin Kang. He is one of the people in charge of this mission. Luo Lai introduced. Qin Kang appeared to recognize Luo Lai and nodded at him. Then, he glanced at Lin Xiu and said coldly, We're not going there for fun. You might lose your life. He walked towards the other side after speaking. He's like that. Don't mind him. Luo Lai smiled at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded and after saying goodbye to Luo Lai, he carried the box containing the silver immortal soul and walked over. Gather well begin the roll call now over at the field outside. Qin Kang and a few other high-ranking warriors were already standing there. After several names were called out, Lin Xiu finally heard his own name. After that, he also jogged over like those people. Those soldiers wearing camouflage battle robes were stunned when they saw a young man standing next to them and broke out in laughter. Little friend, are you in the wrong team? A bulky man curled his lips and mocked. The lowest ranking for this mission was a rank 1 warrior, and this boy who looked like a high school student was joining them. Is he courting death? Lin Xiu glanced askance at him and didn't say a word. Be serious. Qin Kang furrowed his brows and yelled sternly. These soldiers appeared to still be afraid of Qin Kang, and when they heard what he said, they straightened up and didn't dare to speak anymore. After Qin Kang saw that everyone was in place, he said, Our Xingyao city sent a total of 4 teams this time. A total of 40 warriors. Sir, there seems to be someone in our team who isn't a warrior. A man spoke up. Those soldiers guffawed when they heard his words. You and those who laughed, do 100 push-ups on the spot and complete them within 5 minutes. Qin Kang ordered coldly. Those soldiers were stunned and somewhat annoyed, but they still quickly did the push-ups according to Qin Kang's order. You may be a student from Xingyao Academy, but as long as you're a part of this mission, you're no different from them and you must always be conscious of death. Do you understand? Qin Kang looked at Lin Xiu at this moment and said coldly. Yes. Lin Xiu knew that the Federal Army's rules were very strict and could be said to be even stricter than the rules of the world he was in before he transmigrated. At this moment, he stood at the same spot obediently. 5 minutes went by very quickly, and that scarily huge plane had already extended its stairs out automatically. The plane will be taking off soon. Are you guys ready? Qin Kang's gaze swept across these young faces as he shouted. Ready. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Everyone here is rubbish. This new model of aircraft was very spacious, and it felt as if you were walking into a normal building when you entered. This time, Xingyao City dispatched a total of 40 soldiers. Each team had 10 people, and they were divided into 4 teams. Almost all of these soldiers were rank 1 warriors and there were several rank 2 warriors, while the 4 instructors leading each team were high-ranking warriors. Guangming Fort was quite far from Xingyao City. There was a huge training ground and many training facilities in the aircraft, and many soldiers had begun to train there. Hey! Are you a student of Xingyao City? Lin Xiu was sitting cross-legged on the training ground at this moment, and was using the cultivation technique to absorb source energy when a soldier came to speak to him. Instead of answering his question, Lin Xiu continued to cultivate cross-legged. The man frowned, then reached out and tried to push Lin Xiu. At this moment, Lin Xiu opened his eyes instantly, and grabbed the man's wrist with his right hand. What are you trying to do? Lin Xiu's eyes were so cold that the man was startled. I just wanted to have a chat with you. I don't have any malicious intentions. The man smiled and said, but he was secretly surprised. Lin Xiu's reaction speed just now was really quick, and the strength of his arm wasn't weak either. Was he really a high school student? My name is Lai Yi. I graduated from Xingyao Academy too, the man said with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded. Why are you here with us? Lai Yi asked, a little puzzled. For someone who hadn't become an official warrior, was he courting death by going to Guangming Fort with them? It's what the academy required. Lin Xiu said helplessly. This person was a little too friendly, wasn't he? Academy, there is such a rule at Xingyao Academy now. Lai Yi was surprised and asked. Lai Yi, what are you still doing with that boy if you don't train well? I'm not going to care if you die over there later. Then, another strong soldier stood in front of Lin Xiu and Lai Yi and said with a big smile, HNG. Lai Yi glared at him, and it was clear that he and the man weren't on very good terms. Little friend, what the hell are you carrying? He looked over to Lin Xiu, and suddenly noticed the long wooden box next to Lin Xiu. Then, he reached out to get it. Jin Hai. Don't touch other people's things, Lai Yi said in a cold voice. So what if I did? Jin Hai had a look of disdain but did not stop his hands. But just at this moment, Lin Xiu's right hand pressed onto the wooden box, and no matter how hard Jin Hai tried to move it, he simply couldn't. Boy, you're very crazy. Huh? Jin Hai felt embarrassed and he looked at Lin Xiu nastily. Haha, so it's that boy just now, ah? Jin Hai, quick, look at what's in that boy's wooden box. The rest of the soldiers also came over at this moment, and as they just had warm-up training, their shirts were off, revealing their upper body with only a black vest on. Those bulging muscles looked terrifying. Don't go too deep. Lai Yi spoke up at this moment. Get lost, Jin Hai snorted, pushed Lai Yi away, and tried to forcefully take Lin Xiu's wooden box. Do you really want to see it? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and asked. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jin Hai pulled hard with both hands and managed to snatch the wooden box, but just holding the long wooden box in his hand, he found it very heavy and nearly pressed his hand to the ground. Hop. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu's hand moved, and the wooden box opened up. Jin Hai hadn't come to his senses yet and saw a flash of cold light. Lin Xiu seemed to have taken something out of the wooden box. Swish. He felt a sharp pain on his neck as a silver long spear tip pressed against his neck. Silver immortal soul wants to see blood when it comes out, Lin Xiu said plainly. You. Jin Hai's expression became fearful at this moment, and with the tip of the spear on his neck, he could feel the sharpness of it. Although there was only a trace of blood on his scratched skin, he felt that if Lin Xiu wanted to kill him just now, he would already be dead. Is this a rank 1 warrior? Seriously? Lin Xiu shook his head, took back the long spear, and looked disappointed. Boy, say that again if you dare. Lin Xiu's words angered all the other soldiers, and a group of soldiers surrounded him. Hey, apologize right now. Lai Yi saw this scene and could not help but have goosebumps as he whispered to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded and said to the crowd, I'm sorry. Do you think sorry is enough? The silver, immortal soul had left his neck, and Jin Hai heaved a sigh of relief as his face turned sinister. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't finished. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. I was targeting you. I was saying that everyone here is rubbish. Lin Xiu glanced at the people around him and said indifferently, courting death. Jin Hai's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Then he threw a punch towards Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu did not dodge, but also directly threw a punch over. Bang! Under the collision of two fists, it wasn't Lin Xiu who bounced off, but Jin Hai, the official warrior. How is that possible? Lai Yi was appalled at this time. He was as shocked as the rest of the soldiers. Jin Hai, are you all right? A soldier helped Jin Hai up and said out loud. Jin Hai shook his head and stared ferociously at Lin Xiu. What the hell happened to that punch? He felt as if the bones in his whole arm had been broken. No injury could be seen on the outside, but the pain inside was unbearable. This boy is too crazy. Let's attack him together and teach him a lesson, one of the soldiers shouted at this moment. But as soon as he said that, he found that everyone around him stood still and didn't dare to move. What's the matter? Bullying a newcomer, Qin Kang said in a cold voice as he walked over. Sir, it was this boy who knocked Jin Hai to the ground first, a soldier said. Qin Kang walked up to him, then looked at him and said, a warrior was knocked down by a high school student and you still have the cheek to speak. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Operation Cleanup. Begin. The faces of the soldiers changed when they heard Qin Kang's words. They even had the intent of ganging up on Lin Xiu, But they regained themselves. This youth was only a high school student and not a warrior. If you have so much energy to waste on stupid things, why not think about how to survive when you reach Guangming Fort? Qin Kang spoke coldly. Because of the incident, the soldiers no longer dared to look down on Lin Xiu, and nothing like this ever happened again when the plane landed. Guangming Fort was once a large military installation designed to withstand against zombies and mutated beasts. But its former prestige was gone and it had become dilapidated. The exterior of the structures looked tattered and torn from the passing of time. The plane landed at the center plaza of the fort. We're finally here. Lin Xiu held the silver immortal soul in hand. Upon coming out of the plane, he took a deep breath. The 3 instructors and I will head to the core region and clear out the evolved beasts that are of bigger threats. The soldiers from other cities have already moved out for Operation Cleanup. So all of you be quick on your feet. 10 in a team and all of you can head out from the south gate. Qin Kang gave the orders to the crowd. Yes sir. The group was quickly formed into teams of 10 with Lin Xiu grouped with Lai Yi. Due to the contamination, there was a weird smell in the air. But a warrior's body would not be affected by the contaminated place. So long as they were not struck or attacked by mutated beasts or zombies that had been infected, they were safe. Have you been here before while walking? Lin Xiu asked Lai Yi. No. Lai Yi shook his head and chuckled bitterly. Everyone here was chosen. I just graduated from the army and never thought that I would be picked. Lin Xiu nodded his head and continued moving with the team. They quickly arrived at the city gate. Everyone held onto various types of weapons and the 4 teams left in the gates in different directions towards the outside. Kid, I hope you don't die so easily. Jin Hai shot a glance at Lin Xiu and said coldly. The incident on the plane had humiliated him. Relax. You'll live well. But for you, don't think you'll see the light of tomorrow's sun. Lin Xiu replied indifferently. You. Jin Hai became infuriated and clenched his fists with the intent of punching Lin Xiu when he heard him refute. But upon recalling what had happened, he became slightly afraid. Even until now, there was a slight sore in his arm. Jin Hai. Let's go. A soldier pulled Jin Hai away. HMPH Jin Hai snorted and headed off in the other direction. After walking for a distance, they saw a town not far ahead of them. The structures looked ancient and were similar to the structures of his previous world. Many of the building surfaces were covered with vines and strange plants. They continued walking and arrived at the town. There are many small towns like this around Guangming Fort. The 10 of us are responsible to clean up the evolved beasts and zombies here. A tall and sturdy man explained to the team. He was called Zhu Wen and was the temporary leader of the team. Right when he finished his sentence, a strange sound came out from the corner. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted and he ran forward with the spear in his hand. Brat, why are you running so fast? Lai Yi was stunned when he saw Lin Xiu and chased after him. Lin Xiu saw a few figures upon turning the corner. The clothes on their bodies were already moldy and their faces were extremely white with bloodshot eyes. Their mouths contained 2 rows of extremely sharp teeth with saliva dripping down uncontrollably. They saw Lin Xiu the moment he saw them. As though having seen a delicious meal, they started moving towards Lin Xiu's direction. Analytic eyes. Activate. Rank 2 zombie traits extremely fast. Sharp claws. Carries contamination and mutated virus. Overall combat strength 746. Combat strength of 746. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted. That was too terrifying. It was true. Rank 2 zombies, or mutated beasts, could rival that of Rank 1 official warriors. Although he was nervous, Lin Xiu remained unafraid. He held his spear tightly and swung his spear against an approaching Rank 2 zombie and sliced its body cleanly into 2. But even with its slightly higher combat strength, a zombie was still a zombie without any sense or intellect. They only knew how to hunt and bite. Zombies were easier to kill compared to evolved beasts, as long as one remained careful not to get bitten. Ding! Congratulations, master, for killing a Rank 2 zombie, obtaining 800 experience points. So many experience points. Just as Lin Xiu was celebrating, the zombies from behind had charged towards him. They opened their mouths and swung their claws with the remaining meat stuck in between their teeth. It looked extremely hideous. Lin Xiu did not retreat, but moved his spear. The spear tip emitted a cold aura as it moved like lightning and thrust forward. The head of the zombie at the front exploded. Lin Xiu then turned and pierced the chest of the zombie behind him before kicking it away. Lin Xiu killed a few rank 2 zombies in this corner and gained countless experience notifications. Ding, congratulations master for reaching level 12. Level 12 already. Lin Xiu was stunned. His experience points grew every night as he trained, and after earning all these experience points, it was no surprise that he should level up. Lin Xiu quickly pulled up his stats board. Host Lin Xiu. Level 12. Experience points 5 experience required for the next level. Strength 105. Physique 70. Speed 54. Note: an average person scores at least 38 for each segment. Skills: Analytic Eye. Fury. Rage build-up to 1. Overall combat strength 758. Remaining potential points 12. I have 700 plus combat strength already. Perfect. Once I add these 12 potential points and level once more, I'll reach the level of an ordinary rank 1 warrior. Chapter 39. Chapter 39 Rank 1 Warrior. After thinking for a bit, Lin Xiu added 6 potential points into speed and increased it to 60 points, and pumped the rest into strength, increasing it to 111 points. Right at this moment, his overall combat strength increased to 800 points. Ding, congratulations master for attaining 800 combat strength. Rewarding the title Rank 1 Warrior. Title: what's that? Lin Xiu was stunned and discovered another segment in his stats board. Title: Rank 1 Warrior. Passive skill: Under Attack. Rage value will increase faster. Lin Xiu did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the effect. It turned out that he had to be beaten, but Lin Xiu felt that it was good. Power-up Strike relied on the increasing rage value from the damage received by his enemies and could only be used when the rage buildup was at its maximum. As he increased the strength of his body, he was unable to utilize the skill as he required even more serious injuries to build up the rage counter. Rank 2 Zombies. Zhu Wen walked over and saw the zombie corpses lying on the floor and frowned. These zombies were completely unlike Rank 1 zombies. They were fast and posed a sufficient threat to warriors. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu could get rid of all of them? Damn! Lin Xiu! You're good! Lai Yi exclaimed in surprise when he saw the scene. Roar! Just as he finished talking, a black figure jumped down from above, followed by a bone-chilling roar. Zhu Wen reacted quickly and brandished his battle saber and slashed upwards. Bang! Just as the figure closed in on Lai Yi, it was sliced into 2, and blood was drawn as some even splattered on Lai Yi's body. Careful! Don't die! Zhu Wen glanced at Lai Yi and advised. Thanks. Lai Yi patted his own chest. He was still able to feel the lingering fear. The zombie that was sliced in 2 opened its large mouth and revealed its sharp teeth. Upon thinking about how close he was to being bitten and becoming like that, he felt his scalp go numb. Careful! Something else is coming. Lin Xiu looked around and said cautiously. The street was truly weird. It seemed to hide many terrifying creatures that were waiting for them in the darkness. Zhu Wen already walked forward while the group followed along and remained cautious. It's just these zombies. Isn't the mission too easy? A few soldiers did not care about Lin Xiu's advice. Aside from the zombies that they had encountered, they did not meet others and started to relax. Indeed, I thought that Guangming Fort will have even more zombies and monsters. Another soldier nodded his head in agreement. They were scared to death when they were chosen. A total of 5 cities had dispatched soldiers with 40 per city, all of which were warriors. It was said less than 10 soldiers that participated in the operation cleanup out of the 40 sent from every city annually would return. There were even instances when the entire group was wiped out. This goes to show how high the mortality rate was. You guys better be careful. I don't care if you die here. Zhu Wen snorted coldly. Yes, Captain. The soldiers complied verbally but did not take it to heart. They were thinking of searching the town again. If there were no zombies or evolved beasts, they could return early. Right. Lai Yi was tense due to what had happened. He would look around occasionally and hold onto his weapon tightly, unwilling to relax himself. Something's approaching. Zhu Wen suddenly saw something at a corner and warned. Approaching? What's approaching? A soldier that was closer was startled as a few figures charged at him. Fast. Extremely fast. Before the soldier could even react, a pale and rotten-faced zombie was already on him. It opened its large mouth and breathed out a repulsive breath before biting down on his neck. Go and die under immense fear. He used his pair of short blades in his hand and stabbed it in the zombie's chest. Bang! Blood spurted out from the zombie's body, but it did not seem to care about being struck, and instead continued biting on the soldier's neck. As he was a distance from the front, Lin Ziyu and Zhu Wen were unable to save him. The zombie's mouth was like a meat grinder. In a short span of time, it had finished eating the soldier's neck and the head dropped onto the ground. This terrifying scene caused all the relaxed soldiers to be horrified. This was when they finally regained their senses. This was not a game. It was a life or death mission. Lin Ziyu thrust his spear towards that zombie that wanted to eat the soldier's body. Zhu Wen charged forward and performed several quick slashes at the other zombies that were approaching. Lin Ziyu felt uncomfortable seeing how young the soldier was. He was alive a second ago, but had died just like that. Their heads are the weak point. Otherwise, even if you burst their hearts, they won't die. Lin Ziyu penetrated his spear into another zombie's head and explained. Maybe it was the blood from the soldier that died. But many of the zombies were attracted over. Right at this time, heavy footsteps could be heard from all around them. What is that? A soldier trembled and asked when he saw figures in the distance. Zombies. They are all rank 2 zombies. Lin Ziyu saw the dense cluster of figures and felt his scalp go numb. The horde was too terrifying. It was no wonder he kept sensing something was wrong. It turned out that there were many rank 2 zombies hiding. Prepare the laser guns. Zhu Wen's expression changed as he roared. Upon hearing the order, Lai Yi immediately drew out his laser gun and shot at the horde. But the number of zombies was too terrifying. Only exploding their heads could work. Lin Ziyu held his spear and charged forward, imbuing source strength into silver immortal soul. This caused the spear tip to emit a cold aura. He exerted power in his arm and thrust forward, directly slicing off 5 zombie heads. A row of zombies' heads dropped to the ground. No, you can't use the laser guns. Chapter 40. Chapter 40 Zombie Siege. Zhu Wen continued to shoot the laser gun for a while longer, but realized that they were not useful. It was no wonder hardly any warriors used laser guns to deal with zombies. Although the lasers could burst through the zombie bodies, as long as the heads were still intact, the zombies would be fine. The 8 of them shot with laser guns and only got rid of 1 each. But Lin Ziyu's spear had already killed 5 or 6 of them. These zombies had overall combat strength comparable to rank 1 warriors. If they chose to pounce and bite, the team was in for trouble. They might end up like the soldier that died. But fortunately, these zombies did not appear to have any intelligence. Lin Ziyu swung his spear out to attack while retreating simultaneously. By pouring source strength into silver immortal soul, the entire spear seemed to turn into a spear glowing with silver light. The sharp end of the spear danced alongside Lin Ziyu like lightning and shot out in all trajectories. Bang! 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 A few zombie heads dropped to the ground. The notification in his head kept ringing out. But Lin Ziyu did not have the time to pay attention to it. Because if he was careless, his life might be taken. Zhu Wen was inwardly shocked when he saw Lin Ziyu attacking without regard for his life. Isn't he a student? Why is he so ferocious? Zhu Wen used a skill without thinking further. Following his roar, his saber slashed forward and unleashed a powerful vacuum blade that sliced through a few zombies and cut them at their bodies. All these zombies have no intellect. Although their combat strength is high, we will be fine as long as we are careful and not bitten. Lin Ziyu glanced to the side where Lai Yi was killing zombies. As he had increased his speed to 60 points, Lin Ziyu felt his body becoming lighter and his reaction speed had grown faster. Lai Yi relaxed when he heard Lin Ziyu's voice. Just like how he hunted evolved beasts in the past, he avoided and killed the zombies. All the soldiers around unleashed their own skills and killed a great number of the zombies. Blood stench pervaded the air and the ground was covered with blood. Of the Phoenix, Lin Xiu felt the fatigue and called out. There were too many zombies, and due to slight carelessness, his spear was held and restricted by a few zombies. A few zombies behind took the opportunity and rushed towards Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu had no choice but to utilize of the Phoenix. After becoming a rank 1 warrior, Lin Xiu felt that his strength had grown substantially. Although the stats board did not explicitly reveal anything, he was able to sense that his body was different from before. It was no wonder why official warriors were separated at the 800 combat strength mark. Whoosh! As Lin Xiu unleashed the skill, the silver spear tip erupted with flames. With a loud bang, the gigantic flaming bird flew out. All the zombies that tried to restrict Lin Xiu's spear immediately combusted into flames. Lin Xiu snorted and exerted a force. He pulled out the spear and killed the surrounding zombies without pausing. All the notifications kept appearing in his mind, but of the Phoenix was an extremely exhaustive skill that used up his stamina and sword strength. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt a hint of fatigue. The others were tired as well. There were too many zombies and they could not do anything to the fear that was setting in. It simply felt as though the entire city had been sieged by a zombie horde. Let's retreat first. Zhu Wen gritted his teeth and gave the order after killing 2 zombies with 1 strike. The others agreed. Lin Xiu glanced behind and discovered that the zombies coming from the rear had decreased. There were only a dozen odd left. Retreating from that direction was the best decision. You guys retreat from the rear. I'll use my skills to cover you all, Lin Xiu said and swung his spear to kill another few zombies. If he had sufficient stamina, killing all the zombies would be a shortcut for him to level. But he had no other choice. Pushing to stay on was too risky. The expressions of the soldiers became awkward when they heard Lin Xiu's words. To have a student's protection was truly too embarrassing. But it was not a time to be petty. They were almost out of stamina. We are in your debt. Zhu Wen looked at Lin Xiu deeply and said. Lin Xiu nodded his head. In an instant, sword strength from his body was transferred into the spear as he utilized Awe of the Phoenix again. The giant flaming bird blocked the zombies and charged towards them. Move! Everyone immediately retreated upon Lin Xiu's instruction. A dozen odd zombies were killed instantly as they retreated. Lin Xiu ran along with them while depleting the sword strength in his body. If this continued, there was a chance that he might die too. Over there. Let's hide there. Lai spotted a towering building and the doors seemed open. Everyone ran in without hesitation. Lin Xiu pulled the doors and closed them shut. Phew! Everyone gasped for breath. Since it was their first time experiencing such a situation, it was an extremely close shave. Lin Xiu leaned against a wall and snuck his way to the dark glass. He looked outside but did not find any traces of the zombies. The zombies most probably did not know that the group had hidden in the building. Take a rest. I think the zombies won't chase us. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground. He placed the spear beside him. He finally had the time to look at his stat board and found that he had earned over 200k experience. It was truly out of his expectation. If he continued killing the zombies, who knew if he could even become a rank 2 warrior on the day to return home? Daiju, what's wrong right at this moment? A soldier asked his comrade that was seated on the floor and howling in pain. His leg was bleeding. It seemed as though he was bitten by a zombie. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Infected soldiers. At this moment, everyone looked over at the man. Zhu Wen walked to his side, then directly pulled his trouser up, only to find that there was a deep bite mark on his leg. There was no doubt that he must have been bitten by a zombie just now. What are we going to do? Lai panicked when he saw this. If he was bitten by a zombie, the blood in its mouth or the virus in its saliva would enter his wound at this time. It would cause infection. The rest of the soldiers were stunned when they saw this and were at a complete loss as they looked at his wound. There's no cure once you get infected directly. Lin Xiu came over at this moment and said, this was also one of the reasons why dealing with zombies was extremely dangerous. Evolved beasts were still fine. The viruses mutate in the body, and even if attacked by an evolved beast, there was no risk of infection. No, there must be a way, a soldier yelled. His eyes were red too. Who would have thought that a companion whom he was laughing and chatting with would become like this in a short span of time? It was hard for them to accept this. Actually, there is a way. The source strength of a warrior rank 6 and above can eliminate the virus in the body. But, Lin Xiu paused for a moment. But you wouldn't be able to find a warrior rank 6 and above here. No, not just this place. Even in Xingyao City, rank 6 warriors were rare, and the virus developed very quickly. The virus would basically enter the brain of a rank 1 warrior within just 10 minutes. And by then, the warrior would become a zombie. Quickly, kill me. Daiju gritted his teeth at this point and then roared at the crowd. I don't want to see myself become a monster. Zhu Wen and the others looked at him motionlessly. The mood of the crowd became oppressive at this moment. Daju's face contorted at this moment, and his veins were protruding out of his head. His eyes were also gradually turning red. It was clear that he was becoming a zombie. Hurry up. Kill me. Daju seemed to be in a lot of pain at this moment, and his spit kept flowing out of his mouth. His teeth were turning sharp too. Roar in the next second. He broke free and was about to bite the nearest soldier. That soldier's pupils constricted. He couldn't react fast enough and was about to be bitten by that infected soldier. Hurry up. But at the crucial moment, Daju seemed to regain a little sanity and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Bang! A silver spear pierced his head. He's completely infected, and he used the last of his strength to stop himself from biting you. Lin Xia's mood at this moment was also a little complicated. This soldier's willpower was so strong. If he didn't control himself just now, that soldier would have been bitten. Human nature has both darkness and brilliance. Daju having escaped death by a fluke. The soldier was stunned and his eyes were filled with tears. Bang! 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 Just then, the shutter door over there seemed to have something knocking against it. The sound was so urgent, like something was about to break in. What's going on? Zhu Wen frowned and stood up, then went straight over there. Through the dark glass window, he could clearly see that there were over a dozen zombies gathered outside. They looked sinister and were howling nonstop. Then, the shutter door was cut directly by a sharp claw. That door was going to break soon, and the zombies were coming in. Roar! It appeared that a zombie had noticed Zhu Wen's shadow and was right in front of that dark glass window at this moment, constantly knocking against it. Soon, the dark glass window began to crack. The zombies are coming. What the soldiers had been sitting on the ground, resting for only a short while when they heard Zhu Wen's words. They couldn't help but stand up immediately. They looked toward the dark glass window and saw more and more zombies coming round the window. Go! Let's go! Lin Xiu frowned when he saw the scene. Rank 2 zombies had a special characteristic of moving together. There might be only a dozen zombies right now, but when the fight began, there would be more and more zombies around, like what they just encountered. When the others heard Lin Xiu's words, they quickly went upstairs. On the second floor, there was also a thick iron door. The second they all got up, Lin Xiu immediately shut it. So even if those zombies caught up, the door could not be easily broken. When those zombies didn't see their shadows anymore, they would slowly disperse. This building was very tall and quite old, coupled with the corpses upstairs, and the bloodstains that had dried up and stuck to the ground. The entire place looked a bit like a horror movie scene. The higher they went, the more cobwebs appeared. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What's this noise? Hearing this sound, a soldier could not help but swallow his saliva and asked. Lin Xiu had goosebumps at this moment as well. There were a lot of cobwebs and strange sounds, like there was something weird above. It can't be mutated spiders or anything, right? Lai Yi smiled and said out loud. The moment he said that, a dark shadow jumped down from the ceiling. All of a sudden, it pounced on Lai Yi's back. Oh, what's this? What's this? Lai Yi felt something behind him and began to panic. His hand stretched to his back. Then he realized that he caught something hairy and even had a few long legs. Lin Xiu, who was standing behind him, was also startled. He really didn't see this thing just now. The analytic eye was activated automatically. Rank 1 black spider features spiders that mutate due to nuclear contamination. Characteristics enormous and are slightly toxic. Just a rank 1 evolved beast. Lin Xiu heaved a sigh of relief and took out his long spear. He pierced the spider's head and tossed its body to the ground. Thank you. Lai turned around and was relieved to see this scene. It really scared him just now. Shh Lin Xiu made a hush gesture at this moment because he found that there were more and more strange noises. And the noises were getting louder and louder, as if those things were getting closer and closer. Chapter 42 Evolved Zombie. Chapter 42 Evolved Zombie. There won't be another spider. Will there? Lai looked at the huge spider carcass that had fallen to the ground. Close your big mouth. Lin Xiu glared at him and said. He picked up that black spider's carcass, but realized that there wasn't any odd crystal. Could it be because these things were the product of nuclear contamination, so they were different from evolved beasts and didn't have any odd crystal? It was a bit of a disappointment for Lin Xiu. The stairs weren't wide and could only fit 3 people side by side. It really looked a bit crowded, and it was very hard for Lin Xiu to wave his long spear in a place like this. Spiders. Spider. Just as they were about to go up to the 3rd floor, a soldier seemed to see something and got a fright. Even his voice was shaking. Spider. Lin Xiu walked to the front and saw a large number of spiders crawling on the wall. They were crawling toward them. Why are there so many of them? Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw this scene, and Lai covered his mouth, thinking that he really jinxed it. Whatever he said actually came true. The size of these spiders was no different from the one they saw just now, and they looked terrifying. Shoot quickly. Zhu Wen's expression changed when he saw this and quickly reacted. At this moment, everyone quickly took out their laser guns when they heard him. If they went into close combat with this type of large-scale evolved beast, they could get entangled in their bodies easily and it would be very troublesome. Here you go. Zhu Wen looked at Lin Xiu and saw that he did not carry a laser gun, so he tossed the laser pistol that the dead soldier was carrying over to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu did not stand on ceremony and simply took it. He carried the silver immortal soul spear in his left hand and held the laser pistol on his right as he shot at the spiders. A series of laser rays kept shooting out, and a large number of giant black spiders were killed. The 8 people continued to shoot, and more than half the spiders that were coming from that corridor were dead. After pulling the trigger crazily for some time, those spiders along the corridor were finally all dead. There were black spider carcasses all over the ground and looking at them gave one goosebumps. Zhu Wen, do we have to keep going up there? It wasn't easy to get rid of all those spiders and everyone was a little tired. At this moment, a soldier asked Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen became silent. If they continued to walk up and encountered any weird creatures, they would be in trouble. Right now, nobody was in great condition and they must take a quick rest. But it was obviously not a good place to rest, and they weren't sure if those zombies would catch up to them. Keep going. Lin Xiu put the laser gun in the pocket behind his pants and said as he walked upstairs. But upstairs, the soldier frowned and was about to say something when he heard banging from that iron door below. It must be that those zombies had caught up and were constantly hitting the iron door below. Let's go. At this moment, no one objected and directly followed Lin Xiu upstairs. There were a lot of cobwebs in the whole building and they should be made by those black spiders. Lin Xiu made a slash upwards with his long spear and with a slight use of skill, a flame was released in an instant. Those cobwebs caught fire, and soon, all the cobwebs in the corridor began to slowly disappear with the fire burning. Those small spiders and spider eggs on the webs were all burned by the fire. Finally, there are no spiders. Lai patted his chest and said, although these spiders were not too difficult to deal with, there were many of them and just looking at them was disgusting. They continued going upstairs and didn't encounter anything strange which allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Bang! Lin Xiu kicked open the locked iron door leading to the roof. In an instant, the glaring sunlight shone on everyone's bodies. So tired their tensed emotions could finally be at ease, and those soldiers couldn't help but lay on the ground and rest comfortably. Let's restore some energy here first. Zhu Wen also sat on the ground, then took out a packet of special compressed biscuits from his pocket to eat. Before setting off, everyone took a lot of iron rations, which provided a lot of energy and was very small and easy to carry. The so-called iron rations of the former world simply could not be compared with those in the future world. Lin Xiu also took out some iron rations from his pocket to replenish some physical strength. Then, he stood at the edge of the roof to look down and found that in the area below, there were still a large number of zombies. And at this moment, there was a giant evolved beast in the middle, and it was biting the zombies and tearing them up. As soon as the analytical eye was activated, Lin Xiu found that the beast below was only a rank 2 sabertooth hound. It was very large in size, and its body was also very flexible. As its claws waved, several zombies were killed in an instant, but there were so many zombies that the sabertooth hound was soon surrounded by zombies. As the saying goes, no matter how big elephants are, they are still afraid of ants. That's because when the number of ants reached a certain point, they would be able to tear the whole elephant into shreds. And now the same was true, that ferocious saber-tooth hound quickly tore the zombies up. And within minutes, a huge skeleton appeared. Lin Xiu could not help but gasp when he saw this. If they continued to fight just now, this could possibly be their outcome. Only now did he understand the dangers of this task. He continued looking and found that the odd crystal seemed to be swallowed by a zombie. Zombies also devour odd crystals. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's pupils constricted as he stared at the zombie that devoured the odd crystal. The zombie's body, which was originally a little thin and frail, appeared to change after devouring the odd crystal. It became taller and stronger. The analytic eye was activated. This was originally a rank 2 zombie, but now, it actually turned into rank 3 according to the analytic eye's analysis. I see these zombies rely on devouring the odd crystals to evolve. Chapter 43, Learning the Silver Skill. Chapter 43, Learning the Silver Skill. Lin Xiu. What are you looking at? Lai Yi looked at Lin Xiu, who was standing at the edge and looking down at the situation. He became curious and came over to take a look at what Lin Xiu was looking at. When he saw the dense clutter of zombie figures below, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and felt cold perspiration trickle down his spine. It was truly too horrifying. Was their team supposed to kill all of these monsters? Let's take a rest first. Lin Xiu patted him on the shoulder, then sat at the side and took out the silver skill card, Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. I am a rank 1 warrior now. I should be able to learn this silver skill. Right. You're going to learn a silver skill. Right here and now. Zhu Wen saw Lin Xiu's action and asked in shock. It was extremely difficult even for a warrior like him that was of rank 2 to learn a silver skill. And in Zhu Wen's eyes, Lin Xiu was at most a quasi-warrior. Yeah. Lin Xiu, I think you should wait a while before learning it. Lai Yi spoke up. The reason behind their advice was that all the recording and training patterns inside the skill card would flow into the user's head once used. But even with all the information, it still required endless training and practice to unleash the might of the skill. It was like pouring all the memory and skills of an expert into the mind of an ordinary person. Even if he knew how to utilize the techniques, they would still be useless if the physique and muscles were not trained well enough. Information from a bronze skill card could be retained for about a week, while a silver skill card could be retained for 3 weeks. I have to learn Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers completely within the 3 weeks. He placed the silver card on his forehead as a cool metal sensation seeped in. The silver skill card released a bright light, and Lin Xiu immediately felt new information appear in his mind. It was as though he had trained in the skill for very long and could unleash them at any moment. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled as he sensed the marvel of the skill. He gripped onto Silver Immortal Soul and started practicing it. As the saying goes, in martial arts, the speed at its utmost extreme cannot be defeated, and the main aspect of the Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers was speed. To unleash hundreds of attacks on surrounding enemies in a short span of time and prevent them any opportunity of defending. Even if the enemy withstood 1 attack or 2 attacks, would they be able to withstand 100 explosive attacks in a second? Although the skill was extremely powerful, it demanded a great deal from the user as well. Not only must the user have explosive strength, but he also needed to harmonize the power as well. Lin Xiu held onto Silver Immortal Soul and faced the wall near the steel doors and took a deep breath. His gaze turned cold as he bellowed out loud. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su su su. It felt as though little specks of cold aura had appeared for every spear that he brandished. A few holes appeared on the wall before him. No. It's slow. Too slow. This guy. Zhu Wen looked over, and saw the spear unleashed by Lin Ziyu. A shock appeared on his face. Even he might not be able to defend against that speed. He had just learned the silver skill and used it for the first time. But he was able to reach such a degree of finesse. One had to know that a silver skill's exhaustion on the body was not something a bronze skill could compare to. Lai could not help but stare at Lin Ziyu seriously. In the beginning, he only had a good feeling towards Lin Ziyu, as he had graduated from the school that Lin Ziyu was in. But he always felt that Lin Ziyu was just an ordinary beginner or quasi-warrior. He could not compare to an official warrior. But after interacting, he realized that Lin Ziyu was not only calm and collected in battles. His strength was not inferior to his. No. Lin Ziyu might even be stronger than him. He looked at Lin Ziyu's spear. That's such a heavy weapon. How was he able to wield it so freely? Damn it. While staring at Lin Ziyu, Lai suddenly realized that Lin Ziyu had stabbed out 5 holes in a second. That was 5 strikes in a second. Wasn't that improvement too fast? Although it was just a single spear strike in the second, it was already extremely terrifying. Damn. I can only stab 5 times. Lin Ziyu muttered to himself in dismay. The figure in his mind was able to unleash 100 spear strikes in a second. That was the true power of the torrential storm of rose flowers. Seems like I need to practice more. But just as Lin Ziyu was about to dance with his spear and utilize the torrential storm of rose flowers again, he felt the airstreams around him. In that instant, the airstreams collided and formed a beam of light. He instinctively thrust the spear in that location. A loud bang rang out when he stabbed forth, and the wall immediately exploded. What's going on? What is that feeling upon using this skill? It was like being one with the spear. How did you just do that? Zhu Wen's pupils constricted when he saw that. He had only seen such a move occur from the strongest warrior in his family. Although it had been many years, he would never forget that scene. I don't know. Lin Ziyu regained himself when he heard Zhu Wen and shook his head. What was that? Why did it seem that your might was multiple times stronger? Lai questioned. It was too exaggerated. The wall actually exploded the instant he thrust out. Profound intent. That was profound intent, Zhu Wen bellowed. You're saying that this is... Lin Ziyu's pupils constricted. He suddenly recalled the knowledge in his memory from reading books. Although there was bronze to diamond ranking for skills, even the lowest bronze skill could unleash extreme power when trained and enlightened to a certain degree. With Lin Ziyu's rupturing fist as an example, there was a limit to how much he could train. It was impossible for it to be comparable to a gold skill at its later stages. But if he could comprehend Rupturing Fist's profound intent, the power it could unleash would definitely match a gold skill. But it was extremely difficult to gain enlightenment on a skill's profound intent. Not only did it require a deep understanding of the skill, but it also required luck. That's right, luck. It was said that out of 1,000 people that trained the same skill to great success, only a handful could be successful in gaining the skill's profound intent. Upon thinking about it, Lin Ziyu became excited. If he could gain the profound intent of torrential storm of rose flowers, his torrential storm of rose flowers would be much more powerful than the ordinary torrential storm of rose flowers. Chapter 44 Rank 3 Sabertooth Hound. Chapter 44 Rank 3 Sabertooth Hound. Excellent. Once more, torrential storm of rose flowers, Lin Ziyu bellowed as he thrust forward with silver, immortal spear. Following cold gleams of light, 4 holes appeared on another wall. The terrifying technique with the powerful might he had unleashed previously that destroyed the wall did not appear. To gain enlightenment on profound intent is not so easy. You were lucky, so be happy with it. Zhu Wen advised enviously. One had to rely on their feeling to be successful with gaining enlightenment on profound intent. And Lin Ziyu could be considered to have extreme luck to accidentally gain slight enlightenment upon using the silver card. If he had already gained a bit of enlightenment, why should he be afraid of not gaining it again? I'm so jealous. Lai sighed. It was extremely infuriating to witness such a thing. It was just like hunting for a set of equipment in a game and unable to obtain it after killing the same monster tens of thousands of times. Yet someone else immediately obtained it after a short while. How could one not feel jealousy and hatred? Lin Xiu chuckled and clenched his fist. It was truly unexpected happiness. So long as he continued to train, he believed that he would gain the opportunity to be enlightened on profound intent again. Alright, it's about enough rest. Let's continue to head down at this time. Zhu Wen looked at the other soldiers seated down and announced. Yes. They walked down the stairs and heard noises. Some of the zombies from before were actually charging upwards and even brought down the steel doors and surged upwards. Lin Xiu frowned and stabbed forward with his spear. A zombie's head exploded with his accurate aim. The soldiers only reacted after the kill and started using their guns to open fire. Su su su. Laser gun sounds came out endlessly and pierced through the zombies. A large number of zombie corpses lay on the ground. In a short span of time, the zombies that had blocked the path were decimated. We should be able to rest now. We will begin preparing for Operation Cleanup. Pay attention and don't get bitten. Zhu Wen walked to the front and said. All the soldiers were slightly numb from being surrounded by the zombies earlier, but had no other choice as it was their mission. If they did not comply and became army deserters, they would implicate their own families and everyone would be listed as wanted criminals. They could not leave and only fight with their lives on the line. Why do you look excited? Liu was originally afraid, but saw Lin Xiu already holding silver immortal spear tightly. Lin Xiu had walked to the front and looked extremely ready to attack, so Liu could not help but ask. For experience. Experience. Cough cough. Experience on killing zombies. Lin Xiu laughed and replied. He had obtained a great deal of experience from killing all the zombies earlier. He had tasted the sweetness from the experience notifications. To the others, it might be hell. But to Lin Xiu, it was simply heaven. Top-grade heaven. A soldier walked towards a shutter door and reached out to pull it up when a fast zombie suddenly pounced on him. He was taken aback. He did not see any shadows or zombies when he looked inside from the window. How did the zombie suddenly appear? He was not in time to react due to the shock. But in the moment of peril, a gleam of light flickered and a hole appeared on the zombie's head. Be careful. Lin Xiu pulled his spear from the zombie's head and said indifferently. He regained himself when he heard Lin Xiu's voice and slowly staggered in to push the corpse away. Thank you. The soldier gasped and looked at Lin Xiu with gratitude. This was just a brief interlude. Upon going outside, roars could be heard. What's that? Zhu Wen walked out and cast his gaze over. His pupils immediately constricted. Sabertooth hound. Rank 2 evolved beats. Lin Xiu answered. It was exactly like what they saw from before, but it was larger in size. And they were fighting against a group of zombies. No, it should be a rank 3 evolved beast. What everyone exclaimed when they heard Lin Xiu's words. He used the analytical eye and identified it as a rank 3 leader, Sabertooth hound. Its traits were extreme speed and sharp claws and fangs. A rank 1 warrior could be instantly ripped apart if caught. I think it is just a rank 2. We don't have to be afraid. A soldier held onto his blade and scoffed. He had killed saber-tooth hounds before who were about as strong as ordinary rank 1 warriors. So long as they were careful, it was extremely safe. The large saber-tooth hound howled and the heads of the zombies around instantly exploded. After dealing with the zombies, it turned and glared at the humans. Its eyes were blood red and filled with murderous intent. It bent its limbs and pushed forward. The launch speed was so fast that it looked like it teleported over. Seeking death, the soldier immediately charged forward with the blade in hand as he intended to hack the saber-tooth hound in two. They had agreed previously that the odd crystals belonged to whoever killed the evolved beasts. A rank 2 odd crystal was worth a lot of money. Zhu Wen did not believe Lin Xiu's words and thought that this was a rank 2 saber-tooth hound as well. But when he saw the speed at which the saber-tooth hound had flown over, he immediately felt something was wrong. It was not only huge, but extremely powerful. The ground started to tremble as it ran over. Go and die! The man charged in front of the saber-tooth hound and leaped upwards as he hacked down with the blade. But just as the blade slashed down, The saber-tooth hound increased its speed and smashed into his chest. What? The instantaneous attack was too fast and exceeded his calculations. He smashed right down to the ground. But the soldier was experienced. Although he was thrown to the ground, he reacted fast enough to use the blade and slashed at the saber-tooth hound's neck. Bang! Chapter 45 Besieged. Chapter 45 Besieged. The blade drew a bit of blood that splattered across his face. But the shocking fact was that the blade was stuck in the neck of the saber-tooth hound and did not slice through cleanly. How was that possible? In his disbelief, the saber-tooth hound took the opportunity and opened its jaws to bite down. Be careful! Zhu Wen ran forward, but the saber-tooth hound was faster than him. The bite went through the man's neck and ruptured an artery. This caused a massive amount of blood loss. The man struggled for a bit before losing his last breath. A warrior had just died like that. Zhu Wen's pupils constricted as he witnessed the scene before using the blade in his right hand to hack down at the saber-tooth hound's body. Tang! In that instant, the saber-tooth hound's right claws blocked and collided with his blade and unleashed a sharp metal collision sound. How sharp! Roar! The saber-tooth hound roared and caused their minds to tremble. At the same time, the blade that was stuck in its neck was flung out. The wound quickly stopped bleeding. With a smash, the warrior's head beneath its legs was smashed into meat pulp. It did not stop and pounced right at Zhu Wen. Lin Xiu charged forward and thrust his spear. The spear was so quick and instantly struck it. But it suddenly swerved its body and dodged his spear. What? How could it be so fast? While in shock, Lin Xiu reacted in time and retreated. The soldiers behind ran forward and launched a barrage of laser beams on the saber-tooth hound's body. It's useless. Zhu Wen saw their actions and shouted to them while dodging the saber-tooth hound's attack. Su su su! The sound of laser beams resonated and struck the saber-tooth hound. But the expected destruction of its body, like how the lasers were effective on the zombies, did not occur. Instead, they only left grazes on its body. It's really a rank 3 evolved beast. A few soldiers clenched their jaws when they witnessed the ineffectiveness of their guns and kept them in the bags. Evolved beasts above rank 3 had toughened skin that was impervious to laser beams. Without a choice, they took out their unique metal weapons and charged at the saber-tooth hound. Rending slash! Zhu Wen bellowed and used both hands to perform a slash in the air. The slash unleashed an air blade that left an extremely deep wound upon hitting the saber-tooth hound's foreleg that revealed its bone. Lin Xiu snorted and unleashed the technique he had just learned, torrential storm of rose flowers. Although it was far from the real torrential storm of rose flowers, he was able to unleash 3 stabs in a second. Unlike the Awe of the Phoenix, torrential storm of rose flowers was based on his physique and the quick succession of stabs. It utilized less source strength and was less of a burden on his body. The Awe of the Phoenix would not be powerful without imbuing source strength and would require more exertion. Bang bang bang. Cold auras flashed as Lin Xiu's 3 stabs emerged. Aside from one that missed, the other 2 stabbed into the saber-tooth hound's eye and ear. The eye exploded and the ear was immediately pierced through. As though having felt immense pain, it suddenly became even more berserk. It opened its large mouth and revealed 2 extremely long and sharp ivory fangs. It wanted to attack Lin Xiu, but Zhu Wen provoked it from the other side. When it wanted to attack Zhu Wen, Lin Xiu would land another attack on it. Meanwhile, the other soldiers had charged forward. Although it was a rank 3 evolved beast, it was besieged by many warriors. Roar! More wounds quickly appeared on its body as the warriors continued their barrage of attacks. At this time, it suddenly roared and raised its upper body and stood on 2 legs. Crap! It's going to use its ability. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw it. Evolved beasts above rank 3 could use special abilities. Who would have thought that the saber-tooth hound would have one of its own? Although they did not know what ability it was, its decision to utilize it in this situation meant that it would be dangerous. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's remark, the soldiers quickly retreated. The saber-tooth hound's eyes turned blood red as it pounced right at Lin Xiu. It had become even faster. But Lin Xiu was prepared for it and dodged to the side. Bang! It used its front claw to smack the ground that resulted in a large crack and cloud full of smoke. It was much stronger and was without a doubt the ability that the saber-tooth hound possessed when in peril. It was able to unleash 150% power from its original strength. As though it had determined Lin Ziyu as its opponent, it started attacking him. Very quickly, Lin Ziyu's body had a long scratch wound. The immense pain caused Lin Ziyu to frown. I actually got hurt, damn it. After doing a few rolls and avoiding the enemy, Lin Ziyu stood up. He had no other choice but to use that move. Awe of the phoenix just as it was about to pounce on him. Lin Ziyu suddenly roared out loud with both hands clasping the spear. He originally did not plan to use the move as it was overly exhausting, but he had no other choice. A large flaming bird erupted from his spear. The flaming bird flew straight at the sabertooth hound. The flaming bird immediately transformed into a fiery coiling dragon when they collided and started to twirl. As the sabertooth hound already had multiple wounds on its body, the flames immediately burned its hair and burned its way into the sabertooth hound's body through the old wounds. Roar! The excruciating pain caused the sabertooth hound to howl loudly. Chanced Zhu Wen immediately unleashed multiple rending slashes. Asura slash. Shadow strike. The other warriors took the opportunity and unleashed all their skills. Chapter 46 promoted once again. Chapter 46 promoted once again, following the large number of skills. The saber-tooth hound that was fatally injured by Awe of the Phoenix felt its body temperature rise to an extremely high degree. The numerous skills caused its body to split into pieces. We finally killed it. Lai Yi heaved a sigh of relief before crashing to the floor. The other soldiers fell as well. Before leaving, they were informed that Operation Clean Up's region's strongest evolved beast would not exceed rank 3 and that rank 3 evolved beasts were extremely few. Who would have thought that they would encounter one on the first day? Lin Ziyu looked up and discovered a shiny odd crystal on a corpse. What do we do with this? Lin Ziyu used his spear tip and retrieved the odd crystal. Since everyone had hunted it together, it was impossible for one person to swallow it. Since we have exhausted ourselves, why don't we use this crystal to recover our source strength? What does everyone think? Zhu Wen looked at everyone and suggested. The soldiers nodded their heads and agreed. It was pointless to sell it, and since they did not know if they could leave alive, using it to restore their source strength and train was the best choice. One after another, they held the odd crystal and absorbed some of its source strength. Very soon, it became Lin Ziyu's turn. He took the source strength and placed it in his palm. He held it with both hands and sat cross-legged as he activated his cultivation technique. A large amount of source strength was absorbed by Lin Ziyu. He was able to sense the odd crystal gradually turning smaller. When the last warrior absorbed the remaining source strength within, it disappeared. Not long after killing the rank 3 saber-tooth hound, more and more zombies started to appear from behind. Damn it. Those guys are back. Lai Yi was lying on the floor and resting when he saw zombie figures. He was alarmed and immediately stood up. The zombies had left a bit of shadow in his heart as well as other soldiers. They took out their guns and started shooting. The distance between them was too far and their lasers were unable to explode the zombies' heads. Instead, the lasers penetrated through the bodies and made the zombies even crazier. They started running fanatically towards Lin Ziyu and the others as though they were competing in a 100m race. Rank 2 zombies. There were several rank 2 zombies. Damn it. Why are there so many monsters? Lai Yi took out his battle gear and was prepared to welcome the attack when a figure suddenly shot past him. The zombies that looked terrifying to the soldiers were all large experience points in Lin Ziyu's eyes. He used his right hand to wield the spear. When the incoming zombies were almost resolved, he gripped the spear with his left and thrust it forward. 3 rank 2 zombies were quickly killed when Lin Ziyu utilized the torrential storm of rose flowers. This brat doesn't care about his life. Zhu Wen muttered to himself internally when he saw Lin Ziyu was the first to rush forward. He was more and more surprised by Lin Ziyu. He had never seen anyone wield a spear and always thought that not only were spears difficult to use, but it was also difficult to train with as well. But Lin Ziyu used the spear with extreme ease. Did he train with the spear for decades already? In fact, what Zhu Wen did not know was Lin Ziyu had practiced the spear fundamentals with his life when he gained the Rapid Growth Enlightenment card. So his spear skills looked to be extremely proficient. Everyone became affected when they saw Lin Ziyu struggling with all his might. They had to prevent the zombies from rushing forward, and they advanced together with Lin Xiu, as they slaughtered the zombies one after the other. Ultimately, zombies were still zombies, without any intelligence. They were easily killed. Lin Xiu had killed to the point of going crazy as the experience notifications in his head kept on ringing without stopping. Suddenly, Lin Xiu heard a ding. Congratulations, Master, for promoting to level 13. Level 13 already. The speed surprised Lin Xiu. He knew how hard it was as he reached higher levels, but after thinking about it, the amount of experience gained from so many zombies was reasonable. Just 2 more levels. Once I level up twice, I will unlock the Dean Lock. At that time, my abilities will most probably rise substantially again. With that thought in head, Lin Xiu became even more excited. He quickly activated his stats board. Host Lin Xiu. Level 13. Experience the 899 experience points required for the next level. Strength 111. Physique 70. Speed 32. Note an average person scores at least 38 for each segment. Skill Analytic I. Fury. Rage build-up to 1. Overall combat strength 800. Remaining potential points 13. Without further ado, Lin Xiu added all of his potential points into strength and increased it to 124. His overall combat strength jumped from 800 to 839. After adding his points, Lin Xiu felt the spear in his hand becoming lighter, and attacking became much easier for him. Very good. With this, I will kill all the zombies in one breath. He unleashed his spear and used torrential storm of rose flowers. As he kept on utilizing the skill, Lin Xiu felt that his original 3 strikes in 1 second were improved to a stable 4 strikes in 1 second. Occasionally, he would unleash 5 strikes in a second as well. But even with this improvement, Lin Xiu felt dissatisfied at his current position. He charged right into the horde. What are you doing? Lai's eyes narrowed as he extended his hand to pull Lin Xiu back. However, Lin Xiu was too fast. He was already within the horde by the time Lai extended his hand. As he utilized torrential storm of rose flowers more and more, Lin Xiu realized that his spear was like a dragon that would release bits of light aura occasionally, and the surrounding zombies would have holes in their heads. So strong, the other soldiers were stunned and exhaled cold air. These were not rank 1 zombies, but rank 2. They were rank 2 zombies that had combat strength comparable to ordinary rank 1 warriors. However, Lin Xiu was able to kill 3 zombies in the blink of an eye. Chapter 47 A Great Deal of Experience. Chapter 47 A Great Deal of Experience. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Xiu had forgotten everything else and only knew that he had to constantly brandish his silver spear. Every time he waved it, cold gleams of light dispersed. Zhu Wen looked over at Lin Xiu's actions and opened his mouth in surprise. He kept paying attention to Lin Xiu, as the former Lin Xiu did not have such strength at all, and at most had the strength of a quasi-warrior. But judging from the strength that Lin Xiu had shown so far, he looked stronger than the fellow soldiers who were currently killing the zombies. And even the weakest soldier was an official warrior. In a short period of time, he went from being a quasi-warrior to being an official warrior. With this thought, Zhu Wen gasped in surprise. Keep cleaning up while he was in a daze. A few zombies pounced from the side. He roared and brandished his spear as he continued killing those zombies. After the experience in the morning, the soldiers became more comfortable dealing with the zombies. The whole street, in this instant, was full of zombies and fresh blood stained the ground red. Not just Lin Xiu. Everyone was lying on the ground, panting hard at this point. The afternoon went by quickly and they managed to clear hundreds of zombies. The number of zombies killed by Lin Xiu alone was estimated to be about the same as the rest of the soldiers combined. They had been killing since the start of the day, so they were completely exhausted. The experience points of a rank 2 zombie were about 2. And Lin Xiu killed more than 100 or almost 200 in the afternoon, so his experience points were already around 400. He had a 500. He just needed about 300 more points to reach level 14 and would be close to level 52. Lin Xiu, how do you fight like this? Lai was panting as he looked at Lin Xiu. who was lying on the other side. He really couldn't understand why Lin Zi was trying so hard to kill the zombies like he was farming in a game. This was too crazy. Farming? Upon hearing that, Lin Zi laughed. Lai shook his head and thought that Lin Zi was just joking with him. The sky slowly began to darken, and the dark night meant that they might encounter more dangers. After about an hour's rest, everyone began to slowly get up. Let's cook the sabertooth hound tonight. Zhu Wen looked at the people who had restored their energy and said, evolved beasts were extremely high in protein and energy, and they were more nutritious than normal meat. Previously, the sabertooth hound's body was cut into several pieces and Zhu Wen had already collected the meat, then placed it on a rock. Zhu Wen took a sniff. It seemed like because the weather was relatively cool, the meat stayed quite fresh. At this moment, the remaining soldiers also began to look around for stones and formed a large circle. In the middle, they piled a large number of wooden blocks and stones. Lin Zi, we'll have to trouble you. Zhu Wen smiled at him, as they didn't have anything to light a fire. Only Lin Zi's Awe of the Phoenix could do so. Lin Zi nodded and waved the long spear in his hand. In an instant, a flame was released and directly went toward the pile of wood in the middle. Soon, a blazing fire was ignited. What we attract zombies by doing this? Lai asked rather fearfully. Although he had killed a lot of zombies today, 3 soldiers died in the hands of the zombies. There were only 7 people left in the team of 10 people. It shouldn't. We have already wiped out the zombies in this area. Lin Zi stood on the other side of the roof and looked down. From the perimeter that he could see, there should be only this group of 100 zombies. If there were still any zombies, they should be somewhere farther away. That's good. Lai Yi and the other soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. This task was too cruel. The moment they were a little careless, it would be fatal. Have something to eat first, Zhu Wen said. He took out a wooden stick and stuck a piece of saber-tooth hound's meat on it, then placed it on top of the flame and started cooking. Lin Zi was also grilling a piece of evolved beast's meat. Such types of meat already contained a lot of oil, so with the burning fire, some oil began to seep out slowly. Although there was no seasoning, a very fragrant smell emanated from the meat. This was the first time Lin Zi had eaten an evolved beast's meat. The book stated that this evolved beast's meat was very nutritious and could be eaten normally. Soon, the meat was cooked, and Lin Zi took a bite. The beast's meat was very chewy and tasty even without any seasoning. The rank 3 saber-tooth hound's meat was eaten up very quickly by everyone. Lin Zi couldn't help but rub his stomach as he sat on the ground. After killing zombies for an entire day, he was indeed a little tired, but he must kill the zombies. This was the only way to increase his strength. And killing those zombies today not only increased his experience points, but also improved his spear art and skill. The more dangerous the place was, the more helpful it would be to improve your own strength. Hissing. Just then, there was a slight noise. Lin Zi's ears were sensitive and he didn't let his guard down even when he was resting. At this moment, he looked in the direction of the noise only to find a red figure behind Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen, strike backwards. Lin Zi's pupils narrowed as he yelled loudly. The rest of the soldiers got a shock. And Zhu Wen was stunned too. Then, he seemed to have felt something. And without hesitation, he struck behind him and the head of a red snake was split in half. Rank 2 red-winged snake. Zhu Wen was taken aback. It was really this horrible thing. Lin Zi saw that he had killed the red-winged snake, and couldn't help thinking about the scene at District A20. That girl asking him to turn and pierce downwards echoed in his ears. Thank you. Zhu Wen heaved a sigh of relief and said to Lin Zi, had it not been for Lin Zi's warning, Zhu Wen would have been attacked by this red-winged snake. It's alright. Lin Zi shook his head. Zhu Wen took out a red odd crystal from the middle of the red-winged snake's head, then tossed it over to Lin Zi and said firmly, this is yours. Lin Zi didn't reject it and directly kept it in his pocket. By the way, do you know where the sacred region is? Looking at the body of the red-winged snake, what had happened previously surfaced in his mind. Chapter 48 Sacred Region Academy. Chapter 48 Sacred Region Academy. Sacred Region. Zhu Wen and the others were taken aback when they heard this question, then pondered for a while. I don't seem to have heard of it. After a while, almost everyone shook their heads. Lin Ziyu was a little disappointed. Could it be that she simply made a casual remark and there was actually no such place? Wait, I seem to have heard of it. Liu was still deep in thought. And after some time, he suddenly had enlightenment. On top of the 5 major academies, there is still the strongest one, the Sacred Region Academy. Sacred Region Academy. Lin Ziyu knitted his brows. From his understanding, other than the 5 major academies, there wasn't any other well-known warrior academy. He hadn't heard of this Sacred Region Academy, but it sounded quite prestigious. Of course you haven't heard of it. I only heard it from my brother-in-law, Liu said with a proud look. Sacred Region Academy is a super warrior academy placed above the 5 big academies. Every warrior there is recognized to be a genius by other academies. Is that an exaggeration? A soldier pursed his lips, obviously a little doubtful, and felt that Liu was bragging. Even Zhu Wen was a little doubtful as he had not heard of this Sacred Region Academy. Nonsense. The minimum requirement for high school graduates was rank 2 and above in order to have the opportunity to enroll in this academy. Liu stretched out 2 fingers and said he didn't know about it, but he overheard it from his brother-in-law, who was an official in the federal government. Initially, he had forgotten about it, but now that Lin Ziyu brought it up, he suddenly recalled. You have to be rank 2 just to qualify. When the rest of the soldiers heard this, they gasped in surprise. They were only rank 1 at this moment, and they graduated from high school long ago, and then joined the federal government directly as soldiers. Lin Ziyu raised his brows at this moment. I see. The so-called Sacred Region is actually a college academy. Initially, he thought that it was the name of a place. Rank 2 there was still a year. Reaching rank 2 was just a matter of time. But thinking of that girl who was around his age, she was already higher than rank 3. It was truly quite aggravating. No, he could not fall behind. When he became a high-ranking warrior and stood in front of her, that impassive face of hers would show a hint of surprise. With that thought, the corners of Lin Ziyu's lips couldn't help but twitch slightly. Lin Ziyu, don't tell me you want to get into that academy? Liu said. Yup. Lin Ziyu nodded. Ha ha ha. The rest of the soldiers laughed when they heard Lin Ziyu's words. They still thought that Lin Ziyu was only a quasi-warrior. After all, a high school student wanting to become a rank 1 warrior wasn't so easy. What are you guys laughing about? He's already a rank 1 warrior. Zhu Wen glanced at the soldiers and said. What? Hearing Zhu Wen's words, the rest of the soldiers were shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ziyu's performance today was very brave, they thought that he just had the guts to charge forward and didn't think much about it. After all, when Lin Ziyu first came, he was at best a quasi-warrior. Right. Am I right? Zhu Wen looked at Lin Ziyu like he was looking at a monster. Today, after Lin Ziyu used a skill called Profound Intent, Zhu Wen had been secretly observing him. He did not expect that Lin Ziyu's strength not only reached the level of a warrior, but he had also become much stronger than those soldiers who had long been a rank 1 warrior. Lin Ziyu nodded and did not deny it. Tell me, how old are you this year? Which year are you in? Li's eyes widened. As everyone was anxious and focused on killing the zombies today, they didn't have time to think about it carefully. After Lin Ziyu's battle today, it was impossible that he was just at the level of a quasi-warrior. The moment Li's words came out, the rest of the soldiers looked at Lin Ziyu as well. Sophomore. 17 years old. Lin Ziyu didn't think much of it and replied straight away. Oh my god. Go and ram yourself against a tofu. Lei suddenly wanted to cry, but didn't have the tears to do, so when he heard Lin Ziyu's reply, he was in his 20s and was only a rank 1 warrior. This chap was only 17 years old and he was already a rank 1 warrior. In 1 year's time, with better talent, he might even become a rank 2 warrior. That's amazing. Zhu Wen also gave Lin Ziyu a thumbs up at this moment. These soldiers now did not treat Lin Ziyu like a high school student. After all, who has seen such a perverted high school student? It was completely dark and other than the light from the flames, the other areas were pitch black. Let's take turns to keep watch at night. Zhu Wen thought about it and proposed. There were only 7 people left. Lin Ziyu, Zhu Wen, and Liu would keep watch in the first half of the night, while the remaining 4 soldiers would keep watch in the next half of the night. This way, they wouldn't be unaware if any monsters attacked. As for going to sleep in those abandoned houses, it didn't even cross anyone's mind, as those houses had been abandoned for a long time. They did not know whether there would be any mutated insects or something. After all, that building was full of giant spiders earlier, which made them disgusted. At this moment, the 4 soldiers were asleep by the tree over at the other side while Lin Xiu held his long spear and began brandishing it. Fundamental spear arts. Still training at this hour, Liu yawned and said, I can't sleep anyway. Lin Xiu nodded, then continued to train. Although it was ordinary spear art, it looked very strong and powerful when Lin Xiu was brandishing his spear. Block, take, jab. Lin Xiu performed the basic actions of these spear arts skillfully and easily, as he waved under the moonlight. It felt as though this silver immortal soul spear had a silver luster. It was the first time Zhu Wen saw someone dancing with a spear, and he danced perfectly at that. No wonder Lin Xiu was so strong and progressing so quickly, even when he was keeping watch at night. He didn't waste any time and continued practicing. Okay, you'll practice too. At this moment, Zhu Wen was influenced by Lin Xiu and also took out his own weapon and began brandishing it. Liu sat on the ground and folded his hands under his chin as he looked at the 2 men. His eyelids were drooping and saliva was dripping out of his mouth, as if he was about to fall asleep. Still training at this hour, tesk. When you don't have enough strength, you're dead. In the dark, a figure appeared, looking at Lin Xiu from a distance. Chapter 49 Assassination. Chapter 49 Assassination. You boy, you're too perverted. Under the moonlight, Zhu Wen and Lin Xiu practiced together for a long time. Soon after, Zhu Wen began to pant and put the saber on the ground. He then looked at Lin Xiu, who looked like he didn't know what tiredness was and was still brandishing his long spear. Zhu Wen knew that Lin Xiu's long spear weighed much heavier than his saber. I want to continue practicing. You guys can rest first. I will keep watch. Lin Xiu smiled, then continued to brandish his spear. Although he was a little tired, he still kept practicing the fundamental spear arts. Lin Xiu had traveled to this future world and even had a system in his body, but he still felt very insecure, especially since he had so many images of being bullied in the past in this body, which made him want to become stronger. Strength was everything. He'll rest for a while. Call me up when you want to rest later. Zhu Wen nodded, seemingly tired, while Lin Xiu continued to brandish his long spear. The figure in the distance began to slowly get closer to him. Swish, swish, swish. His speed was so fast that the wind made whistling sounds as he charged in the direction of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who was still brandishing his long spear, perked up his ears and seemed to hear a strange sound. Lin Xiu's ears were very sensitive. Initially he was brandishing his spear, but he sensed something at this moment and instinctively bent backwards 90 degrees. Bang! A sound reverberated through the air, and Lin Xiu felt a handful of his hair being cut off. That blow was similar to Zhu Wen's rending slash skill. The one who attacked him must be a warrior and must have observed him for a long time. The attacker was waiting for him to get tired from training to give him a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiu suddenly got up and saw a cold blade appear in front of his face. Lin Xiu reacted swiftly with his long spear. The tip of the silver spear immediately blocked that cold blade. Dang! Oh, the man in black raised his brows and seemed a little surprised by Lin Xiu's reaction. Who are you? Lin Xiu used force in his arm and sent the attacker flying. The man rolled backward and directly stabilized himself. Under the moonlight, one could clearly see that he had 2 curved daggers in both hands, giving off a sinister aura. Someone who wants your life. The man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, then said in a gloomy voice. He looked a little thin, but Lin Xiu sensed the strong power from his body. Rank 2 warrior? No. He could be a rank 3 warrior. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and it was clear that he wanted to kill Lin Xiu. Who's that? Zhu Wen, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes. He then looked at the man in black in shock. It's none of your business. The man sneered coldly, then swerved the dagger in his hand. The two air blades were released in an instant and hit Zhu Wen's side directly at high speed. Zhu Wen was startled. Then he pulled out his own saber to block the attack. Rending /2 Zhu Wen was surprised when he saw those two nicks appearing on top of the saber he used to block. His own saber was made of special metal, and his skill could actually leave a nick on it. How powerful is this skill? Zhu Wen didn't know, but he was certain that this man was stronger than him. At least a rank 2 warrior. Quickly leave. He's only here for me. Lin Zi looked at the soldiers who were slowly waking up and hurriedly told them. It was clear that he was only targeting Lin Ziyu from the intention to kill the attacker revealed just now. Also, together with what happened earlier, it was likely to be someone from the Tang family. Are you from the Tang family? Lin Ziyu suddenly asked as he looked over. Sure enough. At the mention of the Tang family, his gaze changed instantly. Although it was only a small change, Lin Ziyu still caught it. It seemed like his guess was right. I don't know what you're talking about. The man sneered coldly, then continued to charge over like a demon. He was so fast that Lin Ziyu could only see a shadow. Kill him, Zhu Wen exclaimed. The rest of the soldiers didn't leave either, and they all attacked the figure over there, courting death. Looking at the soldiers who were blocking in front, his body spun instantly and the dagger in his hand left silver traces in the air. Silver skill extreme spiral. Dang dang dang. Zhu Wen and the others were shocked. The man in black spun as he charged over at high speed, and the weapons in their hands were struck by the silver traces. They immediately felt a strong impact as their weapons all flew out of their hands. Don't come here, all of you. Lin Ziyu was touched when he saw that Zhu Wen and the others were helping him fight off the man in black. But they were not a match for the man in black. If they came over, they would be throwing away their lives in vain. As soon as Lin Ziyu said that, he ran to the other side. The man's eyes narrowed when he saw the scene. He ignored Zhu Wen and the rest, and quickly charged at Lin Ziyu. Soon, the two men disappeared into the night. Who the hell was that? Zhu Wen looked at the man chasing after Lin Ziyu and frowned. But it was clear that that person was strong. Lin Ziyu might be in great trouble this time. Zhu Wen, what do we do now? A soldier looked in the direction where Lin Ziyu disappeared and asked Zhu Wen. Of course we have to save Lin Ziyu. How dare that man attack someone from our Xingyao army? He's really bold, Lai said to the soldiers as he picked up the saber and placed it on his shoulder. Zhu Wen nodded, picked up his weapon, and rushed out with the others. You think you can flee? Just as Lin Ziyu covered some distance, the man in black immediately appeared in front of him and sneered coldly. He was still holding the two daggers that exuded a cold aura as he looked at Lin Ziyu like he was looking at a dead man. Chapter 50 Killing a Rank 3 Warrior. Chapter 50 Killing a Rank 3 Warrior. Lin Ziyu looked at the man in black and said, I didn't think of fleeing. Under the moonlight, the surrounding place didn't look too dark. I just wanted to find a quiet place to kill you. Arrogant. Hearing Lin Ziyu's words, the man in black suddenly exclaimed coldly. Then with the sharp daggers in his hands, he charged over to Lin Ziyu's side. His body was like a dark shadow as he charged. It was really eerie. Lin Ziyu knitted his brows. Could this be a motion-type skill? One must know that this kind of skill was very rare and couldn't be sold in the market as it was one of the rarest skills. Lin Ziyu moved the spear in his hand and jabbed it toward that shadow. But his speed was too fast and the spear couldn't strike him. That man in black appeared in front of Lin Ziyu. And at this moment, the dagger in his right hand was advancing toward Lin Ziyu's neck. Lin Ziyu's pupils narrowed in shock, and he instinctively bent his neck back but still felt piercing pain. A trace of blood oozed out. Just as the man in black was trying to continue attacking Lin Ziyu's head with the dagger in his left hand, he found that Lin Ziyu's right foot had reached out and kicked his abdomen. Bang! The man in black couldn't dodge in time and was directly sent flying. But in the air, he did a somersault and landed stably on the ground. Tisk tisk. Didn't think that you still had quite a bit of strength. Huh. The man in black laughed strangely, then pulled out his dagger, and licked the blade that was stained with Lin Ziyu's fresh blood. It was as if he tasted something delicious. Feeling the blood seeping out of his neck, Lin Ziyu's eyes became colder and colder. Anger. His heart was filled with anger. The weak people were doomed to be bullied. If he was still the former Lin Ziu, he would have already died so many times. His hands grabbed the silver immortal soul spear tightly and he glared at the man in black. Feeling Lin Ziu's stare, the man in black knitted his brows. It was as if he was being stared at by a snake, which made him very unhappy. How could he be afraid of Lin Ziu's murderous look? Impossible. Boy, who are you staring at this moment? He couldn't help but get agitated. That strange dark shadow charged forward again and got close to Lin Ziu at high speed. Lin Ziu held the spear with both hands and was very calm as he stood at the same spot without moving. Go to hell! The man in black leaped high as he approached Lin Ziu, the daggers in his hands flashing a cold light. Silver skill falling petals. Immediately, it appeared as if there were many daggers and it was impossible to differentiate the real ones from the illusions. Under this sort of situation, ordinary people wouldn't be able to fight them off. The only way was to avoid all of them. But if Lin Ziu avoided them, the man could take advantage of this and slit his throat directly by going behind Lin Ziu. This blow was a fatal trick. Torrential storm of rose flowers, but to the man's surprise, Lin Ziu did not dodge his daggers and brandished his spear instead. At this time, Lin Ziu was boiling with rage. The silver immortal soul spear seemed to be able to feel the master's murderous intent and began shaking. Bang bang bang. As Lin Ziu brandished his spear, several sounds of explosion rang out in the air. The silver spear turned into virtual images, and a cold light flashed from its tip like a dragon emerging out of the sea as it rose up into the sky and struck down at the man in black. 4 strikes in 1 second. You're courting death. The man's pupils constricted when he saw the scene and gritted his teeth as he continued his attacks. But when he saw Lin Ziu's fearless gaze, he was finally afraid. This guy must be crazy. He didn't want to die. If he died, he wouldn't have a chance to enjoy life no matter how much money he had. Bang! Just the next second, his daggers from both hands pierced into Lin Ziu's shoulders, and Lin Ziu's spear had pierced his cheekbones, going through completely. It looks like I've won. The man in black felt the severe pain caused by the broken bone, but as long as he pulled the daggers out of Lin Ziu's shoulders, his daggers could exhibit its strongest effect at this close range and instantly slit Lin Ziu's throat. Sasu Lin Ziu looked straight at him and said indifferently, "What the?" The man in black's eyes opened wide when he looked down and realized that in addition to being pierced through the cheekbones, there were 3 other bloody holes in his chest. You! The man in black was in dismay, and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. He had not expected that he would lose his life here. No, it must be because he was afraid of death at the last moment, which led to the success of Lin Ziu killing him. But by this time, it was too late to think any further. His consciousness dissipated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 3 warrior. You've gained 120 experience points. 120 experience points. So much. But at this moment, Lin Ziu suddenly felt that everything in front of him became blurry, and his consciousness gradually became fuzzy. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Not sure how long had passed when Lin Ziu smelled the fragrance of meat and slowly began to open his eyes. The sharp pain in his shoulders reminded him of what happened yesterday. Oh right, I killed a rank 3 warrior. Lin Ziu, you're awake just then, someone said in surprise. The sunlight was a little bright, and Lin Ziu squinted his eyes as he saw Lei in front of him. Zhu Wen and the other soldiers were brewing a pot of broth on the fire nearby. His clothes were taken off and replaced with thick white gauze wrapped around his shoulders. Are you all right? The voices of Zhu Wen and the others resounded. Lin Ziu shook his head and sat up slowly. Chap, you actually killed Shadow Wu Jai. Lai gave Lin Ziu a thumbs up and spoke with admiration. Shadow Wu Jai. Lin Ziu furrowed his brows, obviously a little confused. Shadow Wu Jai was one of the most wanted killers in Xingyao City. Lai exclaimed excitedly. He was a rank 3 warrior. Boy, how did you get rid of him? Bring his body back, and Yao'll receive a big bounty. Lin Ziu thought of what happened last night. It was very dangerous, and if not for that man's fear of death at the last moment, Lin Ziu might have lost his life there. Chapter 51: The Age of Machines. Chapter 51: The Age of Machines. Your arms are injured. And although the powder is applied, it will take at least a day for it to recover. Zhu Wen handed him a bowl of broth. Although the drugs in the current world were much more advanced than in the former world, it wasn't so easy for an injury like Lin Zius to recover. Thank you. Lin Ziu took the bowl of broth cooked with evolved beast's flesh and couldn't help but to gnaw on the meat and swallow the broth in one gulp. The sweet soup and tender meat made Lin Ziu lick his lips, looking as if he wanted more. A while later, after everyone rested, they decided to go on a cleanup mission again. Your injury, Lai said worriedly as he looked at Lin Ziu picking up his silver immortal soul spear again. It won't get in the way. Lin Ziu shook his head. His wound had almost healed, and as long as he didn't do any vigorous exercise, the wound would not break open. And he didn't want to be a burden to the team. Okay. Zhu Wen nodded. It would take too long if they waited for Lin Ziu's wound to recover. Upon seeing that Lin Ziu appeared fine, they continued on their journey forward. They had cleared almost all the zombies around the area and were probably left with the zombies in the corner. If you throw a nuclear bomb down, the monsters here would be wiped out. Right then we wouldn't have to spend so much time cleaning up, Lai Yi said with a wry smile. After a night's rest, they had to face these monsters again. Thinking about those sinister faces really gave them goosebumps. Did you think that a nuclear bomb wasn't used to clean up this place? Before Lin Ziu stood in the middle and laughed. What do you mean? The rest of the soldiers looked curiously at Lin Ziu. They really didn't know that a nuclear bomb was used to clean up District A20 before. Deep in District A20, the Federal Army used a nuclear bomb to clean up before, which turned the city into ruins. However, the monsters didn't die completely and many of the remaining monsters became even scarier because of the nuclear contamination. We're only at the border now, and the places that the instructors went should be deeper inside. Although the textbooks did not mention District A20, Lin Ziu still managed to gain a lot of knowledge in this area from other places. Although the former Lin Ziu was useless, he was really knowledgeable and was a walking encyclopedia. I see. Lai Yi felt fearful after listening to Lin Ziu. Monsters that couldn't even be killed by nuclear bombs, just how strong were they? Just thinking about it made him fearful. As they continued walking ahead, the surrounding architectural style seemed to have changed in an instant. It was completely different. The houses here had a lot of gears and had a strong mechanical style. There were also a large number of flattened or rusty machines around. Up ahead, there was a long railroad track and even had broken sections of steam trains. My goodness! Lai Yi's eyes widened in surprise when he saw this scene. In the year 2701, during the war with the alien invaders, there was a special era of vintage steam machines that uses odd crystals as a new source of energy to make all kinds of machines. The information came to Lin Zius' mind as he looked at this scene. I see. Zhu Wen nodded, and then looked around curiously. Stepping on the ground, there were a lot of clacking sounds made by the pieces of scrap metals before they broke into pieces. It should be quite some time ago, Lin Ziu mumbled to himself as he looked around. There were still some weapons left behind like long swords, machetes, and more. But the bodies of those weapons seemed to be made up of gears that looked strange. When Lai Yu picked up a long sword, he saw dents above the handle of the sword. What kind of sword is this? Lai Yu looked at a large number of gears on this sword. There were small and large ones. They also had a strange machine structure like it was a mechanical sword. Looking at this strange weapon, he couldn't help but stare closely. Do you have an odd crystal? Lin Ziu asked. Yes. Zhu Wen did not think much and directly tossed an odd crystal to him. This was hunted in the morning before Lin Ziu had woken up. Lin Ziu took that odd crystal and it felt cold to the touch. This odd crystal wasn't large, but it was heavy. Lin Ziu pondered for a moment, then placed the odd crystal into the groove above the handle of that mechanical sword. The size was actually perfect. Everyone around him looked closely at this scene. Click. At the back of the mechanical sword, there was a button that could be pressed. As Lin Ziu pressed the button, the gears on the body of the sword began to turn slowly, making a sound that made people clench their teeth. It's moving, Lai Yi exclaimed. Soon, the gears seemed to turn faster and faster, and in the next second, It emitted a bright white light and enveloped the mechanical sword blade. This! What is it? A soldier called out, his mouth wide open in surprise. It was simply amazing. Weapons that use odd crystals as energy, Lin Xiu said indifferently, then slashed the sword gently toward a metal block at the side. SSSS. A strange sound rang out at this moment, and at the same time, that mechanical sword sent out wisps of white smoke, leaving a deep crack. It's quite sharp. Zhu Wen was a little surprised. The sharpness of this mechanical sword could already block off weapons made with high-grade materials. Even his own saber probably couldn't cause a crack on this metal block so easily. It was like slicing a piece of tofu. Click. As Lin Xiu pressed the button again, the mechanical sword stopped rotating in an instant. The light that came out disappeared in that instant. It's powerful, but it consumes too many odd crystals. And this kind of mechanical sword had already been phased out 100 years ago. Lin Xiu looked at the odd crystal in the groove that was apparently smaller and shook his head. This steam period was only a special period that came up during the battle against the aliens, and it was eventually eliminated. However, according to historical records, during that period, there had also been a lot of very combative mechanical giants. If you could find a complete product like that, you would have found treasure. Chapter 52 or Robbery. Chapter 52 or Robbery. At this moment, Lin Xiu looked on the ground and searched carefully. There were a lot of scraps on the ground, some rusty gears, other scrap metals, and various parts of certain machines. Click, click. Just as everyone continued to walk forward, a strange noise was heard. It sounded like someone stepping on the scraps on the ground. Lin Xiu knitted his brows and gripped his spear tightly. Zhu Wen and the others were also on their guard. It was clear that someone was walking over. If it wasn't a human being, it would be an evolved beast or a zombie. For sure. Sure enough. As everyone turned the corner and walked over there, they saw 6 tall men standing there. They were all dressed in combat uniforms and had all kinds of weapons in their hands. You could tell from one glance that these people were all warriors. Oh, Federal soldiers. A man standing in front with an inch of hair looked at Lin Xiu and the others, then revealed a strange smile. Looks like you guys found something nice. A man glanced at Lin Xiu's hand. Seeing the mechanical sword, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. The area here was dangerous, and no one would come over except for Federal soldiers on a cleanup mission. These people got the information and knew that there were remains from the Mech era at a nearby area in Guangming Fort. Although these things had now been eliminated, they could be used as crafts. After all, these things were full of steampunk style and many people liked them. Hence they could fetch a good price. Hand over everything you found. We don't want to kill Federal soldiers. Another man laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha. The rest of the people heard his words and laughed too. What do you mean? Zhu Wen's face darkened at this moment. These guys knew that they were Federal soldiers, but still dared to threaten them. They were clearly confident in their own strengths. Zhu Wen sized these 6 people up. 5 of them should be the strength of a rank 1 warrior. But the one standing behind with waist-length hair gave him a dangerous feeling. What were they going to do? Just as he hesitated, Lin Xiu threw the mechanical sword over, but he had already secretly pulled out the odd crystal that was embedded in the groove. Wow! This boy is quite smart, a man said as he took the mechanical sword and looked at Lin Xiu. The mechanical sword only had a little rust and was barely damaged. It could definitely sell for a good price. Nothing else? Did you guys hide them? A man looked at Lin Xiu and the others and frowned. We're just Federal soldiers on a mission. Zhu Wen looked a little upset and said, "Let me search." A sharp glint appeared in the man's eyes and he went over to Lin Xiu and the others. Zhu Wen and the others' pupils narrowed, and they gripped the weapons in their hands tightly. This was too much. Come on. Let's go. Just then, the long-haired man standing behind him, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. When the man heard his words, his face changed suddenly, then scoffed coldly and said, "You guys are lucky." That group held the mechanical sword and slowly left in the other direction. Zhu Wen, why didn't you kill those guys? Lai said in a fit of anger. This is a robbery. Just the arrogance of those people infuriated him. The rest of the soldiers also looked at Zhu Wen at this moment, as he was the leader of the team. If he didn't give out orders, the rest of the soldiers wouldn't dare to launch an attack. But they all felt very aggrieved at this point. Zhu Wen glanced at them, then said out loud, "Do you want to die?" "What do you mean by that?" Lai Yi was taken aback at first and flew into a rage. "That man is a rank 3 warrior," Lin Zhu said out loud. What? The moment Lin Zhu said that, Lai Yi and the rest were shocked. You knew Zhu Wen was also a little surprised. Even though he felt that the man was very strong, he did not know his rank. Lin Zhu nodded and did not do too much explanation. When the analytic eye was activated, Lin Zhu could tell immediately. Lai Yi and the others slowly calmed down from the anger as well. The strength of a rank 3 warrior was too strong and they couldn't fight back. Moreover, Lin Zhu was injured, and if they fought, there wasn't a chance of winning at all. "Let's ignore those people and continue ahead," Zhu Wen spoke up. "Yes." Walking in front, Lin Zhu looked down and found some scattered parts, some of which were very familiar, so he took a closer look and found that they seemed to be part of some kind of machine. "What is it? Seems familiar." Lin Zhu thought hard about it and seemed to recall something. His pupils constricted and he had a look of surprise. He carefully picked it up and placed it in a hidden corner when no one was looking. It was a little heavy holding it and he wasn't sure if he could find all the other parts, so he placed it over there first. And Zhu Wen and the rest were paying attention to what was up ahead. At first, they didn't see any monsters appear, but finally found some here. "What kind of zombie is this?" Zhu Wen looked at the white zombies that were climbing over the walls and roofs not far away and felt nauseous. Those zombies were creeping slowly and they looked like worms from a distance. Rank 2 zombies. Creepers. After Lin Zhu put the things away, he walked over and said. The analytic eye showed that this type of zombies was very fast, but from afar, they appeared to be creeping slowly like worms. "What the hell is going on here?" Lin Zhu, "You're really a walking encyclopedia. You know everything," Lai Yi praised. Along the way, Lin Zhu could recognize almost everything and Lai Yi really had to hand it to him. "I'm going to destroy them." A soldier saw the zombies moving slowly and couldn't help but smile. He held his weapon and was about to charge forward to release the anger that those people brought about just now. "Be careful. Don't rush." Chapter 53 The Terrifying Creepers. Chapter 53 The Terrifying Creepers. Just as the men were trying to charge forward, Lin Zhu immediately stopped them. "What's the matter being together these 2 days?" Not only the other soldiers, even Zhu Wen trusted Lin Zhu a lot. Those zombies are not simple, and although they seem to be moving slowly, there is probably a problem. Lin Zhu frowned and said. The analytic eye would not deceive him, and it clearly stated that these zombies were quick. As for why they were now creeping slowly, Lin Zhu felt that it was likely that they were feigning it. Like some animals in nature, they often disguised themselves in order to hunt for food. When the prey approached, it would be taken by surprise and eaten. Lin Zhu held the silver immortal soul spear in his left hand, then reached to the ground, and pulled out a laser pistol in his right hand. He aimed at the white zombie crawling on the wall, then pulled the trigger, and shot it. Su! A laser ray shot straight over there in this instant. But it was at this moment that something strange happened. They saw that the creeping zombie suddenly became like a nimble lizard and dodged his attack swiftly. How is that possible? The soldier who saw this scene widened his eyes in surprise. Laser rays traveled so fast. How could they dodge it so easily? But he didn't have time to think further because, at this moment, the zombies in front seemed to be alerted. A large number of creepers jumped off the wall at high speed. Their bodies crouched on the ground and had converged into rows. Looking from a distance, there was a vast expanse of whiteness and it was very disgusting. So many. Lai Yi looked at this scene and swallowed his saliva. Be careful. Just make sure you don't get bitten. Lin Zhu also became cautious at this moment. Looking at those creepers now, he felt a little helpless. The wound on his shoulders was very deep, and although it had almost healed, it was not fully recovered. Depending on his physique, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to be able to brandish the spear without letting the wound open. Zhu Wen had already entered battle mode and was gripping the long sword in his hand tightly. Roar! A creeping zombie opened its mouth to reveal its sharp teeth and roared like a beast as a large number of creeping zombies rushed over to Lin Ziyu and the others. Their limbs were on the ground and they crawled swiftly like cheetahs. They were exceptionally fast. It was unlike the slow creeping action on the wall just now. Zhu Wen gritted his teeth and charged over. He sliced through the air and severed that creeper in front into two. The strength of a rank 2 evolved beast was only equivalent to a rank 1 warrior. If they were careful, they didn't have to be afraid. After being put through the mill for 2 days, whether it was guts or skills, these soldiers were now completely different from before. Swish swish swish. Lin Ziyu could not hold his spear and attack, and could only carry a pistol to support by shooting from the back. Bang! A creeping zombie that tried to pounce on a soldier over there got shot by the laser rays. It went straight through the head of the creeping zombie. Thank you. The soldier trembled as he looked at this scene, then heaved a sigh of relief. These creeping zombies were too fast and were in large numbers. If one accidentally fell, the creeping zombies at the back would fall as well and press you on the ground. By then, you would be dead meat. Be careful. These darn things are moving too fast. Zhu Wen brandished his saber and missed several times. Only in the next second did he sever a zombie into two. Lin Ziyu stared at the other side and covered them as they fought. With the continuous shooting, Lin Ziyu's aim became more and more accurate. In the end, after understanding how those creeping zombies attack, he could already predict and shoot. Help! There were simply too many crawling zombies, and very soon, due to physical exhaustion, one of the soldiers was pounced on by a creeping zombie and fell to the ground. The moment the creeping zombie threw him to the ground, it opened his mouth and bit him on the neck. His artery was bitten straight off and blood was shot straight out. In the distance, although Lin Ziyu reacted swiftly and shot a laser ray directly to the zombie's head, it was too late. Because at this time, the creeping zombies at the back seemed to go crazy and began to bite his body up. Looking at this terrible scene, the rest of the soldiers became afraid. Once people were afraid, they would slowly lose the desire to fight. What are you guys doing? Do you want to die? Zhu Wen saw this and roared. If you don't want to die, kill! Zhu Wen roared, so loudly that it was like a hard knock on those soldiers' heads. They gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Due to the soldiers' death, they were also stirred up and bloodthirsty and began to attack tyrannically. The bodies of the creeping zombies were severed into pieces, and there was a great deal of blood flowing across the ground. Lin Ziyu, who was shooting constantly in the back, suddenly heard a chime. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully leveling up to level 14. Level up, oh right. Each creeping zombie had more than 3 experience points, and including the previous accumulation, it made sense for him to level up now. The stats board emerged in his mind. Host Lin Ziyu, level 14. Experience 15-1. 607. 528 experience points required for the next level. Strength 124. Physique 70. Speed 60. Note: an average person scores at least 38 for each segment. Skill and analytic eye. Fury. Rage build-up pneumonia. Overall combat strength 888. Remaining potential points 14. Level 14. But looking at the experience points required for the next level, it was as high as 1.6 million. This was simply insane. Killing that rank 3 warrior only gave him about 100 experience points. He would probably take a long time to reach level 15. Level 15 was the dividing line and could unlock the gene lock. Without much thought, Lin Ziyu added 10 potential points directly to physique and the remaining 4 potential points to strength. As soon as the points were added, Lin Ziyu felt very comfortable in his body, and the wound itched slightly as if it was starting to heal at an accelerated pace. Chapter 54. 1 month later. Chapter 54. 1 month later. There were more and more creepers, as if they were endless. Zhu Wen and the others began feeling tired, and if this went on, they would probably be in danger. I can't do it anymore. I've got no more strength. Lai Yi felt that he had very little strength left in his arm just as he brandished the saber to kill a zombie. He began to get tired. But the creepers behind him did not stop moving and rushed madly towards him. He was doomed. Lai looked up and found several white creepers rushing up with their mouths wide open, about to bite down on his body. Lai instinctively closed his eyes. But in the next second, the pain he imagined did not come. What's going on? He opened his eyes. And at this point, he saw that a silver spear had penetrated the bodies of the creepers. Lin Xiu seeing Lin Xiu in front of him, Lai was taken aback. His arm was badly injured. How could he still hold the spear and attack at this moment? Wouldn't that cause the wound to open and bleed? Don't be in a daze. Kill. Lin Xiu quickly pulled out his spear and waved it again. He did not think at all and simply added the potential points to his physique. At this moment, his wound recovery speed had accelerated, and if his guess was right, his wound there had now begun to form a scab already. Keep attacking, stop, and Yao Dai Zhu Wen revealed murderous intent in his eyes right now, and howled loudly. Everyone continued to attack desperately. And a large number of creepers were constantly beheaded. Not sure how long had gone by when the last creeper was killed. Everyone couldn't even hold their weapons properly and were trembling from the lack of strength. Lin Xiu was panting hard and blood was seeping out of the white gauze around his shoulders. He had no choice. Even if the recovery speed was much faster, waving the spear like that would definitely open up the wound. Fortunately, all the creepers were killed, but there were only 6 people who survived, including Lin Xiu. Dang Kai, the soldiers burst into tears when they saw the completely disfigured body. Lai's and Zhu Wen's faces also turned pale. They had a stifling feeling in their hearts, making them extremely uncomfortable. In just 2 days, they had gone from a team of 10 to a team of 6. They had to watch their teammates die in front of them each time and couldn't do anything about it. Even Lin Xiu felt awful at this moment. Come on, let's find a place to take a break. Lin Xiu sighed and said. He didn't have a choice but to continue fighting. A month later, time passed quickly. It had been almost a month since the cleanup mission in this Guanming fort, and no one else had lost their life except for the 4 soldiers who died in the first 2 days. The cleanup should be completed already. Zhu Wen muttered to himself after the death of the last ferocious zombie that got shot in the head by Lin Xiu. During this 1 month, all the zombies of the towns nearby, as well as some nuclearly contaminated evolved beasts, were killed by them. Now the whole town was empty, except for the 6 of them. It was as if they couldn't see a single living creature around. Lin Xiu pulled out the spear that was in the zombie's head and flung it hard, waving the blood off the tip of the spear. Actually, other than killing a lot of zombies in the first 2 days, the number of zombies dropped in the remaining 20 days. As they were exposed to the sun and rain all day, Lin Xiu's skin had a layer of bronze color within a short period of 1 month. The originally fair-skinned and handsome young man had now turned into a dashing soldier. The contours of muscles on his arms were evidence of his explosive strength. Every night, Lin Xiu still continued to practice, and the fight during the day was great training for his physique and skills. At this moment, he looked at his stats board again. Host Lin Xiu. Level 14. Experience 1. 534. 529.72. 999 experience points required for the next level. Strength 148. Physique 89. Speed 65. Skills and Analytic Eye. Fury. Rage build-up to 1. Overall combat strength 1249. My overall combat strength is already 1249. Lin Xiu was surprised to see this. He could achieve so much more fighting out here than cultivating in the academy. As long as he reaches level 15, he could probably be at the level of a rank 2 warrior. A sophomore who was a rank 2 warrior, how terrifying was that? With that thought, Lin Xiu got a little excited. But unfortunately, he was only about 70 experience points away. However, there were no more zombies or evolved beasts to kill. On the way back, they passed the little town that had relics of the Mecha era. Suddenly, Lai seemed to have tripped on something and exclaimed as he fell to the ground. Damn! What the hell is this? Lai got up unhappily, holding something strange like the wrist of an android. Looking at this thing, He was about to throw it into the distance when Lin Xiu quickly walked up to him and stopped him. "Don't throw it away. Let me take a look. It's just some scrap metals," Lai Yi said. But when he saw Lin Xiu examining it carefully, he got a little curious. During this 1 month, Lin Xiu kept finding these strange scrap metals every day and brought them back to their temporary lodging, which made him very curious. "What's the use of these things? Ha ha ha. This is it. It's finally pieced together." Lin Xiu studied it for a moment, then laughed loudly like he was very surprised. "What's pieced together?" Lai Yi asked. But Lin Xiu was already running toward their temporary lodging. "Hey, wait for me." They were staying in the lobby of a building for the time being because there weren't any monsters in that building, so it was very safe. Looking at the pile of machine parts in the corner, Lin Xiu's eyes glistened. He finally found all the parts after a month. Chapter 55 Powerful Android. Chapter 55 Powerful Android. Zhu Wen and the others returned to see Lin Xiu fixing the pile of parts up. "Don't disturb him." Lai Yi was about to ask Lin Xiu what he was doing. Zhu Wen pulled him back. Lai Yi nodded his head, but fixed his gaze on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was immersed in putting things together and did not care about anything else. Time passed very quickly. A type of android could be seen. "This is a mecha." Lai Yi's eyes were wide opened. His face was overwhelmed with shock. "No, I don't think so." Zhu Wen shook his head. Although he felt that it was similar to a mecha, he felt that it was an android instead. There were gears on the android that made it feel extremely old. An hour passed and Lin Xiu wiped away the perspiration on his forehead. He muttered to himself with slight exhaustion. "I finally pieced it together. So cool." A soldier saw the android that was taller than a human and exclaimed in shock. They found out Lin Xiu was constantly taking a few components and strange metal gears back, but they did not expect them to be parts of an android. "This is a combat android from the Mech era. It is said that one wields the strength of a rank 1 warrior," Lin Xiu explained. Lin Xiu felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction as he looked at the android that he had fixed up by himself. There were many corroded and old gears on the android and he did not know whether they would operate, but they could only know once they tested it. There was a circular notch in the center of the android's body. He opened it up and placed an odd crystal in. Lin Xiu then pressed a few buttons on the android. At this moment, ka-ka-ka sounds came out from the android. The android started to move as the gears rotated slowly and produced the clanking sounds. "Is it working?" Lai Yi could not help but ask as he looked at the tall android. "It shouldn't be a problem." Lin Xiu nodded his head. Very soon, the android's body started to release lights. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up when he saw the success of activating the android. The corroded parts of the gears inside the android were in fact just the exterior. As the android started to turn on, all of this corrosion fell to the ground. "This has the strength of a rank 1 warrior. Impossible." A soldier chuckled when he saw the slow android. "Do you want to give it a go?" Lin Xiu glanced at him and revealed a strange smile. "Fine. You'll give it a go," the soldier replied in disdain. He did not think that he would lose to an android that was just fixed up, much less one that was considered an antique. "Attack." Lin Xiu gave the android the order. When he activated it, Lin Xiu recorded his own voice into the android. If there were no accidents, it should be able to discern his voice. As expected, after hearing Lin Xiu's command, the android body started to move. It released sour metal sounds. "Watch me bring this android to its knees," the soldier laughed and clenched his fist as he unleashed a punch. And at this moment, the originally slow-looking android's gears started to revolve at high speed and it moved extremely fast. Zhu Wen and the others were stunned. At that moment, the soldier that was originally laughing changed his expression instantly. With a loud bang, his fist collided with the android and released a low thump, but did not affect the android whatsoever. And at the same time, the android's large fist smashed onto his body and forced him to drop to the ground. "Stop." When Lin Xiu gave the order, the android immediately froze and stood in its original position. So strong Lai Yi's jaws were wide opened as he commented, "Cough cough. Is this bloody thing really from the previous century?" The soldier that was forced to the ground was convinced. He crawled up and asked in disbelief, This could be considered the strongest invention in the previous century, but it has its shortcoming as well, and that is its quick exhaustion of odd crystals. Lin Xiu answered helplessly. A rank 1 odd crystal would be finished in less than an hour. Let's go. We need to return to Guangming Fort. The instructors and the others should be there. Zhu Wen looked at the others and said. Everyone became slightly emotional when they heard him. A month. They had battled for an entire month. They saw the ferocity of zombies, the horrifying evolved beasts, and the painful deaths of their comrades. Everything felt like a dream. Some soldiers even started to tear up. Leaving this place could be considered stepping away from Hell's Gates. I guess a new batch of Federation soldiers will be sent here next year. Lin Xiu could not help but feel emotional as he walked out. Although they had cleared the monsters, new monsters and zombies would most probably run over in a year. It was an endless cycle. As they passed the machine town, they encountered a few familiar figures again. Hey, it's you guys. A man laughed out malevolently. Zhu Wen looked ahead and frowned. The last time they encountered them, Lin Xiu's mechanical sword was taken by them. Seems like you have completed your mission well. Are those odd crystals inside your bags? Another man saw bags strung across Lin Xiu's waist. He knew that they would contain odd crystals obtained from evolved beasts. They had asked around and found out that federal soldiers were dispatched to clear the place for a month and would return after the month. Who would have thought they would encounter them again? Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the pouches and the large android beside Lin Xiu. They would earn a lot of money by selling those items. Do you know the consequence of extorting federal soldiers? Zhu Wen looked at them coldly, but they were not afraid and laughed out loud instead. I just want to extort things from you guys. Chapter 56 Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Killing 5 in a second. Chapter 56 Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Killing 5 in a second. A long-haired man that remained silent the entire time and stood behind them suddenly spoke up. Zhu Wen frowned as the man was at least rank 3 or above and gave him a dangerous feeling. Brett, you really know how to look. You found a mechanical sword the last time and actually found a Mark Roman 3 android. A knowledgeable man eyed at the android greedily and spoke to Lin Xiu. These things could be said to be obsolete. Who would have thought that they would encounter a perfect set here? Taking it to sell could earn them a lot of union coins. They were most willing to act on low risk and high reward misdeeds to earn a large number of coins. Come, put down your things and give them to us. As Lin Xiu was extremely cooperative the last time and passed them the mechanical sword, he thought that Lin Xiu would do the same. You really want it? Lin Xiu frowned and asked. Bullshit. Give them to me. The man sneered and extended his hand towards Lin Xiu. Su. Right at this instant. A cold light flashed as the man's pupils narrowed. His body attempted to dodge instinctively, but he was too late. You. The man lowered his head and looked at his chest to see a silver spear in his body. He looked at it in disbelief. Why did Lin Xiu, who could be bullied so easily the previous time, suddenly take action? Sorry. I can't give my things to dead people. Lin Xiu sneered and pulled the spear out of the man's body. His shoulder was hurt the last time and he was forced to inaction, but he was fully recovered, and his strength had improved greatly as well. Are you not seeking death and giving me free experience points to try and take my things? Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 1 warrior, earning 4,500 experience, and to actually yield 4,500 experience points. It seemed like he was about to become a rank 2 warrior. The surrounding became extremely quiet. No one would have thought that Lin Xiu would kill their comrade without saying a word. Seeking death, the man at the opposite side regained himself and launched an attack towards Lin Xiu with his weapon. They thought that the man was killed by Lin Xiu due to the surprise attack. After all, Lin Xiu looked young and they did not believe he was as strong as the man. Kill! Zhu Wen's eyes constricted as he roared out loud. They did not have a choice the last time. But after a month of combat, they had raised their individual strength. Especially Zhu Wen. He had reached the level of a rank 2 warrior. Just as he said that, the android beside Lin Xiu took action and started to change. Is that? A transformer? Lai's eyes opened wide as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered in shock. In a few seconds, The android transformed into an android wolf and crawled on the ground. That was right. The most outstanding combat machines in the mech era were androids capable of transforming. Lin Ziyu jumped onto the android wolf and charged towards the front. What a scam! The expressions of the enemies turned sinister when they saw Lin Ziyu charging towards them on his android wolf. They took out their own weapons and unleashed their various skills. Be careful! Zhu Wen's pupils constricted as he cried out. The android wolf moved extremely fast and seemed to be able to anticipate its enemies' movements and dodge accordingly. HMPH. Lin Ziyu snorted in disdain as he looked at the warriors. In the month, his individual strength had improved substantially, and average rank 1 warriors no longer posed a threat to him. Silver skill torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziyu suddenly thrust forward with his spear. A cold light ray flashed and suddenly transformed into many light rays in a second. Bang bang bang. As Lin Ziyu rode past them, the warriors that were standing opened their eyes wide as they looked at their bodies in disbelief. Every single person had 1 or 2 bloody holes on them. None of them knew what or how it happened, but they fell to the ground. Dead. Lin Ziyu received many experience points notifications in his head. After checking his stats board, he realized that he was lacking about 40,000 experience points to level up. So powerful. Lai and the other soldiers that were about to rush forward opened their mouths wide in surprise. They had seen Lin Ziyu's improvement over the month, but they did not expect it to be that perverse. He actually killed 5 rank 1 warriors in a split second. These were rank 1 warriors and not any amateurs grown along the road. Ha papa. Torrential storm of rose flowers. To kill 5 in 1 second. You are indeed powerful. Right at this time, the long-haired man that had watched his own teammates die spoke out in admiration without any hint of anger. The others did not see it clearly, but he saw everything. Lin Ziyu's attack had unleashed 6 strikes in a second. Lin Ziyu stared at him and replied indifferently. Lone wolf. Zhu Daoyu. Oh, you recognize me? The long-haired man could not hide his surprise this time. No way. It's him. Zhu Wen's ears were sharp and he exclaimed in shock when he heard the name. This man was similar to the assassin Shadow from before. An important fugitive. But this man killed a group of federal soldiers and had a bounty even higher than Shadow. He was worth 200 coins. Lin Ziyu suddenly thought about this. Who would have thought it would be this man? What a ferocious man. The lone wolf that massacred an entire barracks. Lai stared at the long hair with his mouth wide open. Captain. The other 3 soldiers looked towards Zhu Wen. Kill him. Zhu Wen looked at Zhu Daoyu with a gloomy expression and eyes filled with rage. His comrade had died at Zhu Daoyu's hands. Kill me? You think that you're capable? Zhu Daoyu sneered. Then took out a weapon that was wrapped in black cloth. As he removed the black cloth, everyone could clearly see that it was a gigantic sword. An extremely gigantic broadsword. Chapter 57 Solo Battle Against Zhu Daoyu. Chapter 57 Solo Battle Against Zhu Daoyu. The broadsword was pitch black. No one knew what strange material was used to create the sword. Such a broadsword was more commonly used by Western region people, and very few Eastern people used it. And it demanded a lot of the user's wrist strength. Don't butt in. Leave it to me. Lin Ziyu looked at Zhu Wen and the others as he spoke up. He jumped down from the android wolf at the same time. The man's aura was dangerous, and he could tell that Zhu Daoyu had killed many people before. To have a bounty of 200 coins proved his strength. But Lin Ziyu was not afraid and even slightly excited. As long as I kill this man, I can gain a lot of experience and increase my level to level 15. Upon thinking about this, the spear in his hand started to tremble and produced a resonating sound. Lin Ziyu, he isn't any simple character. Don't try to be brave. Zhu Wen glared at him sternly and reprimanded. Although Lin Ziyu was powerful, the disparity between a rank 1 and rank 3 warrior was too large. It could even be said that it was impossible. Although Lai and the others were afraid, they stood in place gritting their teeth. It was not the style of the federal soldiers to back down just to survive. And Lin Ziyu was their comrade. Even if it was a fight between life and death, they could not abandon their comrade and run away. Interesting. I like how hypocritical you federal soldiers are. Zhu Daoyu's eyes changed when he unveiled his broadsword, and was like a completely different person. From being indifferent to a vicious man. Relax. He is not my opponent. Lin Xiu shook his head. Ha ha. Zhu Daoyu could not help but laugh out loud when he heard Lin Xiu's word. As though he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Let me see how strong you are. Even if you are close to a rank 2 warrior. Aren't you afraid that your tongue might fall off from such words at this point? Zhu Daoyu's eyes became sinister. Without waiting for Lin Xiu to take action, he raised his broadsword and charged over. Fast. He was extremely fast. Even Shadow could not compete with him. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted when he saw Zhu Daoyu's movements, and shouted to Zhu Wen and the others. You guys! Get back! Before his voice could dissipate, Zhu Daoyu had slashed down on Lin Xiu. How could he be so fast? Chua! Following the vacuum sound, Lin Xiu subconsciously dodged to the right. The cloth on his shoulder was hooked and got ripped open. Lin Xiu immediately felt a hint of fear. In theory, the black broadsword's weight was definitely not light. But why was Zhu Daoyu capable of lifting it on a whim? And he was even wielding it single-handedly. Who knew how strong his wrists were? Interesting. Zhu Daoyu laughed sinisterly when he saw that his strike missed. Following that, he swung his broadsword and charged at Lin Xiu once again. His offense was extremely tight and prevented Lin Xiu from counterattacking, leaving him to dodge continuously. Zhu Daoyu's countless smashes formed many potholes in the ground and made the entire place uneven. Are we not going to help? Lai Yi could not help but ask. The other soldiers held their weapons tightly and looked towards Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen chuckled bitterly and asked, You think we can join such a battle? His hands were clenched extremely tight as well. Lin Xiu's growth was extremely fast. He thought that he was the strongest, having been promoted to a rank 2 warrior. But who could have thought that Lin Xiu could contend and engage against a rank 3 warrior as a rank 1? Although he looked to be at a disadvantage, to be able to resist a rank 3 warrior and not get killed by dodging his attacks was a type of strength as well. Zhu Daoyu frowned at this moment. Lin Xiu was clearly a rank 1 warrior with strength close to a rank 2. How could all of his attacks barely hit him? Damn it. Zhu Daoyu clenched his teeth and became even more berserk with his attacks. When one of Zhu Daoyu's attacks missed him, Lin Xiu grasped the opportunity, raised his spear, and launched a counterattack. Torrential storm of rose flowers. The spear moved like a silver snake and thrust forward while forming a few shadows. Cold lights flashed. But they were caught by something. Insignificant skill. Zhu Daoyu snorted as he held his broadsword and blocked Lin Xiu's torrential storm of rose flowers perfectly. Clang clang clang. A series of metal collision sounds rang out as the spear tip struck the broadsword without posing a threat to Zhu Daoyu. If you can gain enlightenment on producing 10 spears or above in a second, you might be able to hurt me. What a pity. Zhu Daoyu snorted, and just as Lin Xiu was about to thrust his spear forward again, he imbued his broadsword with sword strength. He struck forward, and Lin Xiu was forced backwards into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Let me show you what real skill is. Zhu Daoyu did not stop when he saw Lin Xiu being flung outwards. He roared out loud and summoned more sword strength into his broadsword. Silver skill slash of the Sacred Crescent Light. At this moment, he had unleashed the skill with both hands on the broadsword. The black broadsword surface started to emit a large amount of light aura. A powerful energy undulation seemed to distort the air around him. Zhu Wen could not help but inhale a breath of cold air when he saw it. That is the might of a skill unleashed by a rank 3 warrior. It's too terrifying. Lai Yi and the others felt their legs go numb. Lin Xiu was just about to stabilize himself when he saw Zhu Daoyu, and his pupils could not help but constrict. Danger? Immense danger. Go, and Zhu Daoyu had finished summoning his power and roared once again as he performed a slash in the air towards Lin Xiu. Su! The light aura on the broadsword suddenly transformed into a crescent blade and soared towards Lin Xiu at extremely high speed. All of the steel pillars that were in the way were instantly cut into two. The power of the skill was not something Lin Xiu could resist even with a weapon. Go, and Zhu Daoyu roared in his heart as the crescent blade arrived in front of Lin Xiu. Bang! A loud sound rang out while a large number of dust particles filled the air. Chapter 58 The Terrifying Instant Flicker Tristrike. Chapter 58 The Terrifying Instant Flicker Tristrike. HMPH. Let's see how you survive that. Judaoyu sneered. This skill was not something any ordinary warrior could defend against, much less a rank 1 warrior. The terrifying attack did not leave anything behind. Right. Lin Zhu Laiyi started trembling when he witnessed the attack. Zhu Wen had his eyes locked in the same position. When the dense cloud of dust started to scatter, Zhu Daoyu's original sneering face suddenly froze. How is that possible? Ha ha ha. I just knew that the brat Lin Zhu can't do so easily. Laiyi laughed out loud in happiness when he saw Lin Zhu standing in his original position with his spear in hand. Lin Zhu was gasping and in a slightly rugged state. If he had not reacted fast enough and utilized fury to vastly improve his stats, he would have died to the skill. His body was covered in pain and his battle robes were tattered and torn. Seems like this game has become even more interesting. Judaoyu snorted and raised his broadsword as he charged at Lin Zhu again. His speed remained as fast. He brandished the gigantic broadsword with one hand and his movements brought about bursts of vacuum. Judaoyu fumed with rage when he saw that Lin Zhu had no plans to dodge him, and instead charged towards him. He had made a name for himself and at least 80 warriors had died at his hands. This was the first time he was being suppressed by a rank 1 warrior to such an extent. He could only wash off this humiliation by killing him. Lin Zhu's pupils constricted. Under the effect of fury, his strength had broken through rank 2. Although they were still differing in an entire realm, he could not lose in terms of a head-on battle. It was a do or die. Clang clang clang. Immediately after, the spear and broadsword collided once again and produced the metallic sounds. Lin Zhu initially thought that the black broadsword was not as heavy as it looked, only to discover that the black broadsword was extremely heavy after fighting against it. And as he scrutinized further, he noticed that Zhu Daoyu's 5 fingers were thicker than an ordinary person. He brandished the black broadsword extremely well and quickly. No way. Although Lin Zhu's speed is on par with Zhu Daoyu, he can't attack him. Seeing how Lin Zhu's torrential storm of rose flower strike was being blocked by the broadsword, Zhu Wen commented with a bad expression. Lin Zhu, do your best to get rid of him. Laiyi clenched his fists tightly and muttered to himself. He could not help in the battle. If he charged in rashly, he would most probably die without knowing how. Brett, did you consume some forbidden medicine? Zhu Daoyu frowned as he was able to sense that Lin Zhu's power and speed had increased dramatically, as though they were equals. Fortunately, his sword strength was more vast than Lin Zhu's, and he could block against Lin Zhu's attacks before using the broadsword to hack at him. Clang! Lin Zhu used both hands to wield the spear to block the attack, but the powerful strike forced him to retreat a few steps. The steps he took left deep imprints on the ground. Instant flicker. Tristrike. Zhu Daoyu pressed on, and with a loud roar, he exerted a force with both legs and disappeared from his original position. Another silver skill. Lai Yu and the other soldiers exclaimed in surprise. It's going to be dangerous. Zhu Wen's pupils constricted. Instant flicker. Tristrike was a silver skill and considered a high-tier skill amongst the silver skills. This skill was extremely fast and unleashed 3 powerful strikes in a short span of time, each strike with more lethality and power than the previous, as he had used up too much sword strength and slash of the sacred crescent light to no avail. Zhu Daoyu did not have enough sword strength to unleash another large area attack. This technique must be able to kill him. Where is he? Over at the other side. Lin Zhu's pupils wavered as a cold light flickered. Another figure appeared behind him. Clang! Lin Zhu instinctively blocked his back with a spear as a large force spread across his hands. It caused Lin Zhu's hands to go numb and he almost lost grip on the spear. And if one looked carefully enough, they would discover that the silver immortal soul had a small mark on where it was struck. The black broadsword was too sharp. The second strike came without a pause. The second strike was one that struck vertically downwards. If successful, Lin Zhu would instantly be cut into 2. You can go and die now. Zhu Daoyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as though he had used up all the energy in his body. The black broadsword cut through the air and slashed down. Awe of the phoenix, Lin Xiu roared out loud. He initially wanted to preserve this technique to kill Zhu Daoyu when he was not paying attention. But the opportunity was gone. Following Lin Xiu's roar, the source strength in his body surged into the spear. Ding ding dang. The spear seemed to have sensed Lin Xiu's fury and started to tremble. The flames surged from the spear to its tip, and as Lin Xiu thrust it out, the flames transformed into a phoenix. That. Zhu Wen was stunned when he saw the phoenix. He definitely knew of Lin Xiu's of the phoenix skill, but the energy undulation from the utilization of the skill here was clearly something only a silver skill could produce. That's right. The Awe of the Phoenix had upgraded to a silver skill as Lin Xiu had completely grasped the bronze level. Over 10 phoenixes flew out from Lin Xiu's attack and charged at Zhu Daoyu. The air around seemed to distort from the temperature of the flames. Zhu Daoyu's eyes constricted when he saw this, but had no way to dodge. So he continued to slash downwards. The spear tip collided with the broadsword and produced many sparks. Bang! Following a loud explosion, Lin Xiu was flung away and smashed right into a wall. Pain filled his entire body as he felt heaviness in his chest. Blood filled his throat as he coughed it out. Due to the 10 phoenixes, Zhu Daoyu's hair had been charred. His cheeks were black, and blood came out of his mouth. Ha ha! He suddenly laughed out loud. Instant Flicker Tristrike was increasingly powerful and capable of absorbing the power of its enemy's attack to strengthen its own. Although Lin Xiu's Awe of the Phoenix was powerful, it had immediately maxed out the last strike's power. Chapter 59 Imminent Peril Profound Intent Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. Chapter 59 Imminent Peril Profound Intent Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. The blade of the giant black sword had a glint on it. The sound of it cutting through the air kept ringing. Looking at Lin Xiu, who seemed like he needed to lean against the wall to steady himself, Zhu Daoyu couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile. It's all over. Lin Xiu looked at Zhu Daoyu, who was charging over, and gripped the spear even tighter with his right hand. His 5 fingers were like steel. Grasping it tightly, he couldn't die. He couldn't die here. With his strong will to survive, Lin Xiu's blood began to boil. At this moment, Zhu Daoyu's tall figure had already appeared before Lin Xiu, with his hands gripping the black giant sword tightly. His veins had bulged out. With him in the center, a strong gust of wind rose around and dust was blown off the ground. Witnessing this powerful sense of oppression, even Lai and the others who were a distance away felt stifled, like they couldn't breathe properly. Lin Xiu's pupils constricted, and in the blink of an eye, he calmed himself down. While the winds intertwined with each other, they produced a bright light. Oh right, this was what he saw before. Just as Zhu Daoyu was about to attack, he saw that Lin Xiu had a look of surprise and couldn't help but frown, then quickly reverted back to normal. No matter what, he was dead meat. Adjudicate Lin Xiu Lai roared loudly. This blow, if he didn't dodge it, even if he's strong, it would crush his bones. Zhu Wen was stunned at this moment because he realized that Lin Xiu seemed to be laughing. I'll show you. What is the true torrential storm of rose flowers? Lin Xiu bellowed. He didn't dodge and directly thrust his spear out instead. A silver glint flashed and everyone saw many illusions appear in an instant. Zhu Daoyu, who was brandishing his giant sword in the air and was about to attack down, heard a loud bang. His hands were still in the air as he stood on the ground. What kind of skill is this? Zhu Daoyu's hands appeared to be frozen, and he was still holding the black giant sword, about to wave it down. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers, yelled Lin Xiu indifferently. Zhu Daoyu's pupils suddenly constricted, followed by a series of loud sounds. Countless stab wounds appeared on Zhu Daoyu's body. At the same time, fresh blood was gushing out of them. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on killing a rank 3 warrior. You've gained. Before Lin Xiu finished listening to the voice in his head, his eyes darkened suddenly and he fainted on the ground directly. He was not sure how long had gone by, and all Lin Xiu felt was the pain on his head. He shook his head hard and opened his eyes slowly. He was still lying in a room. On closer inspection, the decoration in the room seemed a little familiar. Hey Lin Xiu, you're awake at this moment. A familiar voice came from the side and he took a closer look. Isn't he Lai Yi? Oh right. He killed Zhu Daoyu previously and because of the after effects of fury, coupled with the injuries on his body, he fainted. Wait, how much experience did he gain from killing Zhu Daoyu? He instinctively got the stats board out. Host Lin Xiu. Level 15. Experience 85. 994 3. 599. 984 experience points required for the next level. Strength 148. Physique 89. Speed 65. Skill and Analytic I. Fury. Rage build-up to 1. Overall combat strength 1. 249. Potential points 15. Haha. Level 15. Finally level 15. Lin Xiu jumped and shouted with joy. After so long, he finally reached this dividing line. And at this moment, he also saw a message icon flashing next to the stats board. It seems that I still have many notifications that I haven't looked at. Lin Xiu hasn't lost his mind. As he Lai Yi saw the scene and his jaw dropped as he mumbled to himself. Cough. Cough. Lin Xiu then noticed Lai Yi at the side and immediately smiled. Lai Yi, are we on the airship now? Yep. You've been asleep all day. Seeing that Lin Xiu seemed to have reverted back to normal, Lai Yi said with a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu, he's awake. Just then, a sound rang out as the automatic door opened and Zhu Wen walked in directly, then exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, we're on the way back already and would be reaching Xingyao City pretty soon. Your weapon and the android is outside. Zhu Wen nodded and took a silver card out of his pocket, then handed it to Lin Xiu. This is. Lin Xiu looked at the card and was taken aback. It's the reward you got for killing Shadow and Zhu Daoyu. I applied for it on your behalf and it was approved. There are 3 million Union coins inside. Zhu Wen said with a smile. 3 million? Lin Xiu was a little surprised. Then he remembered that those 2 men were warriors that the federal government had a bounty for. With this money, he could get new equipment. By the way, what's the date today after the surprise? Lin Xiu suddenly recalled that it was quite close to the end of term exam period. If he didn't rush back in time, he would fail this term. 12. Lai Yi was slightly taken aback and answered. 12 wasn't it today? Oh no. If he didn't hurry back, he would be in trouble. Don't panic. It's 4 o'clock in the morning now. And Yao'll be able to get to Xingyao City in 2 hours. Zhu Wen patted Lin Xiu on the shoulder and said, Gather. Just then, a loud voice rang out from a loudspeaker at the side. The instructor wants us to gather. Quick, hearing this voice, Zhu Wen's face became serious. Lin Xiu, do you want to rest more? Lai Yi was about to go out too and said to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu shook his head. I'm fine. He followed the 2 of them out and saw a lot of soldiers standing outside. Compared to a month ago, these people were obviously much darker, and their faces were full of determination. Soon, everyone lined up and stood in 2 rows. There were only 18 people left in the original team of 40 people. Those 22 people, needless to say, must have perished. Well, is everyone here? Qin Kang walked over from the other side, and there were 2 other instructors beside him. The 2 instructors were holding 2 black boxes in their hands. Chapter 61 Star Medal. Chapter 61 Star Medal. Let me conclude this operation. Qin Kang's gaze swept across the people who were standing upright and said in a low voice. This operation lasted a month. And there were 7 deaths in Team 1 and only 3 survived. 6 deaths in Team 2 and 4 survived. 5 deaths in Team 3 and 5 survived. 4 deaths in Team 4 and 6 survived. Listening to Qin Kang's words, everyone was silent. Their comrades who were next to them previously would never come back again. Some soldiers couldn't help but choke with emotions. It was true that men would only weep when they were deeply hurt. Instructor's team. 1 death. Qin Kang was silent for a moment, then continued. Hearing this, the people around were stunned. The instructors in the team were warriors of rank 3 and above. Even so, they had 1 death. So what kind of monster did they encounter? Everyone gasped when they thought about this. Alright, now let's present the reward this time. As Qin Kang spoke, The two instructors around him opened the small black box in their hands at the same time. There was something inside that emitted light. The cleanup mission this time was hard, and each person will be awarded a 1-star medal. Qin Kang looked at the two instructors next to him and nodded. 1-star medal. Lin Xiu was shocked. Only federal soldiers could receive the medal, and it ranged from 1 star to 5 stars. The higher the number of stars, the greater the contribution they had put in. Not to belittle this 1-star medal, with this medal, one would have priority on transportation and the police couldn't simply arrest you. There was a unique code at the back of each medal. And after being certified on the Warrior Union website, there seemed like there would even be a discount when you purchase items. Soon, the instructors helped everyone pin the 1-star medal on their shoulders. Everyone did a military salute and disbanded. Lin Xiu, come over. Just as Lin Xiu was about to return to his room, Qin Kang called him over. Hearing Qin Kang's words, Lin Xiu was taken aback but still went over. Coming to the front of the hall, Qin Kang looked outside through the window of the airship. They had arrived above Xingyao City at this moment and were getting closer to the airport. Are you interested in becoming a federal soldier? Qin Kang was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Lin Xiu and asked. Lin Xiu had simply surprised him too much. When he first came over, he felt that Lin Xiu must have offended someone and was banished to go to this place to carry out the cleanup mission. And at that time, he felt that the strength of Lin Xiu should probably be less than that of her rank 1 warrior. He didn't expect that Lin Xiu was now almost close to being a rank 2 warrior. How could it be? It's almost impossible for even Xingyao City's most talented person to improve so quickly. And what was even more horrifying was that this guy killed Shadow and Lone Wolf, the men wanted by the federal government. Also, they were both rank 3 warriors. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't for the fact that the soldiers had sworn that Lin Xiu had dealt with them alone. Seeing that Lin Xiu was silent, Qin Kang raised his brows and continued. With your talent, I am sure that in a few years, you will certainly be able to achieve an unimaginable status, even possibly becoming a major general. Qin Kang looked at Lin Xiu. The status of federal soldiers wasn't very high. Once you became a major general or other ranks, it wouldn't be the same. It was something that many warriors dreamed of. I decline. Lin Xiu did not even think about it and shook his head straight away. Qin Kang was stunned and instinctively asked, why? Any normal person wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Come on. I'm only in my sophomore year and I want to go to college. Lin Xiu smiled helplessly and said. When Qin Kang heard Lin Xiu's determined tone, he could not help but sigh. However, he looked at Lin Xiu and still continued to speak. Okay. But if you're interested after graduation, you can come to me. No problem. The airship soon arrived at the other side of the airport and landed. Zhu Wen, Lai Yi, and the others were going back to the federal government, while Lin Xiu was heading back to Xingyao Academy. After going through life and death together for a month, they had developed a strong relationship. At this moment, Lin Xiu hugged them, smiled, and said, goodbye. Goodbye. Zhu Wen nodded, smiled, and replied, remember to come and see us when you're free, Lai Yi said with slight reluctance. Lin Xiu nodded, looked at the time, then pressed the button on the body of the android wolf next to him. He went on it, and with the huge wooden box that stored the silver immortal soul spear on its back, he rushed over to the Xingyao Academy. By the way, I just realized that he's going to take his finals today. And he's still in his sophomore year, Lai Yi said with a bitter smile. After living together for a month, Lai Yi and the rest simply couldn't see Lin Xiu as a student. He's going to reach a level we can't reach. Looking at Lin Xiu's retreating figure, Zhu Wen muttered to himself. The android wolf was very fast and was comparable to a normal maglev car. The outer shell of its body had a hollow design and a large number of gears constantly spinning inside could be seen. That's cool. Some youths saw Lin Xiu riding this android wolf and they were very envious. Isn't this something that could only be found in the mech era? Is it an imitation? Some people who could recognize it exclaimed. But that sort of technique in the past was different from today's technology, so the manufacturing process was different too. Even if there were imitations, they couldn't be like that android wolf that Lin Xiu had. In the hall of the Tang family residence, Tang Mubai sat on a chair and frowned. He couldn't be contacted for a month. Shadow should be dead. Undue delay might bring trouble. And in order to avoid that, Tang Mubai had already bought the federal government's most wanted killer, a warrior nicknamed Shadow, to kill Lin Xiu directly. But he did not expect that after a month, when he tried to contact Shadow to check how things were going, he couldn't get a hold of him. It was like he suddenly disappeared. Lord! Lord! Just then, a middle-aged man ran in, panting. What happened? Tang Mubai frowned, then looked at him and asked. That boy called Lin Xiu is not dead, he's back now. What the? Tang Mubai's pupils narrowed when he heard this piece of news. Chapter 61 Beginning of End of Term Matches. Chapter 61 Beginning of End of Term Matches. Damn. The written exams are over and the end of term matches are about to begin. Why isn't Lin Xiu here yet inside class 29? Liu Lai frowned and wondered. Could he truly have sacrificed himself? Upon thinking of this possibility, Liu Lai could not help but become anxious. Liu Lai, the end of term matches are about to begin. Quickly bring your people to the field. The teacher in charge of class 2, Liu Bai, looked at Liu Lai and sneered. Tang Tian was back and his strength had improved greatly. This time, class 2 would most probably have someone entering the top 10 rankings. Upon thinking about that, Liu Bai could not help but rejoice. Having such students under his wing brought him face. Finally, they could finally sweep away the humiliation of being defeated by class 29 students. Teacher Liuo, is Lin Xiu not back yet? Yang Tan asked anxiously. He did not know where Lin Xiu was. While Liu Lai had only given a vague answer, that Lin Xiu had gone to a dangerous region to temper himself for a month or so. Let us wait a bit longer. Liu Lai gritted his teeth and replied. The official battles had yet to begin and Lin Xiu's number was at the back and not needed in the first round. Today was the day that the federal soldiers were returning. He only hoped that he could return alive. 20 stages were set up at the large field. Many leaders were seated at the front while 20 teachers acted as referees for each stage. The end-of-term competition was a special segment where first to third year students were able to battle it out. Every student was assigned a number and the fights were decided by drawing lots. Losing meant being eliminated and the winners would advance. Every student would keep on battling until the winner was decided. It was said that the top 10 of the end-of-term battles would obtain recommendation qualifications to the top universities. Aside from the 5 great universities, what else could be held as the top universities? It was extremely difficult to get into the 5 great universities, and every student was excited to do their best. Although the majority knew that their chance of getting into the top 10 was slim, it could not extinguish their excitement. The first match of the competition will officially begin. Right at this time, the principal, who was seated at the stands, shouted out loud and the entire field seemed to be able to hear his deep voice. Students were called out according to their numbers and would head towards their designated stages where they would battle it out. Mr. Yi, there are many students that have raised their strength for this end-of-term match. Principal Guo Zhending whispered to Mr. Yi. His tone towards Mr. Yi was of utmost respect. Indeed, Mr. Yi nodded his head and glanced over at class 29 with a bit of pity. But it seems that the student with good potential isn't here. Student with good potential. The principal was startled and turned towards the direction of Mr. Yes gaze. Aside from the first 10 classes of students that had strong participants, the students from other classes were lacking. Principal Guo Zhending shook his head and reckoned that the student with good potential was not from there. The competition started orderly. Bang! Not long into the competition, a warrior was flung out from one of the stages and fell to the ground with blood all over. Medic! Medic! Many medics arrived promptly and carried the warrior out. Winner! Participant 208, Tang Tian. Tang Tian. He actually beat Lightning Tiger Lei Liang, who was ranked 98th. Yang Tian looked over in surprise, and he was beaten to the extent that his entire body was covered in blood and had fainted. It seemed that Tang Tian had grown much stronger. I heard that Tang Tian came back from the path of death. Tang Yi spoke gravely. Yang Tian was shocked. No wonder Tang Tian suddenly emitted a powerful aura. If that was the case, The current Tang Tan was very much stronger than the old Tang Tan that fought against Lin Xiu. Next, participant 1024. Lin Xiu. Not much time had passed and the referee from stage 15 called out for Lin Xiu. It's Lin Xiu's turn already. Young Tan was shocked and cried out in alarm. The end of the match weighed as heavily as the written examination. And if a student did not score in any of the two, he would be expelled. Lin Xiu already missed the written examination. And if he failed to participate in the actual combat, it would be the worst outcome. HMPH. I want to see how strong the black horse that defeated Tang Tan is. Who would have thought that he would not dare to turn up? Chen Xiao laughed out loud on the stage. Chen Xiao, ranked 150th, was well known for his saber techniques. Haha, he is really trash. Seeing that Lin Xiu had yet to appear, he started to mock him. The referee turned and looked around before shouting. Participant 1024. Lin Xiu, are you here? If you are not here by the count of 10, I will deem it as a forfeit. 10, 9, 8. Damn it. It's over. Yang Tan could not help but become anxious. As for Liu Lai, his complexion was extremely bad. No way. Did Lin Xiu really sacrifice himself there? 2. Here as he was about to shout out the last second, a loud voice came out from the other side. Liu Lai was shocked and turned to look as his eyes were immediately filled with joy. Lin Xiu. Yang Tan shouted out in joy. Bang bang bang. Everyone's eyes turned towards the heavy footsteps. Their eyes were filled with surprise. It was a handsome youth that rode on an android wolf that ran extremely quickly. Tang Tan's eyes became extremely cold. He didn't die? He actually didn't die. Very well. This time, I will definitely kill him. Only by doing so can I clear away the humiliation. Right as he was about to reach the stage, Lin Xiu exerted a force and flew up. Lin Xiu was dressed in camouflage battle robes and carried a large black box on his back. Matched with his determined face and pitch black eyes, he was brimming with mystery. If anyone said that Lin Xiu was trash a month ago, no one would ever believe that. Chapter 62 Grand Flow of the Waterfall. Chapter 62 Grand Flow of the Waterfall. At this moment, everyone started to gather at the stage. Do you guys see that it's Lin Xiu? A few students shouted out excitedly. Lin Xiu was definitely an idol to the students that were at the bottom of the rankings. After all, he himself was one of the bottom few. Yet he defeated a top 100 ranker. Tang Tian. Very good. You didn't die there. I will kill you with my own hands. Tang Tian glared at Lin Xiu and clenched his fists. Liu Lai immediately felt a sense of relief when he saw Lin Xiu back in the nick of time. And after that, he could clearly sense that Lin Xiu's aura was different than before. Even as a teacher in charge, he was able to sense danger from Lin Xiu. You are Lin Xiu? Chen Xiao pointed at Lin Xiu with his golden machete and asked. Although he sensed that there was something off about Lin Xiu's aura, he was unwilling to back down and continued to point at Lin Xiu with his blade tip. Lin Xiu nodded his head. He was about to reach the level of a rank 2 warrior. Shen Xiao was only amongst the few hundreds in ranking, so he did not even bother to use analytic eye on him. Lin Xiu seems to have gotten even stronger. Yang Tan looked at Lin Xiu and mumbled to himself. Gang Yi clenched his fists tightly and stared in Lin Xiu's direction. Both parties. Get ready. The referee looked at Lin Xiu then at Chen Xiao and said, begin. Following his command, Chen Xiao charged forward with his gold machete. When he got close to Lin Xiu, he suddenly jumped up and slashed downwards. Shen Xiao's gold machete is made out of Gamma Star's gold augites and is extremely sharp. If Lin Xiu doesn't dodge that attack, it will be dangerous. A student below the stage spoke loudly. Although Lin Xiu defeated Tang Tan before, I feel that it was Tang Tan that underestimated his opponent. Shen Xiao's blade skills are tyrannical and ferocious. Lin Xiu is bound to lose. A student snorted. They supported Chen Xiao as they were classmates. Bang! Right at this time as Chen Xiao's gold blade was about to strike Lin Xiu's body, he took action. He used both hands and grabbed the blade, producing an extremely loud and clear sound. What? All the students below were dumbstruck. They thought that Lin Xiu would avoid the strike, and never expected Lin Xiu to use his bare hands to grab the blade. At the same time, Chen Xiu looked to be in a difficult situation. "Damn it!" Chen Xiu roared out loud and exerted a force to perform a reverse slash. Lin Xiu frowned. The machete was slightly sharp and caused his palms a bit of pain. The momentum on top of his strength to perform the reverse slash forced Lin Xiu to loosen his grip on the blade. Chen Xiu snorted and retreated a few times. But his face could not help but turn sour. Although he looks to be looking down on Lin Xiu, that one exchange let him experience Lin Xiu's terror. And there was still the black box on Lin Xiu's back. No one knew what was hidden inside. He screamed out loud and charged forward with his gold machete. Bronze skill collapsing petals 9 forms. The skill's greatest trait was that every strike after was stronger and faster. Lin Xiu frowned and dodged to the side as the blade flashed past his cheeks. Chen Xiu was extremely domineering and continued to hack his way forward. Although every blade was faster, none of them hit him. Every strike was a near miss. Lin Xiu is just too lucky. A few students saw Lin Xiu avoiding by a hair and could not help but exclaim. Only the stronger ones were shaken by his moves. "Is it my turn after the 9th strike?" Lin Xiu's mouth curved upwards as he launched a fist forward. Although Chen Xiu was able to react fast enough to block, the immense force forced the blade to hit his own chest and caused him to fly backwards. The entire field flew into an uproar. "Who?" Chen Xiu coughed out a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand as he stared straight at Lin Xiu. "There's no other choice." He took a deep breath, then gathered all his power into his arms and legs. He looked at Lin Xiu, who stood stationary, and bellowed out loud. "Grand flow of the waterfall." Right as he finished his words, his legs burst forth and he suddenly leaped into the air when he arrived before Lin Xiu, and then performed a vertical slash in midair. It's here Chen Xiu's unique skill, grand flow of the waterfall. A few students that fought against Chen Xiu all cried out excitedly. It was an uncommon skill that only Chen Xiu knew in the entire Xingyao Academy. It could even be considered a signature move. Who would have thought that Chen Xiu would have to use such an exhausting skill in the first round? Could Lin Xiu really be that difficult to deal with? A few students were puzzled. One had to know that if one did not preserve their strength on the first day of the battles, it would become even harder in the later rounds. At this time, no one was discussing anything. Everyone had their eyes locked onto the stage. Many fine wind blades appeared from Chen Xiu's slash. Multiple deep slash scars appeared on the stage that was made out of unique materials. Da Jiangtian cried out loud. But Lin Xiu still remained unmoved. Seeking death, Chen Xiu's pupils constricted at the sight of Lin Xiu. The power of this skill was something that could hack an ordinary person into pieces. Even a warrior would be gravely injured. "Ha papa." A few thin slashes appeared on Lin Xiu's robes, while the box on his back shattered into pieces and fell on the ground. Right at this time, everyone caught a glimpse of an object that emitted a cold light. What was in that box? When everyone was still stunned, Lin Xiu made his move. His right hand grabbed onto the object within the box and charged towards Chen Xiu. Fast. It was so fast that everyone only saw an afterimage. Chen Xiu's eyes were wide open, just as his blade was about to slash forth. A cold light flashed by and a dang sound was heard as the blade in his hand was tossed away. "You've lost." Chapter 63, Unlocking a New Skill. Chapter 63, Unlocking a New Skill. On the tournament stage stood a man with his spear, looking like he despised the world. Chen Xiu looked at the sharp tip of the spear that was pressing against his neck, and felt like he was stuck. One move. Just one move and he lost. "I've lost." Although very reluctant, Chen Wei still admitted his defeat with a bitter smile. Chen Wei, tanked 150th, was defeated. Lin Xiu. Many of the students below shouted excitedly. This was really too shocking. So the wooden box on Lin Xiu's back turned out to be a weapon. And it was a spear. No. 1024. Lin Xiu wins, the referee announced. He looked at Lin Xiu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Xiu definitely wouldn't be able to execute that level of attack just now if he didn't know his weapon extremely well. "Mister." He looked at Lin Xiu from his seat and was taken aback. "Looks like this kid has improved a lot." "Mister." Look, student Zhang Kao, who is ranked 23rd, is going up. The headmaster sat next to Mr. Yi and pointed over there excitedly. Mr. Yes status was so special that even he, the headmaster, had to suck up to him. Hearing the headmaster's words, Mr. Yi did not look there but continued to look in Lin Ziu's direction. He felt that Lin Ziu was becoming more and more interesting. I wonder if Lin Ziu would bring any more surprises. Lin Ziu. Welcome back. Liu Lai watched as Lin Ziu got off the stage and smiled. The rest of the students from class 29 came over with a look of surprise on their faces. After all, Lin Ziu had made their class proud. You seem to be getting stronger again. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Ziu and said. At first, he used Lin Ziu as a benchmark, but Lin Ziu's progress was so fast that he had no way to catch up. Lin Ziu smiled at him but didn't say anything. Where did you go to train this month? Yang Tian came over at this moment and patted Lin Ziu on the shoulder. Haha. A very dangerous place. Lin Ziu laughed. He still felt quite emotional when he was back at the academy. That 1-month-long cleanup trip at Guangming Fort was still vivid in his mind. After experiencing a life and death situation over there, the friendship forged with the soldiers was also unforgettable. Speaking of which, he had really gotten some good out of misfortune and had to thank the Tang family for giving him this opportunity. Lin Ziu couldn't help but laugh coldly at that thought. He would slowly take his revenge. Oh right. What is this thing? Yang Tan looked curiously at the android wolf over there. The rest of the people also looked in that direction. This android wolf that had a mechanical feel to it made the students attracted to it. Just an ordinary mechanical saddle horse. A means of transportation. Lin Ziu didn't explain much and said indifferently. After all, this thing was made during the Mecha Age and was so complete it could fetch a very high price. It would be bad if someone lusted over it. I've never really seen anything like this before. Yang Tan shook his head and didn't think much about it. Also, the history of the Mecha Age wasn't in the regular textbooks, so the vast majority of students did not know about these things. There was still some time before he had to go up on the stage again. Lin Ziu sat under a big tree at the back of the field and entered the system to view the notifications. As he was unconscious previously and rushed over this morning, there were many messages that he hadn't seen. Congratulations Master on reaching level 15. Congratulations Master on successfully reaching level 15. You've gained a chance to draw a prize. Congratulations Master on acquiring a new skill, Disguise. Congratulations Master on successfully unlocking the gene lock. Do you want to begin unlocking rank 1 gene lock? A lot of information surged in, making Lin Ziu a little confused. What he was sure about was that he had acquired a new skill called Disguise. He tapped on the Disguise icon and could see the skill's introduction Disguise. After successful use, you can conceal the warrior's aura, becoming just like an ordinary person. Unless there is someone more than 2 ranks above you, nobody would be able to detect you. Note can be activated or deactivated at any time. Lin Ziu pursed his lips. This skill does not seem to be of much use. Huh. What's the point of disguising? He had 1 chance in the lottery, but Lin Ziu was not ready to use it now. After all, there were many people here. He tapped on the gene lock option and a notification suddenly popped up. Do you want to unlock the rank 1 gene lock now? YN. Note there is a 10% chance of death in the process of unlocking the gene lock, 20% chance of becoming unconscious, and 30% chance of an unpredictable outcome. Damn, Lin Ziu couldn't help but curse when he read that. You're kidding. After thinking about it, Lin Ziu still did not press Y. This system was simply a scam. You could even die. And it was a 10% chance. Summing up the rest, the success rate of unlocking the rank 1 gene lock was only 40%. Lin Ziu didn't dare to gamble. Looking at his stats board, Lin Ziu added all the previous 15 potential points to strength. As soon as the potential points were added, Lin Ziu felt strength spread all over his body. The heavy silver immortal soul spear now didn't feel heavy at all, and was also easier to handle. No. 1024. Lin Ziu. Just then, a voice resounded again. Lin Ziu heard his name and went over straight away. Those who got picked were all beginner warriors and the stronger ones were only quasi-warriors. so there was no pressure at all for Lin Xiu. He got rid of them in seconds. Those students were already numbed, and many people were thinking that it was possible for Lin Xiu to be directly squeezed into the top 50 of the combat strength list when he went to test his combat strength. He actually returned from Guanming Fort. The dean, Zheng Lin, knitted his brows as he looked at Lin Xiu, who had easily defeated his opponent again on the stage. That's right. He was the school leader who had previously proposed that Lin Xiu should be assigned to the Guanming Fort for a cleanup mission, as the Zhang family was the Tang family's vassal family. In order to curry favor with the head of the Tang family, he used his connections to punish Lin Xiu, but he didn't expect that Lin Xiu would survive there and come back even stronger. No way. He must find a way to kill that guy, or Tang Yubai was going to treat him like garbage. He thought about it, and looked at the computer's automated balloting system as a sly smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Chapter 64 Yigulan. Chapter 64 Yigulan. Lin Xiu. You won again, Yan Tan exclaimed excitedly when he saw that Lin Xiu had defeated another opponent. Unfortunately, I've only won one match. Congratulations. We'll be in the finals tomorrow. Teacher Luo Lai came over at this moment and smiled. Only the remaining 100 out of tens of thousands of students could participate in the elimination battle the next day. It was really selecting the cream of the crop. Lin Xiu smiled at this moment and looked over. He saw Tang Tian's figure. At this moment, his eyes were cold and murderous. Even the students standing next to him could somewhat feel the gloomy and cold air around him, and they hurried away. Tang Tan looked at Lin Xiu too, and his lips moved. Although he did not hear his voice, Lin Xiu still knew what he said. I will kill you. Lin Xiu raised his brows, then sneered. It was not confirmed at whose hands would the deer die. Look, look, they have started drawing lots at this moment. Yang Tan looked at the school leaders sitting there in the middle and suddenly saw in the huge 3D projection above that they had started to draw lots. A random draw was done among the 100 students who won that day's elimination. A large number of students looked over there. The end-of-term matches could sometimes also depend on luck. There must be some beginner warriors who encountered someone weaker or about the same level because of luck and got into the finals. So the draw was also one of the factors affecting the final result. Haha, Lin Xiu, if only you had gotten that beginner warrior and won straight into the next round. Yang Tian said with a smile. There would be rewards for reaching the finals, and the rewards would increase as one advanced to the next round. It doesn't matter. Lin Xiu waved and said. His eyes were focused on the projection. If he had to fight against the top 10 on the list, it was still a bit of trouble. After all, there would be talented people at every place, and the top 10 were those who not only were gifted, but also experienced seniors who were about to graduate, so they would still be stronger than him. Zhang Lin looked at the 3D projection over there and the corners of his lips curled upwards. He got someone to manipulate the draw, and Lin Xiu would definitely have to fight against that person in the end. Soon, as the results from the draw were slowly released, some people were glad to be fighting against someone weaker while some were sad when they were put against someone stronger. After all, no one wanted to lose the first round after getting into the finals. Hey, it's your turn. No. 1024 against no. 8. No. 8 Yigulan. How could it be him when Luo Lai saw this? He frowned. Although he had confidence in Lin Xiu, he couldn't help but get nervous when he saw Yigulan. Yigulan, who was ranked 4th in the combat strength list, was a senior, but he was often not in school. He was always in and out of a variety of high-risk areas where zombies and evolved beasts coexisted in order to train. It was said that he had also just come back not long ago. They wondered if this amazingly gifted person had already reached the level of a rank 3 warrior. It seems a little tricky now. Lin Xiu also frowned at this time. He had also heard of this person's name, as he was always out for practice. He retained a year in the senior year. He wasn't over 19 years old, so the school also tacitly gave their consent. This man was very experienced in combat and his skills were also very scary. Lin Xiu, have a good rest tonight. Don't give yourself too much pressure. After all, our class has never had a finalist, and there are 2 this time. Li said. Tu Lin Ziyu was stunned. Then saw Zhang Yi coming over. I was lucky and got in as well. Zhang Yi said. He had looked down on Lin Ziyu before, but now he regarded Lin Ziyu as an equal, and after a month of training hard, he had improved rapidly too. He was matched against quasi-warriors during this battle, so he was pretty lucky, but came up against Tang Tan in the first round. Zhang Yi then looked at the results from the draw and smiled bitterly. Tang Tan's strength was close to a rank 1 warrior previously, and now that he came back from the path of death training, his strength had probably broken through the level of a rank 1 warrior. All the best. Lin Ziyu patted him on the shoulder and said. Zhang Yi had changed a lot too and wasn't so annoying anymore. Back in his dormitory, Lin Ziyu took a hot bath and lay comfortably on the bed. Previously, he practically didn't shower at all in Guangming Fort for almost a month. It was really uncomfortable. Lying in bed, Lin Ziyu remembered the monthly lottery chance, and the one he won that day added up to 2 lottery chances. Without much thought, Lin Ziyu went straight into the system and clicked on the lottery interface. Sure enough, the number of lottery chances shown below was 2. Lin Ziyu tapped to start the lottery and entered the familiar turntable interface. Soon, the familiar lottery wheel interface reappeared. The lottery interface was similar to the last time, and the lottery wheel was still divided into 10 sections. But there was a slight change. 3 sections were skill cards, another 3 sections were odd crystals, and the remaining 3 sections were potential pills, while the last section occupied a very small area and was still the grand prize. Odd crystal. It was not very useful, and the gift bag seemed to have disappeared. It seemed like the sections of the lottery wheel would change every time. The chain should be refreshed every day. Right. Without much hesitation, Lin Ziyu clicked on the center of the lottery wheel for it to start spinning, and the wheel began to spin at a very fast pace. Potential pills or the grand prize. Other things like the skill cards and odd crystals weren't of great use to Lin Ziyu. After all, he wasn't proficient in his current 2 skills yet. And other than absorbing source strength from the odd crystals, he could only sell it for money. But he wasn't really short of money. Stop. Seeing that the needle looked like it was about to stop at the grand prize, Lin Ziyu couldn't help but get excited. The previous prize was the of the Phoenix skill card, and he wasn't sure what the grand prize would be if he got it. Just as Lin Ziyu was getting very excited, the needle moved to the skill card section the next second. Come on. This thing was simply a scam. He clearly saw the needle stopping at the grand prize, but it slipped at the last second. Lin Ziyu decided not to use his other lottery chance. There weren't many useful things in the lottery wheel today. He exited the system interface in his mind and saw a bright light in front of his eyes as a glistening card appeared before him. Chapter 65 Activate. Synthesis System. Chapter 65 Activate. Synthesis System. Silver skill card. Lin Ziyu was stunned as he took the skill card. After taking a look at it, it was actually a blade skill and made him completely disappointed. How fraudulent. Lin Ziyu's mouth started to twitch. Ding. Synthesis system activated. Right at this time, the system notification rang out in his head. Synthesis system. Lin Ziyu was startled and quickly entered the system to discover a new window pop up. Use 3 same grade cards to merge into a corresponding weapon skill. He read the note and was stunned for a moment before becoming pleasantly surprised. It meant that by using 3 same grade skill cards, he could merge them into a spear skill card. Right. This meant that he could purchase 2 cheap silver cards and proceed with the synthesis. Lin Ziyu realized that the skills from the system were different from the world and were unique and unmatched. For example, the Awe of the Phoenix. This was a skill card that had no information even on the web. Forget it. I'll keep it first. I have plenty of other draws in the future and can try my luck again. After keeping the silver card, Lin Ziyu went to bed. It was so hard for him to find the opportunity to lie on a soft bed, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Right at this time, a photo started to spread across the web like wildfire. Transforming type Android from the Mech era. How can there be such a perfect set? It must be fake. Where did they capture this photo? A few people well versed with the Mech era became excited when they saw the photo. The photo revealed an android wolf. Although there were various corroded parts, it was undoubtedly a well-preserved set. A few meticulous people even investigated and realized that the location of the photo resembled Xinyao Academy. The sleeping Lin Xiu was completely unaware that trouble was heading his way. Time passed and day 2 came. Although 90 of the students were eliminated the day before, many students still gathered in the field. All of the students that got to the next round were experts of the academy. To watch experts spar was also useful to the other warriors. Lin Xiu, be careful. That person isn't easy. Liu Lai saw Lin Xiu approaching and beckoned to him, then warned him as he inched closer. Lin Xiu nodded and his gaze shifted to the other side. The battles were designated to start as early as 9 in the morning and it was about time. The 50 students were segregated into 25 competition stages and started preparing, while Lin Xiu and the other students were placed in the second batch to go up stage. Gilin, we will have to depend on you. At a certain location, Gan Lin patted Yi Gilin's shoulder and said to him, no problem. Yi Gilin was a tall and sturdy man that had a buzz cut and his eyes were brimming with bloodthirst. Even Zhang Lin could not help but gulp down secretly. But upon thinking about the aftermath, he could not help but smile again. Lin Xiu has to die. And the battle began. Many students got as close to the stage as possible and supported their favorite participants. You're from class 29. Tang glared at Zhang Yi and asked. That's right. Zhang Yi held a blade, glared at Tang cautiously, and replied, although you are very strong, I won't admit defeat. Is that so? Tang sneered. Whenever it came to class 29, he would be reminded of Lin Xiu and clench his fists. Zhang Yi frowned. Tang did not even carry a weapon. He was obviously looking down on him. He clenched his teeth and carried his blade to charge forward and slash down at Tang Tian. Tang snorted and dodged when the blade was about to touch his body. Crack. He used his right arm to sweep the blade aside before grabbing Zhang Yi's arm. He exerted force to twist his arm up. Clang. Zhang Yi's blade dropped to the ground. Zhang Yi's pupils narrowed as the intense pain forced him to scream. At this time, Tang did not even stop, and used his left hand to grab Zhang Yi's left arm before breaking the other hand as well. I will break all 4 of your limbs. Tang Tan's face turned sinister and was about to take action when he heard an incoming sound. His pupils constricted as he subconsciously threw out a punch towards the sound. Bang! A loud sonorous sound was produced. 2 fists collided and forced Tang Tian back a few steps to his surprise. Isn't that enough? Lin Xiu glared at him. Lin Xiu saw and knew from below the stage that Tang had used the hatred towards him and targeted everyone from class 29. What class are you from? No one is allowed to barge in during the fight. The referee immediately jumped forward and shouted. You want to see a student get killed here? Lin Xiu glared at the referee coldly. Lin Xiu's cold glare caused his body to tremble. What's going on? How can a student wield such pressure? Lin Xiu, quickly carry him down. Liu Lai called the paramedics over. Lin Xiu nodded his head and supported Zhang Yi down. Lin Xiu. Zhang Yi lay on an automatic stretcher. He winced as if the pain would paralyze him. You have to beat him. Not a problem. Lin Xiu nodded his head. After seeing him and the paramedics leave, Lin Xiu turned and stared at Tang who was still on the stage. Winner! Tang the referee shouted out. Relax. When it's us, I will break all of your limbs. Tang turned to Lin Xiu and said as he walked down. This time, even if your father comes, I will beat you until all your teeth fall out. Lin Xiu snorted. Tang narrowed his eyes when he heard Lin Xiu's words. But he regained a calm mindset and glared at him. It's useless to be all talk. You will get it soon enough. Lin Xiu frowned as he watched Tang Tan's departing figure. For some reason, Tang Tan's aura was slightly dangerous to him. His strength had grown multiple times. Participant 1024. Lin Xiu. Right at this time, Lin Xiu heard his name over the intercoms. The next round of battles had begun. Chapter 66 The Tiger of Xingyao. Chapter 66 The Tiger of Xingyao. Lin Xiu. Be careful. He is dangerous. As Lin Xiu walked over, Yang Tan was already at the side of the stage. Lin Xiu nodded his head as he held the silver immortal spear and walked up. Soon after Lin Xiu was called. Yi Gillen walked over too. Lin Zia's face became cautious when he saw Yi Gillen. His intuition told him that the man was dangerous. Without further ado, he activated Analytic Eye. Character Yi Gillen. Rank 2 Warrior. Strength 222. Physique 100. Speed 65. Overall combat strength 1867. The information caused Lin Zia's eyes to dilate. A rank 2 warrior. His strength was too terrifying. Aside from his speed, every attribute of his was higher than Lin Zia's. At this time, many students gathered around Lin Zia's stage. The majority of the students came from nearby stages. After all, this match was too important. One side was the tyrannical 4th ranker that was hardly at school, Yi Gillen, also known as the Tiger of Xing Yao. The other side was the so-called trash of the school who seemed to have become extremely successful to the point of scaring others. Lin Ziu, ha ha ha. Yi Gillen. Lin Ziu is actually up against Yi Gillen. He's bound to die. A student saw the match up and laughed out loud. In his eyes, it was impossible for Lin Ziu to defeat Yi Gillen no matter how strong he had become. It's hard to say. Yang Tan heard his words and became unhappy. He glared at the student ferociously. If Lin Ziu wins, I will eat this entire stage. The student heard Yang Tan's furious reply and retorted. That's great. I'll wait for you to eat the stage. Yang Tan rebuked him. At the stand, Mr. Yi looked at Lin Zia's figure and revealed a strange smile. Mr. Yi, take a look at that. He is Yi Gillen, our school's 4th ranker. He is young and is already a rank 2 warrior. The teacher in charge of guiding Mr. Yi spoke up. I think that Lin Ziu is good too. Mr. Yi replied. Lin Ziu. The others around were startled. They did not understand what Mr. Yi saw in Lin Ziu. Although everyone knew about the fight between Lin Ziu and Tang Tan, he merely defeated Tang Tan, but he could not possibly defeat Yi Gillen. After all, Yi Gillen was a rank 2 warrior. How many were able to reach the rank 2 standard at the tender age of 18? You were Lin Ziu on stage. Yi Gillen looked at him and asked. His gaze was cold and filled with bloodthirst. He looked at Lin Ziu as though he was looking at a dead man walking. That's right. Lin Zia's entire body became tense. This guy's stats were high and he went out frequently for actual battle. The battle instincts gained from encountering real-life or death situations was something the students that had grown spoiled in the castle could not compare to. Very good. I will kill you. Yi Gillen revealed a smile that looked warm, but it made other people felt chills down their spine. Lin Ziu then noticed that Yi Gillen's weapon was neither a saber nor a sword. It was a hammer instead. An extremely gigantic hammer. Both parties. Get ready. The referee looked at his watch and continued. Let the battle begin. His words caused the spectators to quieten down, and all eyes remained fixated on the stage. Could Lin Ziu win or would he be done by Yi Gillen? That was a question that everyone wanted the answer to. I will smash your brains, Yi Gillen said and charged forward like a tiger who broke out of its cage. Lin Ziu originally thought that Yi Gillen would be slow seeing how he carried the extremely heavy hammer. But who would have thought that his speed would be surprisingly fast? Lin Ziu leaned to the side and dodged the hammer. Bang! The hammer smashed on the ground and shook the entire place. The students below felt the ground tremble slightly. You dodged it, although Yi Gillen revealed a surprised expression. He continued to use the gigantic hammer to attack Lin Ziu. Yang Tan was inwardly shocked as he watched the battle. If someone got struck by that gigantic hammer, wouldn't their bones shatter? Lin Ziu dodged a few of the strikes and imbued his source strength into his spear. He took the opportunity and thrust his spear at Yi Gillen. Although Yi Gillen's hammer looked huge and stupidly heavy, it was extremely light in his hands as he used it to block the attack. Just with this bit of strength, Yi Gillen sneered and exerted force with his hammer and forced Lin Ziu back a few steps. Lin Ziu felt the space between his thumb and forefinger go numb. Yi Gillen was simply too strong with his large hammer. Not only was he quick and smooth, but he was also strangely nimble. But I can't use Fury. It has a cooldown of 3 days. If I use it now, I won't be able to utilize it anymore. What do I do? Yi Gillen did not give Lin Ziu any time to think as he used his hammer to continue his attacks. Lin Ziu did not dodge and launched a counterattack this time. It was said that offense was the best defense, especially when up against heavy weapons. Maintaining a defensive position might be even more disadvantageous. The sparring continued as sparks were formed from the collision of two weapons. Lin Zia's eyes were cold. His spear was like a dragon that grasped every opportunity to pierce forward. But Yi Gilin's defense was strong as well and blocked all of Lin Zia's attacks. "You're only like this," Yi Gilin laughed. "Flaw." Lin Ziyu ignored his words, and his eyes contracted. He grabbed the chance when his weapon was retracted and went all out. Skill torrential storm of rose flowers. Clang clang clang. Yi Gilin's relaxed face immediately changed as his body instinctively felt danger. He subconsciously used his hammer to block, but he was too late. He did not anticipate Lin Zia's skill that unleashed 5 thrusts in 1 second. Every thrust struck different parts of his body. All the spectators held their breath at the sight of this scene. They witnessed Lin Zia's sudden change in speed and the spear that produced afterimages and extremely cold rays of light. In the next second, Yi Gilin was the first to retreat a few steps as blood splattered across his right shoulder. Yi Gilin was actually hurt by Lin Ziyu. Chapter 67 The Tiger Breaks the Cage. Chapter 67 The Tiger Breaks the Cage. The students who saw the scene couldn't stop from bursting into an uproar. One must know that Yi Gilin was a super strong warrior and was known as the Tiger of Xingyaohua. He was actually wounded by Lin Ziyu. This surprised many people. "See, who said that Lin Ziyu will lose?" Yang Tan said proudly to the students next to him. "Yi Gilin just isn't serious yet," the student said dismissively. Looking at the stage carefully, Yi Gilin was attacked, but there was a smile on his face. "Not bad, not bad." Lin Ziyu knitted his brows. That move just now was such a pity. He thought that he could knock Yi Gilin down directly, but he didn't expect Yi Gilin to actually block all the remaining 4 attacks. And Lin Ziyu even attacked only after calculating the circumstances that Yi Gilin wouldn't be able to react. The man's reflexes were too good. On the other side, the Dean Zhang Lin frowned when he saw this scene. When nobody was looking, he made a gesture of cutting his throat towards Yi Gilin. Yi Gilin nodded subtly. And in the next second, without waiting for Lin Ziyu to make a move, he took the lead and charged out. He was like a dark shadow. Lin Ziya's eyes dilated, and just as he was about to dodge, he realized that Yi Gilin had disappeared. "Up there! Silver skill force of Mount Tai," a student exclaimed in excitement. This skill was very demanding of one's physical strength, but the destructive power it produced was also very amazing. Sure enough, Lin Ziyu looked up and Yi Gilin was in the sky, holding a huge hammer with both hands as he hammered down. The huge hammer was like a mountain. The powerful source strength came in a wave, pressing Lin Ziyu down and making him a little breathless. He couldn't dodge anymore. Since he couldn't dodge, he had to fight. Lin Ziyu gritted his teeth and held his spear tightly. His spear seemed to have sensed its master's aggression and gave off a clanging sound. A burst of flame spread from the bottom to the tip of the spear. What kind of skill is this? Some people were obviously surprised to see this. But Yang Tan remembered that this was the awe of the phoenix that Lin Ziyu used before. "Go!" Lin Ziyu roared. The spear swooped in the air, with the tip of the spear as the starting point, and dozens of flaming birds flew out. What skill is this exactly? A teacher who studied spears widened his eyes. From the time he became a warrior, he had never seen nor heard of a spear-type skill like this. 10 flaming birds flew straight toward Yi Gilin, who was holding the giant hammer, and the surrounding air seemed to heat up in an instant. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Gilin's hammer hit the flame birds directly. In an instant, a strong impact sent a shockwave through the surrounding air. Ka. The ground seemed to shake and there were even small cracks appearing. In the next second, Lin Ziyu, holding a silver spear, couldn't help but take a couple of steps back. Dozens of flaming birds were blown away by the sledgehammer and Yi Gilin's figure appeared. His move completely offset the awe of the phoenix. "Looks like I'm going to have to be serious." Yi Gilin touched his slightly charred hair, then said with a cold look, "Is that so?" Lin Ziyu felt a slight sweetness in his throat and it seemed like they were at the same level just now. However, he was still slightly injured by that strong source strength that Yi Gilin's skill exuded. Yi Gilin licked his lips at this moment and rushed over again with a swish. Lin Xiu didn't dodge at all and charged over too. The two men were like two dark shadows, fighting wildly on the stage at great speed. Dang dang dang. A burst of metal collisions kept ringing. Every time Lin Xiu resisted Yi Guilin's attack, his hand became numb and he felt like his spear was about to be sent flying out by Yi Guilin's hammer. Yi Guilin was too strong. Way too strong. He did not give Lin Xiu any chance to react, waving the hammer constantly and smashing it toward Lin Xiu. It looks like Lin Xiu is going to lose. A school leader who was next to Mr. Yi said with a smile. Mr. Yi did not speak. He was still looking at Lin Xiu. Have you shown all your cards? Lin Xiu used the torrential storm of rose flowers again. But this time, not only did he miss, but Yi Guilin completely blocked him too. Too slow, Yi Guilin roared, then swerved the hammer with a strong force, causing Lin Xiu to take several steps back. Then, like a ferocious tiger, he continued to charge at Lin Xiu. Silver Skill Tiger breaks the cage, as his body's soar strength continuously surged into the hammer and with the hammer as the center. A huge hammerhead illusion appeared. Haha, Yi Guilin's signature skill. Lin Xiu is definitely going to lose, a student couldn't help shouting when he saw the scene. The rest of the students also looked at this scene incredulously. This powerful skill made many students hold their breath in awe. Is this the signature skill that ranks fourth on the combat strength list? Many students widened their eyes and did not want to miss this rare sight. Adjudicate saw the scene and his pupils constricted as he looked angrily at Yi Guilin. Even he couldn't directly take on this skill head-on, and this was clearly a skill to kill. If Lin Xiu got hit, he would probably turn into minced meat instantly from the strong source strength. Go to hell, Yi Guilin's face also became sinister. The scope of this attack covered the entire stage and Lin Xiu couldn't flee at all. Lin Xiu's expression changed drastically as well. He looked at the huge hammerhead illusion that came out of the hammer and it was like a tiger was breaking out of the cage and pouncing toward him. Lin Xiu held the spear with both hands and gritted his teeth, trying to resist. I can't lose. I can't lose. At this moment, the spear also seemed to be slightly trembling and made a clanging sound. Come down quick. Jump down, Liu Lai yelled. Never mind if they lost. If he didn't come down, he would die. The students around them had started to disperse and no one dared to go near that stage. Rumble. As Yi Guilin hammered down, it sounded like an explosion. There were a lot of cracks around the stage and a cloud of dust rose in the middle. Chapter 68 Victory or Defeat. Chapter 68 Victory or Defeat. Ha ha ha. You're not dead yet, Yi Guilin laughed loudly at this moment. He used all his strength for that attack just now. Even a rank 2 warrior who was almost as strong as him didn't dare to face it head-on, so he didn't expect that this chap actually didn't dodge. It's a pity that you jumped off the stage and lost. At this moment, as the thick dust dispersed, the entire stage could be seen and there was a huge dent on it. The middle part was most severely dented. One must know that the stage was made of special materials and its stiffness was comparable to steel. But it was actually destroyed to this state. Lin Xiu. Young Tan looked at the stage in disbelief. Is Lin Xiu really dead? A lot of girls covered their eyes and didn't dare to see the tragic situation on the stage. It's not going to get someone killed. Is it? The school leaders on the seats frowned when they saw the scene here. Although there was nothing much about the death of an ordinary student, it wouldn't leave a good impression, especially when Mr. Yi was still here. But what made them puzzled was that Mr. Yi had a smile on his face as he looked at the stage with interest. What's going on? Almost got killed by you. Yi Guilin, who was still laughing, had his smile frozen on his face. Lin Xiu is fine. Yang Tan rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Those who had covered their eyes also came to their senses and looked over. As the dust dissipated, Lin Xiu was seen standing in the middle, holding the spear in his hands in a defensive position. All the clothes on his body were torn and he looked a little sloppy. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, then slowly pulled out his feet that were stuck on the ground. He wanted to use fury only during the last part of the match, but it seemed like he didn't have a choice now. If it wasn't for the forced enhancement of his attributes using fury, he would be doomed just now. But even so, he suffered a lot of injuries. How is that possible? How come you're not dead? Yigilin's face became extremely pale. And that elated Zhang Lin's jaw dropped when he saw that Lin Ziyu was fine. That didn't kill him. Crack. Crack. Standing up. Lin Ziyu twisted his body, and there was a crisp sound of bone cracking. Fury only lasted 3 minutes, and Lin Ziyu had to make use of these 3 minutes to attack. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Lin Ziyu looked at Yigilin, who rushed over again, and his pupils constricted. He held his spear and thrust it forward. His spear was like electricity that pierced directly at Yigilin, who was charging over. It's no use, Yigilin roared as he instinctively dodged the attack and hammered down toward Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu did not use the silver spear to block this time, and used the tip of his spear to jab the hammer instead. Tired of living? Yigilin smirked when he saw this. How could the tip of a spear pierce through his hammer? It was hilarious. Dang! The sound of metals colliding rang out. It was so loud that it seemed like it could damage one's eardrums. Yigilin felt his hand becoming numb, and the hammer in his hand nearly fell to the ground. With a large amount of source strength permeating, the silver immortal soul spear had become extremely hard. His hammer simply couldn't bend Lin Ziyu's spear. Instead, the tip of the spear left a dent in his hammer. Violent hammerstorm. Yigilin's eyes reddened, and he glared at Lin Ziyu like he wanted to smash him into minced meat. No one had ever made him so miserable. Silver skill Violent Hammerstorm. This skill gave the user an explosive force for a short period of time. The hammer swung like a phantom, and it was just as strong as the torrential storm of rose flowers. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziyu did not show any weakness at all, and also used his skill. Dang dang dang. The clashing of the weapons kept ringing, and Lin Ziyu's spear blocked every attack. The torrential storm of rose flowers stabbed at a faster speed for every wave of Yigilin's hammer. Lin Ziyu could thrust his spear twice. Tear. Following Lin Ziyu's attack, Yigilin's clothes were torn apart. No way, no way. Yigilin went crazy. He never thought that Lin Ziyu actually hid his strength. One must know that the skill Tiger Breaks the Cage used up a lot of source strength, and he didn't have much source strength left now. Once he had no more source strength left, his ability would be greatly diminished. At this moment, Yigilin was like a crazy person, constantly brandishing his hammer toward Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu knitted his brows and moved sideways to dodge. Bang bang bang. The whole stage was destroyed by Yigilin. Yigilin lost. Liu Olai heaved a sigh of relief and said, although it now seemed that Lin Ziyu was dodging, Yigilin was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, as long as Lin Ziyu continued this way, he would easily win this match. And his guess was right. After dodging his attacks about a dozen times, Lin Ziyu's spear swooped in the air, and Yigilin's hammer directly knocked against Lin Ziyu's spear. There was a loud bang, and the hammer was sent flying away. The tip of the spear was directly in front of Yigilin's face at this moment. You lost. There was a sudden silence all around. Yigilin, who was ranked 4th and known as the Tiger of Xingyao, actually lost. A lot of people couldn't seem to digest this fact. It was simply unbelievable. Haha. Lin Ziyu won. Lin Ziyu won. Yang Tan did not care about the dumbfounded people around him, and yelled happily. As Yang Tan's words came out, the people around him suddenly came to their senses. There was an uproar at the scene. Zhang Lin's face changed drastically at this moment, and he fell directly from the chair. How could it be? Yigilin lost. Haha. Prepare to eat the stage. Yang Tian looked at the student next to him at this moment and said out loud. The student looked as if he had eaten a fly and stared at Yang Tan with hatred, then hurried away. I declare now that Lin Ziyu has won this match. Lin Ziyu! Lin Ziyu! The whole place was in an uproar. This was an incredible fight. But at this moment, there was a sinister smile on Yigilin's face as he took a black round object out from his pocket. Chapter 69 Advanced Application of Source Strength Sphere. Chapter 69 Advanced Application of Source Strength Sphere. Lin Ziyu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the referee calling his victory. The after effects and fatigue came in after Fury State ended. 5 minutes of fatigue made Lin Ziyu almost fall to the ground. He quickly used his spear to stabilize himself. Go and die. Right at this time, Lin Ziyu suddenly heard a growl. He turned and saw Yigilin throw a small and black spherical object towards him. Move away. The referee's eyes constricted when he saw the object, and roared out loud. The teachers and observers at the stands all had a change in expression. Before they could even make a move, Mr. Yi took action. He smacked the stage and flew out. Sue! He was like a shadow that charged towards the stage at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! A loud explosion came out and the entire space shook. The students closest to the explosion were all flung away. The entire stage shattered. You're dead. You're dead. Gillen laughed like a maniac inside the dense fog of dust. M12 grenade was a type of microbomb, but had extremely potent explosives within. Not only was this extremely ugly, but it was also impossible to purchase in the cities. Gillen's clothes became extremely shabby from the explosion and he sustained many wounds on himself as blood stained his entire body. Call the paramedics. The people around were all beginner warriors or quasi-warriors and extremely weak. Many of the students were severely injured. Gillen stared at the figure in front of him. As the dense cloud of dust dissipated, Lin Ziu remained in his position without harm to him. Young man, you've gone too far. Mr. Yi stood in position and glared at Gillen. When one observed carefully, they would notice that the space around Mr. Yi with him at the center was hazy, but no one could see the defensive barrier. It was an advanced application of Source Strength Sphere. Ordinarily, rank 1 to 3 warriors would begin cultivation with bronze and silver skills. Rank 4 to 6 warriors could cultivate body skills. Above the rank of 6, the source strength in the body would have reached a degree that it could be unleashed externally and form a circular barrier and block various attacks. Gillen's eyes widened when he saw that. He was no fool and could clearly see that the man before him was definitely a warrior of rank 6 or above. As he was already injured, he coughed out blood, and under the sudden mental hit, he fainted and fell right to the ground. Are you alright, mister? He turned and asked Lin Ziu. I'm fine. Lin Ziu shook his head. He was still afraid. If not for the sudden appearance of the man, he would have either died or be severely injured. Mister. He nodded his head and revealed a smile. I'm optimistic about you. He clasped Lin Ziu's shoulder, and when Lin Ziu was still in a daze, he exerted a force from his legs and returned back to the stands. Medic Shang Lin roared out loud when he saw Gillen on the floor. He did not expect Gillen to be forced to such a state. But Lin Ziu was still alive. The worst thing was that he did not know how to account for it to the Tang family. This isn't your matter. I will take care of him personally. Right at this time, Tang Tian appeared behind Zhang Lin and said indifferently, Mr. Yi, are you alright? The teachers at the stands turned and asked Mr. Yi anxiously. Instead of asking whether I'm fine, why not check on your students, mister? Yi looked at all the teachers and chuckled coldly. The teachers around started to perspire in cold sweat when they heard his words. They immediately became extremely respectful. You're saying, Lin Ziu, how are you? Do you need to head to the infirmary? Liu Lai saw Lin Ziu walking over from the shattered stage and asked. No need. Lin Ziu shook his head. The fatigue was there, but he would most probably have to head to the next battle soon. Due to unique circumstances, the next battles will be delayed. Right at this time, an announcement led Lin Ziu to heave a sigh of relief. This meant that he had time to relax. Gillen's actions had caused too large a horror, injuring almost a few hundred students. Damn it. That scared the hell out of me. Who would have thought that Gillen would actually utilize a bomb? What Xing Yao's tiger? He is just a despicable person. Yang Tian walked over and patted his own chest. His heart was still beating hard. If not for him failing to squeeze through the crowd to the front, he would have been hurt as well. The situation was still in a mess. The next round of battles will be delayed to the afternoon. Have some rest first. Liu Lai saw how tired Lin Ziu was and supported him to the side. Right. Who was that just now? Lin Ziu then recalled the old man that had appeared in front of him and used a barrier made out of source strength to deflect the explosion for him. Mr. Yi. Upon talking about the man, Liu Li's voice became a whisper. He is an advisor from one of the famous schools. He has been here for a while already and saw your previous battle. Famous school. I'm not too sure where he is from. He should be an advisor from one of the Great Five. Liu Lai thought for a bit before replying. Liu did not have knowledge pertaining to the visitors from the schools, but from the reaction from the school leaders at the stands. Mr. Yu was definitely not a small character. As Lin Xiu laid inside the resting area, he recalled the scene from before. That was the strength of a higher-rank warrior. That boundless source strength. It's still affecting me. I have too few skills in my system. Aside from the Awe of the Phoenix, I only have Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers that I've used too many times. Cautious people will know how to defend against them. If only I drew a spear skill. He shook his head and entered the system draw page again. This time, the things on the lottery wheel surprised him. Chapter 70 New Skill Adjudicate. Chapter 70 New Skill Adjudicate. Gift pack had appeared. Lin Xiu immediately became ecstatic when he saw that. The last time, the quick growth gift pack had bestowed him a lot of benefits. Who knew what would be in this gift pack now? Lin Xiu held his breath. And with a thought, he hit the draw prize button in the center. The lottery wheel immediately started to spin. 3 gift pack section. 3 skill cards. 3 weapons. And a grand prize. The chance of obtaining a gift pack was 30, which was quite high. Come to me. Gift pack. As the needle turned slower and slower, Lin Xiu clenched his teeth. His luck was great this time and the needle turned to the gift pack. Awesome! Lin Xiu stood up in excitement. Fortunately, he was the only one in the resting area. Otherwise, people who saw him would think that he was crazy. Congratulations, master. You have obtained a skill card gift pack. As Lin Xiu touched on the prize, a gigantic gift bag appeared in front of him. It was the same as the last time. Skill card gift pack. Lin Xiu searched inside the red gift pack and 3 shiny skill cards appeared in front of him. 2 of them were silver cards. One was a spear skill called Rainbow Pierces the Sun, a saber skill called Yin Yang Slash, and a bronze sword skill titled Frost Strike. Rainbow Pierces the Sun. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up when he saw the spear skill. After scrutinizing it, he realized that this single strike could greatly raise his own speed and unleash a powerful strike. Lin Xiu frowned. This skill looked good, but it was inferior to Torrential Storm of Rose Flowers. He could not use the sword or saber skill. But did he want the spear skill? Lin Xiu suddenly had an idea as he recalled the synthesis system. Should I give it a try? Upon thinking about it, Lin Xiu immediately moved to the synthesis system in his mind and took out the silver skill card from before and the 2 new silver skill cards. The 3 silver skill cards floated in the air. Please choose your skill card type. A notification rang out in his head, and the system immediately revealed various skill selections. Lin Xiu chose spear without hesitation. Confirm to proceed. Confirm. Lin Xiu hit the confirmation button and a ray of light immediately engulfed him and the cards as the 3 silver cards merged together. A piercing light aura came out and caused Lin Xiu to squint. In the next moment, the 3 silver skill cards transformed into 1 silver skill card. Congratulations, master, for the success of merging skill cards. Lin Xiu immediately took the floating skill card. The silver skill card had a black figure on the surface. This figure was tall and built and held a spear, as though he was able to strike out of the card. He was filled with threat and might. The silver skill card had a large golden word at the center, Adjudicate. This name sounds rather powerful. Lin Xiu gulped down saliva and muttered to himself. Although it was a silver skill card, it looked rather powerful. Since he still had the time, Lin Xiu placed the card at his head, and a large amount of information started to flow in. As he absorbed the information from the skill card, the surface of the card became extremely ordinary. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. This skill was as it sounded. It seemed extremely powerful. Time passed quickly and noon came. The school had already implemented disciplinary actions regarding Yigilan's action of harming people. Although it was just a disciplinary action, it meant that the 5 great schools would no longer accept this student. This became the most unbearable punishment for Yigilan. The new round of competitions had begun. 25 out of 50 would move on. Lin Xiu, quickly. The competition is about to begin right then. Liu Lai waved his hands at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head and headed towards the competition platform. Many students had gathered towards Lin Zia's competition grounds as news of him defeating Yi Gyulin had spread. He had definitely become a legendary figure. From the school's rock bottom to winning the 4th ranker of the school, who would dare question his abilities now? In this round, Lin Ziu was faced off against a girl who used 2 rings as weapons. Both parties, get ready, let the competition begin. The referee gave the order, but both parties stood still. Lin Ziu became suspicious. The girl continued to stare at him but did not do anything, and he could not feel any battle intent from her. Lin Ziu, the girl's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Lin Ziu nodded his head. Right at this moment, the girl charged forward. So it has begun. Lin Ziu held onto his spear tightly and was prepared to attack when he realized the girl hugged him, then planted a kiss on his face, and laughed. My idol, I admit defeat. With that said, she jumped down the stage with a flushed face. Lin Ziu was stunned, but started to laugh out loud. What was that all about? All the student spectators below started to create a disturbance. Lin Ziu did not know that after his experiences were listed in the forums, he became extremely popular. Especially the fact that he was good-looking earned him many female fans in the school. Lin Ziu wins. The referee's mouth was twitching as he announced the winner. He looked at Lin Ziu in envy. Hee. Lin Ziu, how was the taste of that right at this time? Yang Tan gave him a cheeky smile as Lin Ziu walked down. Scram! Lin Ziu glared at the cheeky guy and replied. He had initially wanted a fight and did not expect the situation to turn out as such. He rubbed his own cheek that was still slightly warm, but he could not think about it. The Lin Ziu that had transmigrated never felt safe. I have to be strong. I have to keep getting stronger. Very quickly, the round ended and they started drawing lots again. The next round would determine 12 out of the 25. As there was an additional person, a group would have one winner out of 3 participants. Haha. The lots have been drawn. Lin Ziu, if you're up against a quasi-warrior, you'll definitely win. Yang Tian looked at the 3D image and became excited. As the lots ended, Luo Li's eyes became big. Jian Tao, Xu Jun, Chapter 71 2 against 1. Chapter 71 2 against 1. Hey! It's a trio battle. Lin Ziu looked over and didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. He was simply too lucky. Jian Tao and Zhu Jun, the ones that are ranked 10th and 12th on the list. Yang Tian was surprised. This is probably going to be a little troublesome. Just a trio battle. They wouldn't kick me out first, right? Lin Ziu knitted his brows and said. Yang Tian glanced at Lin Ziu, then smiled bitterly. That is possible. I heard those 2 were quite close and this trio battle might turn into a 2 versus 1 first. 1 against 2 if they were not as strong as Yi Gyulin. Lin Ziu should be able to deal with them. He might not be very familiar with the new skill he just learned, but its power should be enough and he could use it as a finishing blow. While there was still time, Lin Ziu began brandishing his spear on the field not far away. With the increase in strength, the silver immortal soul spear felt a little lighter to him. You're Lin Ziu. After some time, a figure walked over and looked at Lin Ziu. Lin Ziu looked to the side and saw a tall and strong man staring straight at him. What Lin Ziu noticed was the spear in his hands, and under the sun, it had a dazzling cold light to it. My name is Ma Long and I hope you get to the next round. Then, I'll show you who is the real king of spears, the man said arrogantly. I'll win, and if you're up against me, I'll show you what spear art is. Lin Ziu raised his brows and spoke without showing any weakness. How arrogant! Ma Long snorted coldly, then turned away. He had been practicing with spears since he was little and was certain that he would not lose to Lin Ziu. Time passed quickly. After having lunch and resting for more than an hour, the match finally began. Like before, the stage where Lin Ziu was at still had the largest audience. Oh, the one who had to eat the stage. Why are you back here again? Yang Tan saw that same student again. HNG. Yi Gyulin was careless previously. The student's face changed. He then scoffed coldly and continued looking at the stage. He then said, I'm very sure that he will lose this time. What if he wins? You wouldn't go back on your word again, would you? Yang Tan was mad and shouted. He'll run around naked if he wins again, that student retorted angrily. At this moment, The match began and Lin Ziyu was on stage with the silver immortal soul spear. As Lin Ziyu went on stage, there was a loud cheer suddenly. Hee hee! How proud ah! Jiang Tao was a man who looked a little thin and was tall. But you're wrong if you look down on him. He wore a steel claw in his hand, and it was clear that it was his weapon. The other guy, Zhu Jun, was slightly fat and his weapon was a rod. At this moment, they were both looking at Lin Ziyu, and it was obvious that they were going to defeat Lin Ziyu first, just like what Yang Tian guessed. The match begins. As the referee yelled, the two guys looked at one another and charged at Lin Ziyu. Swish swish swish. The short and thin Jiang Tao was very fast, and he managed to reach Lin Ziyu in a split second as he waved the claws on his right hand toward Lin Ziyu. 9 claws killing. Jiang Tao did not hesitate and used his skill directly. His claws were instantly filled with a trace of black, and every time he waved it, Lin Ziyu felt his spear shaking, and the black gas from the claws made Lin Ziyu feel a tingling sensation. While Jiang Tao was attacking frantically, Zhu Jun waved the long rod in the air and knocked it down. Despicable. Making 2 attacks at once. Yang Tan was shocked at this scene. They were both ranked 10th and 12th in the combat strength list. But when they both attacked together, it was more challenging than dealing with Yi Guilin alone. What do you mean by despicable? This is a strategy that student next to him became proud at this moment. He's right. For a trio battle, they must eliminate one of them before they can keep fighting. Liu Lai said in a low voice. Lin Ziyu had, unfortunately, become the target of those 2 people. In the seat, Mr. Yu is still paying attention to Lin Ziyu. Within a short span of time, Lin Ziyu seemed to have become stronger again, which surprised him. And according to the information he got, Lin Ziyu used to be at the bottom. What exactly happened during this period of time that changed a person's strength so drastically? It made him very curious. Swish swish swish. At this moment, while Lin Ziyu dodged the attacks of these 2 people, he shook his arm hard and the silver spear slashed across the air, releasing a few flaming birds in an instant. Every match was recorded, and the 2 men obviously saw Lin Ziyu's previous match, so when they saw the phoenixes circling the spear, they immediately dodged. It's no use. We've studied your tricks before. You're going to lose for sure. Jiang Tao was thin and shockingly fast. He escaped those phoenixes, then smiled at Lin Ziyu. And your torrential storm of rose flowers may be fast, but we have come up with a way to suppress your skill. Zhu Jun sneered. The 2 people stood side by side, and as the phoenixes were gone, they charged at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu furrowed his brows. That attack just now had wounded his arm and neck area slightly. I'll show you my strongest skill. Splitting sky, Jiang Tao yelled and extended his right hand as he charged toward Lin Ziyu. A huge amount of white gas appeared on top of his hand, and the surrounding air seemed to have been ripped apart. Windstorm. Zhu Jun held the long rod in his hands and waved it. A loud rumbling resounded, and those people around them could feel as though there was a wild wind. Oh no! Both of them are using their strongest skill. Yang Tan covered his eyes with his hand at this moment. The wild wind blew up some dust, and he couldn't even open his eyes properly. Chapter 72 Unanalyzable Tang Tian. Chapter 72 Unanalyzable Tang Tian. This is bad. Liu Lai couldn't help but worry about Lin Ziyu. Although Lin Ziyu had just defeated Yi Guilin, he hadn't fully recovered his physical strength yet. Now that he had to deal with 2 men's all-out attacks who were ranked 10th and 12th, it was very dangerous. However, what's strange was that Lin Ziyu didn't panic at all. With the spear in his hand, he looked like he was waiting for a chance. Give up! Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun roared at the same time. And as the 2 men attacked Lin Ziyu with their skills, the ground shook again and dust flew everywhere. He won. Mr. He narrowed his eyes and looked slightly surprised. And those 2 were Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun, who are ranked 10th and 12th in the combat strength list. A school leader who was sitting next to Mr. He was very good at observing one's body language and immediately spoke up. No, I'm not referring to them. As the dust dispersed, everyone looked at the field and the stage was quite destroyed because of the skill used just now. But these were not what everyone paid attention to. What they cared about was the winner. It's It's impossible. Right. After the students saw the scene clearly, their eyes were wide open. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief to make sure they were not seeing things. He won Lin Xiu won. Yang Tan opened his mouth, then exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Lin Xiu was still holding the spear in his hand. He had some wounds on his body and appeared a little bit sloppy, but Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun were lying on both sides of the stage and were covered in bruises. How was that possible? Both of their eyes widened like they couldn't believe what just happened. Both of them used their strongest skills. How on earth did Lin Xiu resist and fight back? No. 1024 Lin Xiu wins. The referee was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and announced. Zhang Lin looked at Lin Xiu with a gloomy expression. What the hell is going on? How did this guy win again? Is there a video recording at this moment? Tang Tian came over from the other side and said as he looked at Zhang Lin. He had finished the match earlier and had just seen Lin Xiu defeating Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun, but it was so fast that he couldn't react. Yes. Yes. Zhang Lin nodded and quickly answered. He went to the back of the seats and began finding the recording of the match just now on the computer. The match between Lin Xiu and Jiang Tao and Zhu Jun was definitely recorded. Right here. Slow the video down. Tang Tian stared at that scene. What exactly did Lin Xiu do in the last part to defeat both people at the same time? If he didn't know about it, it would be very disadvantageous for him during the match later on. Lin Xiu also walked over at this moment and heaved a sigh of relief. He was really lucky if he didn't learn Adjudicate and learned that rainbow pierces the sun. He would be in danger this time. Adjudicate was different from other skills. Its theory was according to this saying a taste of your own medicine, which allowed the other party's skill to be directed back at themselves. But there were limits to using this move. If the opponent was stronger than him, it might fail and he would suffer more harm. How on earth did you do that? Liu Lei looked at Lin Xiu and was very shocked. I used my skill as well. Lin Xiu didn't say much and smiled faintly. The list of the top 12 students appeared, and other than Lin Xiu and Tang Tian, the rest were mostly the top 10 students of the combat strength list. And for the results of the draw this time, Lin Xiu was actually going to be up against Tang Tian. Lin Xiu. The road is narrow for enemies. Yang Tian looked at the 3D projection that displayed the results and covered his mouth in surprise. It seems like I can kill you in the first round. Tang Tian came over to Lin Xiu's side at this moment and sneered. Weren't you defeated in the hands of Lin Xiu the last time? Yang Tian heard the arrogance in Tang Tian's words and couldn't help but speak up. Yang Tian's words obviously stung Tang Tian's heart and his eyes constricted at this moment as he threw a punch toward Yang Tian. He was very fast and Yang Tian's pupils narrowed, but it was too late to dodge. Bang! In a split second, a fist appeared from the side and collided with Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief and he took a step back. When he looked up, he saw Lin Xiu standing in front of Yang Tian. This isn't very nice. Lin Xiu sneered. If he didn't take that punch just now, Yang Tian would be severely hurt. This chap was too brutal. If not for his father charging out all of a sudden previously, Lin Xiu would have killed him directly. And within about a month, Tang Tian seemed to have become a different person. His warrior's aura seemed much stronger. He'll let you live through tonight. You'll find out during tomorrow's showdown. Tang Tian scoffed then left. He still had a smile on his face at this moment because from the video just now, he already found a way of dealing with Lin Xiu's move. Looking at Tang Tian's retreating figure, Lin Xiu frowned, then activated the analytic eye. Not long after, Lin Xiu wanted to see the data but was taken aback. Analysis failed. Analysis failed. How is that possible? Does it mean that Tang Tian's strength has reached the level of a rank 3 warrior? Lin Xiu was shocked. He was just a quasi-warrior a month back, and he didn't have a system like Lin Xiu. So how did he improve so quickly? All the matches, including the final match, were all happening the next day, so he had to use the remaining time to rest. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiu sat at the bedside and looked at the silver immortal soul spear that had accompanied him for more than a month. Due to the constant infusion of source strength to fight, there were slight cracks at the top. It probably couldn't be used soon. With a helpless sigh, Lin Xiu turned on the computer and went to the Warrior Union website. Chapter 73 The final match begins. Not only was there a large amount of information on the Warrior Union website, but there were also online shopping stores that sold a variety of weapons. Lin Xiu entered the weapons store and clicked on the spear-type weapons, where there were many images of weapons. Black demon made with foreign black brilliant stone. Extremely sharp. Price 130 million. Overlord. Looking at these spears, Lin Xiu could feel their beauty and power just by looking at the images, but the exorbitant prices made him speechless. He finally found one that was of a suitable price, but when he clicked to purchase it, a notification popped up asking him to log in. Lin Xiu smacked his head at this moment and suddenly remembered that he hadn't obtained the warrior's certification yet. He shook his head helplessly and found the column to register for the exam. When he read the information inside, it just happened that there was a warrior qualification trial next month. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu directly entered his information and registered for it. As long as he got a warrior certification, everything would be very convenient. Lin Xiu did not practice anything that night and simply sat cross-legged to absorb source strength. The body is like a container, and as it reaches its limit of storage, the container will begin to grow larger and gradually be able to store more source strength in the future. While Lin Xiu was resting, Tang Tan was still practicing his skill in the Tang family's courtyard. There were many screens around, and the screen was playing a scene of every match that Lin Xiu fought. This time, he did not want to make any mistakes and wanted to kill Lin Xiu. Young master, I've bought all the skill cards you needed. Just then, a man came in with a silver box and opened it directly in front of Tang Tian. There were all sorts of skill cards lined neatly in this box and were all emitting a dazzling white glow. Tang Tian took a glance, and a cold smile appeared in the corners of his mouth. Lin Xiu, I have a way of dealing with all your skills. Let's see how you're going to fight against me. Time flew by and it was the next day. Anyone who understood the end-of-term matches knew that those who were in the top few places would have a chance to qualify for the top 5 prestigious colleges. So every student who entered the top 12 was bursting with energy. After all, if they got into the top 5 colleges, most of them would be successful in the future. And it was now the finals. Nobody wanted to lose. It could be said that the finals would definitely be a fierce struggle and extremely exciting. At this moment, the place was filled with a large number of students, and there wasn't a single empty seat. Those without seats simply stood under the arena. Although they couldn't take part in the battle, they could take the chance to watch the experts fight, and it would still be very beneficial for them. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Tang Tan is going to fight against that student in your class again. On the seats at the back, the teacher in charge of Class 2 said to Liu Lai with a smile. He knew how strong Tang Tan was this time and would definitely defeat Lin Xiu. Also, he could wash away the humiliation of being defeated by a student of Class 29. It's hard to say. Liu Lai scoffed coldly. Liu Bai shook his head and did not say much. It was even possible for Tang Tan to take first place with his current strength. Lin Xiu Liu Lai, who was at his seat at first, walked over to Lin Xiu immediately when he saw Lin Xiu coming. Teacher Liu. Lin Xiu was slightly surprised to see Liu Lai coming over. Liu Lai nodded, looked a little stern, and said, be careful when you deal with Tang Tan later. He's not easy to deal with. When Tang Tian came over previously, Liu Lai had secretly observed him. He knew that Tang Tian's strength was unfathomable. Even he himself was a little shocked. Lin Xiu nodded. There was a huge match table in front of the field and he could see that he would be up against Tang Tan during the third match. Lin Xiu, do your best. Trample on Tang Tian once again in this place. Yong Tian waved his fist at this moment and said out loud, you want to beat my older brother Dream on at this moment. A cold voice sounded. Tang Ping appeared out of nowhere and had a group of lackeys following behind him as he laughed coldly. Whether I can defeat him or not, we'll find out after the match. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. He didn't have much to say to him and simply sat in the front seats prepared for the 12 students taking part in the match. Bai Li Chang, the top student on the combat strength list, was the first to go up. He was said to be a rank 2 warrior already, and his weapon was a sword. Long Potion, ranked second in the combat strength list, was up against him, and his weapon was a saber. The moment the match started, there was a sudden uproar all around, and everyone was very excited. After all, they were the top 2 students on the combat strength list, and it was rare to even see them. Lin Xiu looked at the stage at this moment as well. The strength of these 2 people could be said to nearly reach the level of a rank 3 warrior already. Their fight was very exciting and the usage of skills was extremely magnificent and powerful too. But there were good protective measures done around the stage, so they didn't have to worry about hurting those students below the stage. Bai Lichang, I lost to you previously. He'll definitely win this time, Long Potion yelled and charged toward Bai Lichang with his saber. But Bai Lichang was calm and blocked Long Potion's attack with his sword swiftly. The battle between the 2 guys did not last long, and soon the results were out. In the end, Bai Lichang was more skilled and was victorious in the first match. That was when Lin Xiu began to close his eyes. HNG, it looks like he's scared now. Tang Ping, who was sitting at the seat behind, saw Lin Xiu's appearance and sneered coldly. Tang Mubai turned his gaze toward that direction as well. Lin Xiu actually came back alive from Guanming Fort and became a lot stronger, which was quite surprising. But Tang Mubai still believed that Tang Tan would definitely win this time. It didn't matter if Lin Xiu was killed. After all, he was just an ordinary student. By then, he could just pull strings to settle the matter. Soon, the second match was also over and the loudspeaker suddenly sounded third match. No. 1024 Lin Xiu against the No. 85 Tang Tan. The moment the announcement was made, the entire place was in an uproar. This was even more exciting than the match between the top 2 students in the combat strength list. Last time, Lin Xiu defeated Tang Tan here. This time, would the result be the same? Chapter 74 Intense Battle. Chapter 74 Intense Battle. Tens of thousands of eyes surrounded the huge stage and all of which were focused on the stage. All the best. Lin Xiu. Kilim Yang Tan sat on the seat and shouted. Tang Tan looked coldly at Lin Xiu and said with a wry smile, "We were here the previous time. I didn't expect that we would be here again a month later." Indeed. He'll still trample you this time. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said. He was still gripping the silver immortal soul spear. Tang Tan was much stronger than before, and since he couldn't analyze him using his analytic eye, Lin Xiu didn't dare to be careless. "He'll kill you this time." Tang Tan pointed at Lin Xiu with his long sword and said, "Same to you." Lin Xiu raised his brows. At this moment, both of them charged at one another. In the eyes of the students, it was as if 2 black shadows were clashing together in an instant. Dang dang dang. The sounds of the weapons colliding kept ringing. It's these 2 young chaps again. Mister. You looked at the stage at this moment, seemingly more interested than when he was watching the match between Bai Lichang and Long Potion. No matter how silly the other school leaders were, they could tell that Mr. Yi was quite interested in Lin Xiu. Mr. Yi. I think the odds of Lin Xiu winning should be quite high. After all, he defeated Tang Tan the last time. That's right. That's right. The school leaders around him shouted and were trying to curry favor with Mr. Yi. Sitting behind the leaders' seats, Zhang Lin's face was a little unpleasant as he cursed at these opportunists. Mr. Yi had been coming to Xingyao Academy for some time, and Zhang Lin knew that he was a teacher from a certain college, so he didn't dare to offend him either. Zhang Lin focused on the match and chuckled. This time, Lin Xiu will lose for sure, and he's going to lose very badly. Lin Xiu and Tang Tan were still in a frenzied battle. Both men poured their own source strength into the weapons, and when the weapons collided, it was as if there was an explosion in the air. Lin Xiu looked at Tang Tan in surprise. His sword is so powerful. Surprised, this is the weapon I spent $100 million to buy. It's the Blood Fiend sword that is made with a special metal obtained from the Scarlet Blood Star. Tang Tan seemed to be at ease while holding the sword and spoke as he hit Lin Xiu's spear. Lin Xiu frowned. His sword actually appeared slightly red with the source strength instilled. And this blood-fiend sword was unusually sharp. Each hit against the silver immortal soul spear actually left a crack. Lin Xiu knew that he could no longer fight like this, and seized the opportunity to use torrential storm of rose flowers. Following the use of his skill, Lin Xiu's spear was like a dragon coming out of a cave as it transformed into 5 to 6 illusions and stabbed toward Tang Tan. The crowd couldn't help but gush at the thrilling scene. Lin Xiu seized the opportunity at such great timing. This Tang Tian seemed to have no way of escaping. However, while the illusions of the spear flew out, Tang Tian dodged swiftly like a ghost. He was so fast that it was somewhat unbelievable. That's a body skill. Yuo Lai was flabbergasted when he saw this scene. That's right. Tang Tan is using the shadow body skill. The corners of Liu Bai's mouth raised at this moment, then he smiled. The students in the field were in an uproar. Tang Tan could cultivate body skills, which meant that Tang Tan's physique had reached the level of a rank 3 warrior. This was too shocking, because whether it was Bai Licheng who was ranked first in the combat strength list or Long Potion who was ranked second, they were merely at the peak of her rank 2 warrior. Go to hell. Tang Tan avoided Lin Xiu's torrential storm of rose flowers at this moment and exerted force on the sword in his right hand, causing Lin Xiu's spear to fly out of his hands. At the same time, he landed a heavy punch on Lin Xiu's chest. Salvo fist. It was a bronze skill, but when Tang Tan used it that day, the power of this punch was very strong. Lin Xiu was sent flying like a broken kite. Lin Xiu quickly stabilized his body and stomped his feet hard on the ground, trying to stop himself from flying. Bang! At this moment, his clothes tore open. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spat out. His salvo fist was so powerful that Lin Xiu felt as if his internal organs had been shaken, and it was very uncomfortable. Damn it, if he hadn't dealt with Yi Gillen yesterday, he wouldn't have used fury. It was going to get a little dangerous. Lin Xiu didn't think much and leaped over, catching the flying spear in his hand. Very well. It seems that the chap is still wounded from the match yesterday against Yi Gillen. Zhang Lin looked at Lin Xiu and sneered. He was the one who planned this and deliberately arranged for Yi Gillen to fight against Lin Xiu. Even if Yi Gillen didn't get rid of Lin Xiu, he could cause harm to Lin Xiu. For the next round, Zhang Lin would bribe the backstage programmer and arrange for Lin Xiu to be against Tang Tan. Seamless. Tisk tisk. How weak. Tang Tan looked at Lin Xiu and gave a look of disdain. Without waiting for Lin Xiu to recover, he held the blood fiend's sword and charged over. At the moment when he rushed over, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed and he swiftly brandished his spear. As he had the title of a rank 1 warrior, Lin Xiu had the halo to accelerate the buildup of rage. So Tang Tan's punch directly allowed Lin Xiu's buildup of rage to reach the conditions which allowed it to be used. Without much hesitation, Lin Xiu directly waved his spear high up and used the Awe of the Phoenix. With the power-up strike, the Awe of the Phoenix became more powerful and a large number of flames were released. Do you think I'm going to be afraid of this move? Tang Tan roared and slashed the blood fiend's sword harshly. Silver martial arts, moving clouds and flowing water. A large amount of sword aura was released from the blood fiend's sword. This sword aura seemed to have a special attribute. The surrounding phoenixes were slashed by the blood fiend's sword and immediately disappeared like they touched water. As Tang Tan continued to slash hard, several phoenixes disappeared. The Awe of the Phoenix was completely dealt with. The sword headed straight toward Lin Xiu's chest directly. What the? Lin Xiu was startled. What kind of skill is this? It appeared like it existed just to deal with his Awe of the Phoenix. Chapter 75 Unlocking Rank 1 Gene Lock. Chapter 75 Unlocking Rank 1 Gene Lock. His sword moved extremely fast and slashed down at Lin Xiu in the next second. This round was even more exciting than the previous two, and all the students that had witnessed Tang Tan's moving clouds and flowing water cutting the Awe of the Phoenix into half were in an uproar. Lin Xiu turned pale with fright when he saw the blood fiend's sword slashing down at him from close range. He exerted force from both hands as the spear swiped upwards. He wanted to use Adjudicate to reflect all the power back. But right at that instant, Tang Tan seemed to have sensed something, and immediately withdrew moving clouds and flowing water's last strike and unleashed an ordinary strike towards Lin Xiu. Bang! After a groan was heard, Lin Zia's shoulder had a hole penetrated from the sword. When Tang Tian saw Lin Zia's shocked look, he could not help but reveal a sinister laugh. "Do you think it was an accident? I have completely seen through your skills." When he said that, he pulled out his sword from Lin Zia's body and slashed at his neck. He wants to kill Lin Ziu right at this moment. Luo Lai, who was in the stands, smashed the table and stood up. Although Lin Ziu tried to avoid the last sword strike, he was pierced in the shoulder. Tang Tian chose to attack the same location. Once the artery was cut, a huge blood loss would follow, and it might mean the death of Lin Ziu. Luo Lai, I have to say, why are you so anxious? It's inevitable to get injured, and Lin Ziu hasn't admitted defeat yet. Liu Bai glanced at Luo Lai from the side and laughed out loud. He was extremely ecstatic. Tang Tian was bound to win for sure. Luo Lai fumed, but he saw Lin Ziu dodging the attacks instead of admitting defeat. Clang clang clang. As Lin Ziu used his spear to block Tang Tian's attacks, the sound of the metal collision rang out. The silver immortal soul spear already had small cracks all around, but under Tang Tian's blood-fiend sword, more cracks appeared. Lin Ziu was drenched in perspiration. This was the most dangerous battle he had encountered to date. Tang Tian was filled with killing intent. He was obviously trying to kill him. "Do you know I am already a rank 3 warrior?" Tang Tian roared out loud and hacked down with his sword once again. Lin Zia's spear got slashed into two. No way. At this time, everyone all gasped in shock. The battle had become even more exciting. Even the weapon was cut into two. Right at this moment, Tang Tian kicked Lin Zia's chest and sent him flying. With a loud bang, Lin Ziu flew to the edge of the stage. He coughed out blood. The wound on his shoulder had stained his robe and dyed it red. "Ha ha ha. This time, the winner will be me." Tang Tian laughed out loud and walked towards Lin Ziu with his blood-stained sword. He wanted to slash Lin Zia's body into two. "Ha ha ha. I see that Lin Ziu has lost for sure." All the lackeys around Tang Ping started to laugh out loud. Tang Ping nodded his head and revealed a sinister laugh. He was not only a loser, but he was definitely dead. "Lin Ziu, quickly admit defeat." Luo Lai had walked down from the stands and shouted towards the stage. He had seen Tang Tian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. He was sure that Tang Tian wanted to kill him. But Lin Ziu did not listen to his words as he glared at Tang Tian. "I can't lose. I can't admit defeat." The gene lock in his head flashed in his mind. There was only a 50 success rate. If I fail, I might die. What to do? As he saw Tang Tian approaching, Lin Ziu knew he did not have much time. Right at this time, he entered the system and hit the gene lock interface. "Do you want to unlock rank 1 gene lock YN? Note: gene lock process includes a 10 death, 20 loss of consciousness, 30 unforeseeable situation." The notification was the same as before. Lin Ziu clenched his teeth and chose the Y right at this instant. He felt a jolt in his body as an immense pain spread throughout his entire body. It felt as though every vessel, vein, and artery in his body were ripping apart. Lin Ziu had never felt such pain before. It felt as though a knife was stabbing right at his heart, and he was dying. He could not move at all. He did not even have the strength to scream. Gene lock. This was the most mysterious origin of power of the legends. In theory, if an ordinary human activated gene lock, he might gain the strength to carry an automobile. It was as what was shown in the news. Some people might erupt with inconceivable strength from a great external stimulation. As long as gene lock was successful, Lin Ziu believed that his strength would increase substantially. "Go and die." Tang Tian looked at Lin Ziu and roared out loud as he raised his sword to slash downwards. "Hold your hand. Are you trying to kill somebody?" the referee roared out loud, and Tang Tian felt his body jolt. Right at this time, he subconsciously held his sword back and laughed. "How dare I?" Although he was smiling, his heart fell. His sword would have killed Lin Ziu. But why did he have a weird feeling that made his body unable to move forward? But he hasn't admitted defeat, right? Without thinking, Tang Tian continued to speak. He then stabbed the sword to the side and walked towards Lin Ziu. He sneered inwardly as he looked at Lin Ziu, who was at a loss for words. Did he become dumb from shock? He pulled onto Lin Ziu's robes and carried him up, then punched Lin Ziu in his chest. Lin Xiu coughed out more blood. Many people covered their eyes at this scene. Lin Xiu's entire body was covered with blood and he looked extremely terrible. Chapter 76 Successful Gene Lock. Promoted to Rank 2 Warrior. Chapter 76 Successful Gene Lock. Promoted to Rank 2 Warrior. The referee initially thought of stopping Tang as Lin Xiu did not even have the strength to resist, and looked as though he was about to die. But right at this moment, Lin Xiu struggled to shout out, "Hit me harder, did you not eat?" Seeking death. Hearing Lin Xiu's provocation, Tang Tian held onto Lin Xiu's body and sent out a barrage of punches. Low sounds resounded as though he was punching a punching bag. Lin Xiu, admit defeat. Yang Tan could not handle the brutality and advised Lin Xiu. He wanted to barge in, but there were too many people and he could not advance. Yuo Lai looked at Lin Xiu in shock. He could not understand why Lin Xiu would say such words. By saying that, the referee could not stop Tang Tian. And at this moment, although Lin Xiu was able to see Tang Tian unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on him, he could not feel a thing. The pain from the gene lock was 1,000 times more painful than the punches. And as Tang Tian continued to punch his body, Lin Xiu seemed to feel some relief from the internal pain. Go and Dai Tang Tan saw how Lin Xiu was staring at him, and he laughed like a maniac. He threw Lin Xiu to the ground, raised his fists, and launched a series of salvo fists onto Lin Xiu's face, punching his head into the stone-hard floor. The surrounding area started to produce cracks. The entire field was silent. Yang Tan and Luo Lai had their jaws wide open and did not know what to say. Mr. Yi. The other teachers looked at Mr. Yi anxiously. They knew that Mr. Yi was optimistic and had some sort of connection with Lin Xiu. Who would have thought that Lin Xiu would be beaten to this extent and his head was forced into the ground? It seemed as though even if they saved him, he would have been crippled. Wait a moment. Mr. You seem to have sensed that something was amiss. Even though they were far, he was able to sense the power in Lin Xiu's body with his own strength. He could feel that Lin Xiu was getting stronger. What was going on? Haha, great, beat him up when the entire place was silent. Tang Ping slapped his own thighs and laughed out loud. Although they could not kill Lin Xiu, they would definitely beat him and mess his head until he became crippled. Just like that. They could kill him at any moment. Hee. Seems like even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Tang Tian could not help but laugh. Since there were many eyes watching him, he could not kill Lin Xiu there and then. He would find another chance to do so. Winner. Tang. The referee could not bear to watch it anymore and wanted to hail Tang Tian as the winner. But suddenly, Lin Xiu, who seemed to have been crippled, raised his hand. The referee was dumbstruck. Everyone look. Lin Xiu. He. Right at this moment, the entire crowd flew into an uproar. After having his head beaten into the ground, Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground like a meat pulp, raised his right hand. Tang Tian, who had turned to pick up his sword, heard the sound from Lin Xiu and turned to look. His eyes widened and he roared. How is this possible? Crack crack. It started with his right hand but did not stop there. Lin Xiu started to move his left hand, and after exerting force, he started to lift himself up from the ground. He's getting up, he's actually standing. Many students gasped. It was too miraculous and the entire crowd was stunned. Even Mr. Yi was surprised. This change was something he did not understand. Lin Xiu did not consume any forbidden medicine or do anything else. How did he suddenly have strength again? Phew! Lin Xiu's face and body was covered with blood, but his entire being seemed to be brimming with energy. When he stood up, Lin Xiu felt that his entire body, vision, reflexes, and his sensory organs had all become even better. His body was also brimming with power. All the cells in his body that had initially exploded had birthed new cells. These new cells had gone through a complete change as they divided more and more. Following the cell division in his body, Lin Xiu could sense boundless power spreading throughout his body. The wounds on his body were slowly being healed. Congratulations, Master. Success in unlocking rank 1 gene lock. Congratulations, Master. Success in unlocking rank 1 gene lock. Awarded with 3 draw opportunities. Congratulations, Master, for successful promotion to rank 2 warrior. Awarded with 1 draw opportunity. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the title Rank 2 Warrior. Countless system notifications rang out. Lin Xiu knew that he had successfully unlocked the gene lock. Although nobody else could see his state, Lin Xiu knew that a series of transformations had occurred, starting from his cells to his marrow, bones, organs, and even skin. Although this change could not be seen from the naked eye, it had greatly affected Lin Xiu. The current Lin Xiu was brimming with power. "What kind of act are you playing?" Tang Tan roared out loud, and extended his hand to draw his blood-fiend's sword when he saw Lin Xiu charging forward with a punch. Air seemed to rip apart from his fists. Lin Xiu's rupturing fist. "My salvo fist isn't afraid of you," Tang Tian roared out loud and sent his own fist out. He had the strength of a rank 3 warrior, no matter how powerful Lin Xiu's rupturing fist was. The difference in rank meant that he could not lose. His heart was filled with killing intent. Although he was saved from consuming forbidden medicine the last time, it had left traces in his body, and he would no longer be able to break through rank 4. Without a choice, he went to the path of death, and obtained similar medicines that allowed his strength to rise extremely quickly. Although the after effects meant that his body could no longer increase in strength, it was nothing to him. Right at this moment, their fists collided with a loud bang that spread through the entire field. Chapter 77 Death of Tang Tian. Chapter 77 Death of Tang Tian. Tang Tian initially thought that no matter how powerful the rupturing fist was, Lin Xiu still could not defeat him, a rank 3 warrior. But Tang Tian immediately regretted the instant their fists collided. A powerful force surged out from Lin Xiu's fist. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, a series of bangs rang out as Tang Tian felt a burst of pain as his entire arm exploded. "Arg, I will kill you!" Tang Tian roared out loud and retreated a few steps to draw his blood-fiend sword before slashing at Lin Xiu. Ha! Lin Xiu gave him a death stare. He grabbed Tang Tian's wrist with his right hand accurately. And with a snap, a crack was heard as Tang Tian's wrist was twisted 180 degrees, and the sword fell to the ground. A loud wail escaped Tang Tian's mouth. Lin Xiu did not stop and kicked Tang Tian in the stomach and sent him flying in the air. "Lin Xiu, hold your hand!" Tang Ping roared at the sight of Tang Tian being beaten. He wanted to charge down from the stands, but was helpless against the crowd of people. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to approach. At this moment, "Mister," he had a surprised look on his face. What just happened? How did Lin Xiu's strength suddenly increase by so much? And he clearly did not see Lin Xiu consuming any forbidden medicine. This piqued his interest even more. Lin Xiu beat this brat. Yang Tan was shocked by the sudden turn of events, but he quickly regained himself and cheered Lin Xiu on. "Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu." The entire crowd was extremely invigorated. It was too inconceivable. Who would have thought that such a huge reversal had occurred? Could Lin Xiu be hiding his strength all the while? Lin Xiu snorted and watched Tang Tan as he fell to the ground and sent a fist to smash his back. Crack. Following a series of bone-cracking sounds, Tang Tan was struck into the air once again, but this time, Lin Xiu did not send him flying upwards and allowed him to fall to the ground. Bang! Tang Tan smashed onto the ground heavily and blood splattered in all directions. "Tang Tian, do you admit defeat?" the referee quickly shouted when he saw that. Tang Tan was from the Tang family. If something happened to them and the Tang family blamed him, there would be trouble. Scram! Tang Tian's pain face turned sinister, and after roaring at the referee, he turned to Lin Xiu and shouted at him, "If you have the guts, kill me. You don't need to tell me that. I will toy you to death." Lin Xiu's eyes turned cold. Who cared about the Tang family or the school? Lin Xiu completely threw all of them to the back of his head. He charged forward and punched Tang Tan's body like how he had done so previously. "Ha ha ha, keep it up." In the next second, Tang Tan roared out loud and something in his body started to sound out. Lin Xiu lowered his head and noticed electric organs in certain places of his body, and the right arm that he ripped apart did not have any bones, but electric parts. Hard android. Before he could even think further, a bright burst of light came out of Tang Tian's chest. Not good. Rumble. Tang Tian's entire body erupted with an explosion that shook the entire competition grounds. Fortunately for the protection on the stage, the spectators below were not hurt. "Who?" Lin Xiu was flung to the edge of the stage by the explosion and coughed out blood. Both students and teachers were stunned. Tang actually self-exploded in an attempt to kill Lin Xiu. But how did he conceal the bomb inside his body? Everyone could not comprehend. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for killing a rank 3 warrior. At this time, a notification rang out. But Lin Xiu fainted at this moment. What Tanner died at the same time? Tang Ping had run home and informed everything to his father. Tang Mubai thought that even if Lin Xiu could not die, he would be beaten and become crippled, so he returned home first as he had other things to handle. When he heard Tang Ping's words, his entire body trembled and the cup in his hand smashed to smithereens. No matter what, Lin Xiu, I will make you repay this blood debt. At this moment, Lin Xiu felt as though he was in darkness, and his body started to feel warm. Recovery completed. The medical pod to open in 5 seconds. The electronic voice resounded beside him and woke him up. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying inside a pod. Lin Xiu, you're awake. As the pod opened, a joyous voice sounded. When his vision cleared, he saw that it was Liuo Lai. Teacher Liuo. Lin Xiu got up slowly. Your clothes are here. Liuo Lai got a new set of clothes and handed it over to him. Lin Xiu nodded his head and got dressed. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable, as though all the pores on his body were completely opened. All the wounds on his body had been cured by the infirmary. You've been lying here for almost 10 hours. Liuo Lai said. 10 hours, so long. But upon recalling all the injuries he had sustained, he felt that it was normal. The competition. Liuo Lai was about to speak when he heard Lin Xiu mention the competition when arguments were heard outside. Where is Lin Xiu? Get him out here. Lin Xiu frowned and walked out with Liuo Lai to see Zhang Lin. Lin Xiu, you were suspected of maliciously murdering Tang in the competition. Be prepared to follow the federal police, Zhang Lin said loudly and came out with a big name without any warning. At the same time, a federal police vehicle could be seen in the corner. So you were the one who suggested for me to go to the stronghold. Lin Xiu stared at Zhang Lin and said, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to beat up a teacher as well? Zhang Lin was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's question, and retorted back. That's right. Chapter 78 Sakakard Region Academy's Admission Notice. Chapter 78 Sakakard Region Academy's Admission Notice. Lin Xiu snorted, and grabbed onto his lapels and gave him a punch. With a loud bang, Zhang Lin's teeth broke and his mouth became covered with blood. In the next second, Lin Xiu kicked him in the abdomen and sent him flying. People who used underhanded means were too disgusting. Lin Xiu, no matter what, he is still a teacher. Liuo Lai became anxious. If the school decided to punish Lin Xiu, it would be over. Lin Xiu, you're dead meat. Zhang Lin struggled to stand, but as his teeth had all fallen out, his words sounded extremely hilarious. Are you Lin Xiu? Right at this moment, the federal police walked over and stared at Lin Xiu unkindly. I am. Lin Xiu nodded his head. They were ferocious enough. Tang had exploded himself, yet they wanted to pin him as the murderer. It had to be known that law and order in the cities were extremely strict and killing others was considered breaking the law. That meant having to serve jail time. We have received a tip and suspect that you have murdered people. The federal police spoke. They then took out special handcuffs to put around Lin Xiu's wrists. Such scums have to be captured and taken to jail. Zhang Lin roared out loud. As long as they went to the police station, he only had to pull some strings and Lin Xiu would die. The federal police were also warriors and extremely powerful, so ordinary warriors could not escape from them. Wait a minute. I have a 1-star medal. Can we not do it with the handcuffs? Lin Xiu looked at the federal police and asked. 1-star medal. The two policemen looked at each other with surprise. The medal was not something any ordinary person could obtain. Those that had such medals were special and authority. Before being judged as guilty, they could not use handcuffs. He is lying. How can he have a 1-star medal? Zhang Lin was startled, then pointed at Lin Xiu and screamed. Lin Xiu sneered, then reported out a string of numbers. At the back of the 1-star medal was a unique number that Lin Xiu had memorized. When the two federal policemen heard Lin Xiu's words, They took out their smart books and keyed the number that Lin Xiu gave and saw his information. Apologies, Mr. Lin Xiu. The federal policemen's faces immediately became better and took the handcuffs away as they apologized. I suspect that he is trying to frame me. Lin Xiu pointed at Zhang Lin and said, "You should know the crime of framing a one-star medal holder." "Right, Mr. Lai. We will investigate this thoroughly." The federal policemen nodded their heads, then walked over and used the same handcuffs on Zhang Lin. "What are you doing, you trash? He is the one." Zhang Lin was stunned before reacting and hollering at the top of his lungs. "We suspect that you are trying to frame a one-star medal holder." The federal policemen glared at him coldly. They then pushed Zhang Lin into the car. "Impossible. How can he have a one-star medal?" Zhang Lin was brought away very quickly. The entire episode caused Luo Li's eyes to open wide. "You actually hold a one-star medal?" Luo Li looked at Lin Xiu in surprise and asked. One-star medals had their own unique identifiers that Lin Xiu could not fake. "And I earned it back at Guangming Fort." Lin Xiu nodded his head. Luo Li wanted to speak, but then sighed and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Teacher tried, but the school and the Tang family are connected." Lin Xiu accepted the piece of paper that wrote that he had deliberately harmed and caused Tang Tian's death, and the end was that he had been expelled. Lin Xiu clenched his fists when he saw the words, and his eyes brewed with endless killing intent. It was the Tang family again. "Teacher has a few connections with other academies. I'll try and see if I can get you to change schools." Luo Li rubbed the space between his eyes and said, trying to change schools after being expelled was also troublesome to the extent that it was almost impossible. But if he did not complete his last year, Lin Xiu's future could be considered crippled and he could no longer apply for any other schools. "No matter. At most I'll go and serve the army." Lin Xiu replied. "No, you don't have to." Right at this time, a voice sounded from behind. Luo Li and Lin Xiu were startled and turned behind to see an old man with a white beard behind. "It's you." The man was Mr. Yi, the man who sat at the stands and paid attention to Lin Xiu the entire time. "Mr. Yi." Luo Li greeted him respectfully. "Here, Mr. Yi handed a red envelope to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was skeptical but took it. After looking at it, he realized that it was an admission notice. The entire admission notice seemed to be made out of unique materials and the engravings and words were extremely ancient. But the golden words in the center proved that it was real. "Sacred Region Academy." Lin Xiu blurted out in shock. While talking to the other soldiers previously, didn't they mention how difficult it was to enter this mysterious academy? He then recalled the young lady from before. She mentioned that she was from Sacred Region Academy. Could it be here? That's right. Sacred Region Academy. I have observed you for this period of time. With your talent, you are definitely compatible and qualified to enter Sacred Region Academy. Mr. Yi stroked his beard and chuckled. Luo Li was crumbling from all the shock in a day. As a teacher, he had also heard of the most mysterious, peak establishment of all the schools, but he always thought that it was a legend. Who would have known that there was truly an academy like that? He finally understood why all the teachers were so respectful towards Mr. Yi. "But I was expelled." Lin Xiu chuckled bitterly. "Sacred Region Academy holds special authority. You do not need any entrance exams. With your strength, there isn't a need to graduate from here even. The first day of the 9th month. Report there straight away." It was already the 7th month, so he was just in time and had a month out of time. "All right, I will be there." Lin Xiu clenched the admission letter tightly and replied excitedly. Is this what they say to have zero yields after struggling so hard? But an accidental slip leads to gains. But one thing was for sure. Lin Xiu had taken a step into a place where no ordinary person had made it to before. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.